Hey and welcome in Kotlin for complete beginners. I'm Hussein Rubai. I have a master in software engineering and I have worked as a web developer since 9 years, and I have a lot of experience with mobile and web development. And I have Microsoft MVP for 2017. So, Google recently said they will switch to a new language to develop Android application, name it Kotlin. In this course, you will learn Kotlin from beginner to professional. Even if you don't have any programming experience, that is totally fine. I will start teaching you the programming foundation like variables, loops, condition, then we will go to talk about functions, then object-oriented programming. Then we will start develop our Android application and games like tic-tac-toe games and more games. And also this course will get updated every week with the new materials because Kotlin something is still new and we want to match this new updates from Google. So what are you waiting for? Let's get started with the complete Kotlin developer course. Hey and welcome. Let me give you a quick introduction about course agenda so you will understand from where you have to start according to your level. So for very beginners level who don't have any programming experience, we have 5-hour contents that teach you just the programming foundation with Kotlin. So if you don't have any programming experience, that's totally fine. We will start with section 1. We teach you how to set up JDK, then how to install like IntelliJ to just learn Kotlin foundation. Then we will talk about variables, like different type, how to use variables, how to define it, how to add comments, how to read, write, then some operations for like priorities in increments, some other operations, then how to use if condition statement, then how to use different type of loops. Then we will talk about collections and string, array list, hash map, whatever. Then the functions, then we will learn how to do object-oriented programming, how to write base code, how to do classes and other stuff. Then we will learn how to save information using files, then how to do multi-processing. So until section 10, we just learn the programming foundation with Kotlin. We will never touch any Android code. We will not run any Android application. We just learn the programming foundation with Kotlin using IntelliJ. Then starting from section 11, we will start install our Android Studio. Then we will start build our application one by another. So this course is built as a project based. So you will never learn a topic. You will never see topic teach you how to read contact. But rather than you will see application that, for example, for chatting. In the chat, you need to read the user contact. So you will see one tutorial talking about how to read user contact in details. So for example, you will start with an application name. It's find my age, like how to find your age, then step by step. Then we will talk about how to do tic-tac-toe. So on the lecture on the tic-tac-toe, one of the lectures in the tic-tac-toe, we will learn how to add colors, like how to design base layout, for example. Also, then we will learn how to do calculator app, then how to do Pokemon app. So on Pokemon, we will learn how to work with GPS, how to work with map, and in details with this process. Then we come up with Zoo app that we will learn with this application how to use list view and different work with the list view. Then we will learn like grid view with the restaurant app. Then we will learn how to do work with web service call, JSON, XML, and other stuff. Then we will learn how to work with a SQLite database with a minute app in details, step by step. We'll learn all the process of the work with the database from read, write, delete, update using this app. So by the end, we will build complete app, but we will learn all the topics inside it. Then we will learn how to do online gaming using Firebase. So we will learn how to work with Firebase, different process with Firebase, authentication, using real-time database, and more. Then we will learn how to do application like Facebook or Twitter using Firebase, how to upload images and all that stuff. So then we will learn how to do like media player, how to run songs in the device, using from the device from the online. Also, we will learn how to do RM app and how to work with system services. Then we will learn how to do sensors, how to read sensor to do like run music when the light goes to off in the room, or numbers, vibration, or whatever. Then how to do find my phone app when you miss your phone, how you find it. We will learn a lot here. For example, we will learn how to pick contact from the phone and many things we will learn it here. Then how to publish application in the store. Then we will learn how to build a Twitter app just using PHP web service and MySQL. So what I want to tell you here, you don't have to ask for a specific topic. You don't have to ask how to move from one activity to other. you in the first project you just learn the basic, but the second project we need to move from one activity to another. You will see how we do it, like in zoo app, how to move from one activity to another. So the idea of this course is a project based. You learn a project, complete a project, how to build it. In addition to learn how to build complete a project, you will learn many topics inside that project. So the student could get two benefits. One of them, learn how to design a project, how big a project could be built step by step. In addition to that, he will learn how different topics in every project. So just follow step by step and you should be a great Kotlin Android developer. So what are you waiting for? Let's get started. Let me start first install JDK. So what does mean JDK? Whenever you want to work with Java, you have to install JDK in your computer, because JDK have all the libraries that will be using by your Java app. So to get started with JDK, just open Google and look for JDK. Whatever your operating system be, make sure you be in this website and click on this one. Here you go. If you see, I have different things here. What I'm interested in is Java JDK, so just click on JDK. Whatever your operating system is, just select accept and select your operating system. Which one of them? For example, I am here in Windows. This operating system, I just download this one. If you are in Mac OS, download this one. Linux, download any other of these. So I click here and I will download it, and I will wait for some time. Here we go. Here is it, my file. If I go to open, I will see the file or the installation file that I could use it in my for JDK. So yes, here is it. To get started, I just double click and install it. Even if you have different operating system, you will go through same process. Just install next. So just click. Then let me show you what you will do. Here we go. I will see this screen. I click next, then next. If you see this is, he say, okay, I will install Java in this path. C, file program Java JR8. Make sure from this path. So install it. Cool. By the end, you will see the screen. That's mean he done. You click close. To make sure the Java JDK is installed, make sure you go to the terminals. I will look for. Hey and welcome. The idea that we will use it to learn the fundamental of Kotlin will be IntelliJ. So to download IntelliJ, if you have whatever operating system you have, just go to Google and search for IntelliJ JetBrains. You will see it in the first result. Click on it, then you will see this website. Click download, then look for community and click download. It depends on your operating system, maybe Windows, Mac, or whatever. So anyway, you'll see it. I already downloaded to save my time. So I have it already here in my computer. So I just go to download to see the file. So here and download.
Then this is my JetBrains. So C. I just click on it to start and install it. He asked me for this message permission. I just agree because you want to use it. Just click next. Really easy process. Next, then next, then next, then wait it to complete it. Here we go. After a while, he will done. Just I click finish. Then he will install the IntelliJ IDE for me. So now, if I just go to my menu or whatever, whenever you install the IntelliJ, I have it here. Maybe in Mac, in any place, in Mac it will be an application, you just drag and drop it. So yeah, every operating system have the specific way installation, but only in Windows we may have a smaller problem and we may not. Here we go, I will select Dracula for now because I like this way of design. Then I click next features. I don't want to enable anything. If you want to enable anything, start enable. If you don't, just click start to start your IntelliJ. So yes, here we go. He showed me this screen. I just click create a new project to ask to create my first project. But for now, I will not create. I just make sure my ID working. If he doesn't show you this problem, you are totally okay. Go to next video. If you see this problem, it's totally okay. Just click here for any new and just look for the path for your JDK. I already now installed here in the C program files, then in Java folder, then the Java. This is my JDK. It depends when you save it. Just yes, I'm okay now. So now you could just select Kotlin and start your project. Okay, and yes, you're done. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about the program concept, or what we mean by a program. Program is basically you have a specific problem and you want to find solution for this problem. If you try to solve this problem by math, it will cost you time and money. Maybe you cannot solve this problem like basic math or paper or whatever. So what you will do, you say, okay, I will do problem solving. What we mean by problem solving, you think about this problem and try to find solution for it. And you will write your program for this problem. The program will be number of line of code. When this line get executed, it will solve the problem for you. And this is basically what we mean by program. So program is just certain steps. When it execute, it will solve a specific problem for the user. So now let we understand the main concept of programming. A program, one of the rule you have to know about it, the program will be executed step by step. That means if you have x equal 10, then you have x equal x plus 1, then you have a print x. So let we suppose this is basic program, whatever print mean. Don't care about it. So this is first step. This one will execute first. So the program will be run from here. So he will give value 10 for x. Then he will increase x by 1. So now here x equal 11, while before x equal 10. So what we mean x equal x plus 1? That means x, the new x will be old x, which is 10, added to 1, which is 11. Then you print the value of x in the screen. Basically, what I want to show you from this video, you have to know the program will be executed step by step. So he'll execute first step, then second step, then third step. So he never jumped to third step whenever you run it. So when you click run, the program will be run step by step. So try to understand this main concept of programming. Program will be executed step by step. And basically what we mean by program, or what we will do by a program, we have a specific problem and you want to find solution for this problem, we use a program. So let's go and do our first application. Hey again, let me start by writing our first application in Kotlin. So to get started, I will click here to create a new project. Then from here I select this one, Kotlin Java, from Java, Kotlin Java, and I click next. Here I will name my project name. Let me name it Kotlin Udemy Demo. Okay. So this is my place for where my project live. Then I click finish. It will take some time until he will create all the project for me. So waiting for it until everything gets ready. So this is my development environment. Any files I want to add it, I will add it inside src. So just click right, and I want to add my first Kotlin file. So select Kotlin file and name it first app. Okay, click OK. He will create this file for me. If you see, just he create file for me, and this file have this line of code. I just click Ctrl, I delete it and don't have anything. So now if I just click right to run my application could not run because I don't have any starting point for my application to get run from. So I have to define my start point. So to define a start point, I will write function, like I name it fun, I name it main. This is function already shipped with the Kotlin file. So if you see any file, name it .kt. This is the function. We'll name it main function. Will be fire automatically whenever anyone want to run this file. I write rx, then colon, then I will write array in this way, then open a bracket, string. Make sure to type the same thing that I typed here, because I don't want you to understand what's going on here. I will teach you everything in details later on. So then open a bracket, close it. So make sure you write fun, main, open a bracket, args, double colon, array, then close the bracket, this thing, then open a bracket, close it. All your code goes here. So all code, your code, any code you will want to run, it will goes between these two brackets. Why? Because now if I just click right, see he defined a starting point. You now understand from where you have to start. When I click run, he will directly go to this function and he will start running the content of this function step by step. What this argument mean? This is input argument to this function to get run. You don't need to know about details of this argument. We will discuss in details. Now just think about, you have just you have this thing and you don't know the details. You just know what you want to add any code. When you want to add a code, you have to be here. So think about, you want to print something. To print something on the output in Kotlin, you just write print, then you open a bracket, then you add whatever you want to print. If you want to print string, you just add double colon. For example, you want to write welcome to Kotlin. Okay. Now you want to run this code, just you click right and you click run. He will take some time until he will build your application, then he will run it. I know here in Kotlin he will take some time for compiling and passing information, but I know they will fix it later on, because for now it would take some time until he would able to run his first application. So yes, looking here, while I'm waiting how the application will run, first of all he will go to this line of code, then he will just start execute the content line by line. Now he have only one line, only this code, so he just print welcome to Kotlin, then he will done. So waiting some time until you see he compiled everything in the output. He just compiled the things for you and he converted first up to class C++. So now you will see the output here. If you see whatever I highlight here, I wrote welcome to Kotlin, he printed the output screen welcome to Kotlin. If you want to print another thing, like another print statement, let me suppose here you have another print statement. So you save a print, you write hi Hussein. Okay, but now what's going on? If I just click run, he will recompile everything. He will take Kotlin, convert it to Java, then he build it. So it's not converting to Java, I just converted to executable. As you saw in the output file, he just convert this file to the executable file. So now what he will do, he will start running step by step. First he will go to main function, then he will find this line of code, he will run it, then he will go next to the second line of code, he will run it, and he will done. So first he print hi Hussein, then he print welcome to Kotlin. If I just double click here to add this one, breakpoint, then click right and select debug. Why breakpoint and debug? So because I want to show you how the application will run step by step. You will see a lot debugging later on. The idea of debugging, it allow me to show you how the application will get executed step by step. So this is really interesting part for you to understand from this lecture. Like how the application runs step by step. So if you see here, he just stop on this line. See output, I don't have anything. If I want to go see how this code runs, so when this code run, he will put on the screen hi Hussein. If you see, he print hi Hussein. Then if I just click run again, he just bring welcome to Kotlin. If you see how the application runs step by step, this line, then this line. This important part you have to take out from this session. So the application get run step by step. So just stop it. What about if I want to add Hussein in line and welcome to Kotlin in line? Just add /n, print ln. That means he will print this one in line, then print this one in a new line. Now if you just rerun it, he will print hi Hussein in one line, then he print welcome to Kotlin in other line, because the print line, that means hey, take this content and print it on the specific line on the screen. Then you have another print line, that means hey, take this content also and print another line. So hey, print line, that means take this one, print it on the line. Then you have another print line, hey, take this one and print another line. Also, you could use the old fashioned, like just a print, because print just printing, and you just add here the word /n. That you'll see it too much later on. /n is equal to new line, that means he print this thing, he goes a new line in the screen, then he go print the second one. So this is important part. So just rerun it again. You will see how he will debug it, and how you still have same result. So a print don't have to have only string inside it. You could print anything, like see, you still have same result. So as I told you, print doesn't have to have only string. You could have print number, like print 3. You could see now 3 on the output, because this is just print statement. You could print string, integer, float, whatever. So just what you have to take out from this session, the application runs step by step. See, this is the 3. The application executes step by step. And also you have main function for application to get started. Here we done, and thank you for watching, and see you next.
Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about variable and what we mean by variable in programming. So let me first talk about variable in math. So think about in math you have 3 plus 5, whatever equal. Okay? Then you want to add 2 to it. So you'll say 3 plus 5 plus 2. Then you want to subtract 3 from it. So you say 3 plus 5 minus 3. Which is, you did 2 process on this number. You first added 2 to it, then you subtract 3. Now think about, you want to do same this 3 steps on different 2 numbers. What you will do, you say okay, let's suppose between 6 and 8, you say okay, instead of 3 I will say 6, instead of 5 I will say 8, instead of 3 6, instead 5 8, and instead 3 6, and instead 5 8. Now how many change we did? We did 6 change to make our program working on the problem. So think about, you represent the 3 and 5 by variable. Let you suppose x equal 3, and let you suppose y equal 5. Okay? Then you say okay, this step will be x plus y plus 2. Then here you say x plus y minus 3. Okay, let's suppose this is another solution that we have it, and this was the first one. Now let we try to do process changing 3 to 5 to 6 to 8. What you will do, instead this one you will say 6, instead this one you will say 8, and all these will keep it. So labeling data with variable will help a lot in updates. So see here I did 2 updates to make this code working on another problem, while here I did 6 updates, so which is too much. For that reason we want to talk about variable. So what we mean by variable in programming? Variable is something hold data temporary in memory. So when you write any program, you have to think about how this program working. So let's suppose this is a memory. I know my font is not good. You know in computer every memory location have a number. Let's suppose whatever this number, and have value, and every one have number and value, or location ID, or whatever you want to name it, and value. So let's suppose this one be location,
and this one value. So if you say x equal 3 in programming, what will happen? He will basically go to the memory in any location. He will define, for example, this one x, and he will add 3 in it. So whenever you want to do, for example, another process, you say, okay, I want to subtract 3 from x. You say x minus 3. What he will do, he say, hey, he talking about x. Let me look in the memory for x. So he will go to the memory and look for x. He say, hey, yes, this is x, and this is the value for x. He will take his 3, so he'll say 3 minus 3 equals 0. So basically, the idea of variables is something hold data in memory when you want to do it, when you want to work with it, or we want to process this data or whatever. You will use the variables in any program you will write it, because we need to save data in memory. We need to use this data. And yes, this is basically what we mean by variables.
Hey again, one of fundamental concept you have to learn when you learn any programming language is the variables. Variables is used in any programming language to hold the data in memory for a specific time. So let me create a new file here, and I name it Kotlin. Let me name this file variables, like, because I need to define the variables or data type, if you want, data types, whatever, same, both of them same. So this file is really empty. Make sure you don't have anything in it. So also we still need to use this function main. So instead of rewriting it, make sure to just copy it and use it. This is my main function. I have to write any code inside it. So just copy and paste it and reuse it. So think about the memory. How you think the memory of the any device will be? If you think about it, this is the memory, and every memory have location and have value. So think about this memory, the location 100 have whatever you save the value on it, and continue 101, 102, 103, and whatever. So in the variables, if you say, hey, I have variables, name it x, have a 10. If you just define it here, you say, hey, I have variable. So to define variable in Kotlin, just say var x equal 10. That is mean you have variable labeled x have value of 10. Basically, what Kotlin will do, will just go to the memory, define memory, name it x, and add value 10 in it. Okay? If you want to define another variable, which is, for example, y, and you want to add 12, he do it in this way. So you need to define new variable, variable y, you give it 12. So the idea how the variable defined in Kotlin, you just write variable, then name, whatever name you want to give the variable, then equal the value. So this is not only the basic definition type. There is many ways to define the variables. So let me start the first and basic one. So basic one, you want to define variable string. You just say variable for name. You say name equal, you give it a value, double quotation, for example, Hussein. The Kotlin will already understand you mean here, or this variable is string. From the value, he will detect the data type of the variable is string. You could tell Kotlin this is string by adding double colon, then you write string in this way. That means you tell Kotlin, hey, this variable have to have string. Now if someone want to add integer in it, he cannot add. Why? Because you say, hey, this variable is string. You could do that, but also you could remove this one and he will already detect this variable as string. You want to define integer. Let you think about the integer. You say variable for age. You could say equal 28, or you could say, hey, this is integer. You ant, you add double colon ant. So he will understand, hey, he will understand this variable age should be integer. And also if you add semicolon here, you say string, he will understand this one is string. As I told you, you could add the data type and you could remove the data type. When you have to add the data type, if you want to define variable, then later on you want to give it value. For example, you want here to define variable for the department, dip, okay? And here in this step, you didn't give it any value, so you give it string. okay, but it doesn't have any value. So later on you say, hey, no, I want in this step, I want to give the department specific value. Let me suppose software engineering. Okay, in this case Kotlin say, hey, I define the variable, then I give it value, but make sure you add this thing, this sign after the variable. When you add this sign after the variable, Kotlin will understand this variable is accepting now value. That's mean maybe some person will give it a value later on, or maybe people will not give it anything. If people didn't give it anything, by default you give this variable null. If you don't give it anything, you will take that value. So now you see I define three variables. First one is name, second one is age, third one is department. This one is not necessary to have data type because he directly assigned it. This one not necessary to have data type because also directly assigned it. This one have to have data type because we did not directly assign it, we assigned it in the next step. Now let me just print something for you, print all this information. So I say print, if it's better say print line, okay, then you open a bracket, you say name, then colon, this is string, then you say plus name. So what you have to now here we are doing concatenate. That means I'm doing this string, name it name semicolon, I concatenate with this variable. That means he will take this variable value and add it here, which is Hussein. So he will print name semicolon Hussein. So rerun it. Let me see what he will do. So just make sure from this one. So because what we will do is in the variable, we're just labeling the data. We are not like this name is label. So see name Hussein. From where he bring name Hussein? Here he have a string name it name. If you anything between double quotation is string, like this one Hussein is string. So this is string. You concatenate it with another string. So you say plus name. So that means he will take the value here. What have it Hussein? So he'll say name Hussein. If you want to print line another, say hey print line for the age also. Then you concatenate it with the age value, and you could do same thing for the department also. Print line for department, then you give it value debit. So what do you think now? Now if you I just rerun it from here and see. So you see now how many steps I have in the code. I have 6 steps in the code. First I define variable, not 6, 7 variable, then printing the value of the variable. So name Hussein, age 28, department software engineering. How this application run? Let me just add a breakpoint here and click right and select debug. So by selecting debugs, you could see how the application will get run step by step. So wait for a second and let me see what is going on. So see here first he be in this step name, he doesn't have anything in the data type. If you just click next, you will see here in the debugger he defined variable name it name and have value Hussein. See variable, but now he until now he did not define the name or the variable name it age. If you just click next, he execute the age and he give it value 28. If you see he didn't pass on this point, he passed it, but because he doesn't have anything to run, he just defined the variable and he went. If you see department is defined and doesn't have any value, he say debugger info may be corrupted because maybe you have error, maybe this one is not signed. So now I have name, age, both of them have value. Department something defined but don't have anything. Now when this step will run, which is department assignment, that's mean he give in the department value software engineering. Just click run, he printed. Then if you go to the screen, we'll see name Hussein. Then if you click next, he print the age, and next he print the department. So this is basically how we do the debugging and how we run the application step by step. So you have to know this is only not only the data type we have, there is many different data type we could use it. Like if you just say variable t whatever you need, there is different data type. We say we have integer and we have a string and we have a float also. So there is many float, and float last mean when you define variable t float like pi you define it as a float, so you give it value, for example 3.4, so this is float something. I think you have to add f after it because that's mean this one float. You have also double other data type is just 3.4, for example, string whatever. So this is all the way of define the variables. And yes, here we done. Thank you for watching. See you next. Hey again, I want to talk in this video about the difference between var and val. So when I define anything as a var, I add word var before it, like name here. That means this name I could read and write to it. So after I define it, I give it a value. Then I could go to next step, like in this line, and say, hey, Hussein will be equal, the name will be equal Hussein Ahmed. That means I did update to this variable. When you see the word var, that means this thing could be read and write. You could read and write to it. So first of all, see here, I define it, I give it initial value. After I give it initial value, I did update to that value. But what if you want to do the variable for read only? If you want to do it for read only, you just say val. Val means this variable could be read only. You cannot update it. So that means you could do it for first time only. After you define it, you give it value, then you could read the value only. You cannot update it. So see, he say, hey, she give you error here. He's saying, hey, you cannot update this one because this one is read only. So it is better if you look through this example. All these variables are age. Did you update it here in the code? No. So why you use it var? Use val. Also this one, department. Did you update it here? No. So I use var. Use val. Also pi, use val. So make sure when you have a variable, after you define it, you give it a value, then you want to update that value or define it as a var. If you think this variable the value for this variable will never change, define it as a val. Here we done. Thank you for watching and see you next. Hey again. What I want to talk in this video, I want to talk about input data. If you see in the previous video, we just give the variable data directory like name, age, department, and the pi. Now if you run it, he always give you this output. Name Hussein, age 28, department software engineering. He will never change it. But wait, what if I want to change this value? What I have to do? So I have to do something scanning from the input. So someone enter information, enter name from here, from the input. So let me talk about the input. So let me just create a new file and name it inputs, okay, and click OK. I will copy all the data information I have in the data file, this one data type, and paste it here, and let me just close other files that I'm no longer use them. So now what I want to do, I want to allow to the user to enter the name from the screen. So what if it will do that, just I write next line. So next line, when I write just next line, or sorry, read line, not next line, read line, he will totally understand this function in Kotlin. That's mean, hey, read whatever the user input here. So now if you just run it, you will see something totally different. You will not see any output. He will be in these steps and he will not pass unless you enter the name. So let me see what we mean by that. So now you will see the screen is empty, doesn't have anything. I don't know why this one. So wait, see, he doesn't have anything. You just see have this one waiting you for entering anything. So let me give it Jenna. I just writing Jenna, enter. See, he give me name Jenna, age 28, whatever. If you just rerun it again. So and wait for the output and push. I say wait, some classes have some changes. Maybe reload now. Hey, don't show this message in the future. So let me give it Leia input. So I say name Leia, age 28. So what's happened here? If I just add her debugger and I click right and run step by step, so you will understand what is going on. You would see when he gets this line, when the application will run, he will stop on this line. He will ask user to input information. So when the user here enter information, let me suppose I enter Jenna, okay, he just input the information. The way I just add this one in wrong place, I have to add it. Let's suppose add it here and just wait. Sorry, add it again here. Just click right, select debug. Make sure you select debug. So here we go. If you see, when I select debug, he just stop on this line. He doesn't have anything. Now if I just click run, now he waits. See, he doesn't move to any step. He wait me to enter information. He is in this line now. Let me enter runner. Click enter, he just go to the next line. So he just read from the input, he read the word runner and he added in this variable. Now the name have runner, age have already 28, that variable defined, and he could print the information for you. So this is basically how you read string from the screen. Really easy, just read. But it's better to make it more professional, like here asking user, showing him some message like print line. You ask him, hey, enter name, okay, so he will understand. It's better to use a print, not a print line, so he could add it near it. So now just click run, he will see word print. He ask him to enter name, so he will understand, hey, I know I need to enter my name. So wait for a second and see what is going on. So now on the screen he will ask him to enter his name. See, he's asking enter your name. See, enter name. Let me suppose Ahmad, whatever, all this name. Enter, he say your name, your age, whatever, software engineering. So did you see the message, how it's benefit? Print. What the difference between a print and a print line? If I just print line, he will not allow you to write beside the name. So now you see here we write the beside the message. But if we say print line, he will ask us to enter information in a new line, which is, I don't think we prefer it. Like we don't prefer to see. See, he just allow us to enter information next line, not beside the variable. Okay, so yes, so basically print is better. Let me do same process for the age. So if I just go here, add same thing for age, enter age. I do same thing for department. I say enter department. Okay, but wait, department is string. I could do this way. Also read line. Okay, because read line reading string from the screen. And also age, if I say read line, it will not work with the age, because age now I didn't define anything. He considered the age as he will not have any problem for this thing, because read line he will return string. When he will add the string instead of variable age, he will consider age as a string. He will not consider it as an integer. So to make sure age should be integer, you say, hey, semicolon integer. That means any data coming here should be integer. But see, he give you error, because read line he will read whatever line inputted here. He will read as a string. Even you enter 28, he will consider it as a string. So you need to change it. What you need to change it to integer. Okay. But change it to integer, just say dot to integer, and you should be okay. But maybe you have problem, and maybe you will be okay. But I believe you will be okay if you just say read line, then I think it doesn't work. So for some reason you cannot do this. You say, hey, nullable inserted, you have to add this thing, because this means we are expecting input null. So now he say, hey, the input data is string, please convert it to integer and add it in this variable, because this variable expect data as integer. He will not accept string. Now you have to do the same thing here in the py. So if I just say read line, okay, read line will expect double here. So I have to say, hey, to double, okay. But this one also not accepted, because you need to add double of these, because hey, I will change the input value to be able to read it. So same thing, it's better to take this one up in the variable place, okay, after the department definition, and also make sure a print message ask user to input the py, okay, and also make sure to print the py just to show you. Print py and py here. So did you see when I want to read name, name because string, that's okay to read next line. When I want to read age is integer, I need to convert it to integer, convert the line to integer. When I want to read double, I want to convert the line to double. When I want to again read string, that's okay, just read it because I don't have any problem. Now if I just run it, the application will be really amazing, because now every time I could input different information, I could see different output. So running it and wait for some time until we will see how to work with this variable. So enter name, let me suppose I have name Jenna, enter age 2 year, enter department software engineering, he say enter pi, let me suppose 3.14, and he give us all the information, name Jenna, age 2, department, pi, this value. If you just rerun it again, whatever new information you give it, he will give you a new value. So, and that's exactly what I want. So let me suppose Leia have 1 year, and department is EN, and the pi is 2.11, whatever. So Leia 1 year, the department 11. So did you see how we was able to initialize the variables, and how we was able to read from the screen and do all what we want? So just to be more professional, this is better to say, hey, print line out, just add star output, whatever, just to show it like more professional way, so you will understand the output from the input. You just spread them. So now if you let me input information for myself, so you will understand everything. So make sure whenever you want to read data from the screen, just use read line. If the data is string, just use read line as you see it here. If the data expect to be integer, make sure say to integer. If double, to double, whatever. So I have name Hussein, I have age 28, I have department software engineering, I have pi 3.14, and see he give me output, and he print all these output for me. So the good thing you have to know in this lecture also, the application get executed line by line. He first when this line, then this. He continues step by step, asking input, moving next, asking input, moving next. If you want just to keep track, so just add a breakpoint, debug. I encourage you always to use a breakpoint in this time, because they help you a lot to understand how program flow, how to execute the program step by step, and it is really amazing for you as a beginner. So yes, see, he stop in this line, he don't have anything, just click here, he asks screen input enter name, I say Hussein, enter. If you see here now, hopefully I just click next, so he will be able to see here, see the variable name is defined. Now I want to run that, enter age, then let me suppose age 28, click enter, then next. If you see here, I have age defined now. If I next say department software engineering, click enter, doing a bit here, you say enter department, what he said, and until now I think he did not run this code unless you just click this one. If you see department software engineering, now I have it. Yes, enter pi, just ask pi 3.14, click run, enter. If you see here define, see now I have 4 variables, name, age, department, all these are saved in the memory. So what this means, that means this variable lives now in memory, because we said, hey, when we define variable, the variables will lives in memory. So now you have output, so he will start printing them. He have them in memory already, 4 of these variable name. So when you ask him to print the name, he will understand what he will print. He print Hussein. When you will ask him to print age, he will go to memory, look for age, and print age. When he go to the pi, he go to the memory, read pi, and print it. When he go to the next, everything, and he done. So this is basically what I want to teach you in this video. Here we done, and thank you for watching, and see you next. Hey again. Adding comments in your code is a really important habit you have to learn when you write code, because the code you wrote it today, I'm sure after 1 month yourself cannot read it, but what if someone else will want to read it? If you cannot read it, what about other people? So adding comments in your code is a really important habit. You have to learn it from now. So always, to get started, I just will get a new file and I will name it comments. Okay. What I will do, I will just copy this code. I have it from the inputs and I move it here. So see, comments. Comments, what do you mean by comments? Comment, to add comments, you just add double slash, then you add your comment. So this main function. Any line of code have double slash before it. That means this line will not execute it. So now here you want to add comment, enter user name. It's just comment for people to read it, to read your code. So for example here, a print output. If you want to write on more than one line, just use slash star, then you go down, you close the slash. So you just open slash star, then slash star, print output to allow users to see the variables values. Okay, so this is basically like how to print in multi-line. So how did you see how the comment is important? But one thing you have to know, as I told you, if you just add debugging here, the debugger will never stop on this line, because any line have double slash or single slash star, single slash end star, he will not consider it as a line. Just let me just use debug, he will consider as a comment. So whenever you have comment, he will not run that line. He will just go directly to the next step. So make sure to add comments as much as you could in your code. So see, he will not consider this is line, so he cannot consider as a breakpoint. Now if I also add breakpoint here, so because I want to be able, now just let me run debug it again. I know it's just some crazy steps that I did it now because I'm adding a breakpoint, then move next, then whatever, Hussein, age, whatever, SE. See, when he be in this step, that's good. He get reading pi from the input screen, asking user to input data pi to 2.4. He be in this step. See, just directly passed from this one to this one. He never execute this code. So any line have a slash slash or slash star, then slash star if there is multi-line, will never get executed. But make sure to include this comment a lot in your code to make your code readable by other people. Here we done. Thank you for watching and see you next.
Hey and welcome. Let me talk in this video about null safety, which is one of most important features that added to Kotlin. So to get started, I will get a new file, and this file I will name it null safety. Okay. So let me show you what I mean by null safety by creating a new function, which is main function, have arrays as input, which is part from array of string. Okay, and open a bracket, close it. So this main function. When I define variable, and this variable is supposed name, it is name, and this name I say, hey, name is string. Okay, when I go to the next step, I say name equal Hussein, and I print this name by saying, hey, print name in this way. So what I mean by that, I mean, hey, defining variable, giving it specific data type, which is string, and then assign value to that variable, then print that value. This is normal process that you already learned. So what if this variable maybe have a null value? So now, if I just give this variable null value, it will not work. Why? Because when you define a variable in Kotlin and you didn't say this could have a null value, he will reject it. You say, hey, you cannot add null on this variable. This variable have to have real value, and this is important thing. So when you said, okay, this variable maybe have a null value, you add this colon after it. So when you add this one after it, or this question mark, you mean, okay, this variable could have null. So now when you print it, you would see null in the output, or you could see null,
the output without any problem, or you could also give it a value. So adding this question mark, you say, hey, this variable could have value and could have null. But in specific case, I want to make sure this variable have a value. And if it doesn't have value, I have to throw in through. Hey again, convert from one data type to another is one of important point you have to learn it because you will use it a lot. As you see in the previous video, we convert string to integer. So you have to learn how to convert in specific cases. So let me just create a new class and I name this class convert data type. Okay, and this class have function which is main function, and this main function take arguments which is array of whatever, I would suppose array of string, and doesn't have any input. So here is it. So suppose I define first variable which is number 1, and I suppose this variable number 1 will be integer, so I give it value 10. Okay, and also I have next variable which is n2, also I would suppose integer, but I didn't initialize it yet. Also I have another variable which is n2, but as string I suppose will be equal 12. Is this 12? No, this is not 12, because if I say is this one integer, he will give me error. This is not integer because this is string, because between double quotation, so this is string. So now wait, I want to take this value and add it inside this value. Now I have n2, I want to add n2 string inside it. So this one will not work. Why? Because you cannot add string inside integer. This is data different from this data type. They will not work. So when you add data type, other data types, they have to be in the same model. Like if I have integer, I could now add 2 in 1. So I could say n1 equal n2. That's totally okay. That's mean take 10 and add it in the n2. That's mean n1 and n2, both of them is 10. But I cannot say n2 string, because this one is string. I cannot add string inside integer. This string, this integer. So first thing you have to make sure, if you want to add data type to another data type, they have to be in same. Like if they have to be both integer, both character, both string. But wait, could I add now? Yes, I could. That's mean, okay, if this string, but this is variable, I want to convert it. Just I say dot to, then I select integer. That's mean, hey, take this variable which is string, convert it to integer and add it here. Now if you just print That's totally fine. You could work. I could print n2 in this way. n2, n1 plus n1, and also I could do same thing, print line, print ln n2 plus n2. Make sure print line. So that's totally fine. They will work without any problem. Why? Because I convert the data type here from string to integer. So any object you have it, if it's string, if it's character, if it's double, if it's whatever, to have different type of conversion. You could convert it to integer, you could convert it to double, you could convert it to the whatever. So think about it. You want to convert also this string, you now here convert it to the integer, and you add it inside integer variable. So what if you want also to convert it to another data type? See, both of them is working, both of them is integer. See, 12 now is changed to integer. Now wait, what if you have another variable which is into float? Okay, float, that means point. So float, if float, and should be float, the data type for it, and does not have any value. So into float cannot have the value of n2 string. Why? Because n2 string is string. To convert it to float, just say to float, and that mean take the string, convert it to float, add it in this variable, and boom, you done. So you could also copy this line, paste it, do same thing here, n2 float, n2 float. So you could convert string to float. Not only you could convert string to integer or string to float, also any other variable. Like for example, this one is integer. Yes, if you just click .2, you will see too many conversion. You could convert integer to string. If you see here, you could convert it to the long, you could convert it float, double, whatever data type you want to convert it, you could convert it. Now, you understand basically this sum variable. So wait, let me give you a quick note that help you on the homework. If I suppose I have variable, and this variable should be x pi, okay? X pi should be double, okay? And have 3.14, okay? Now if you just print it, he will give you print line, he will give you, you say pi, for sure, you print x pi, whatever, he will give you x pi, the value of x pi, which is 3.14. Now think about it, you have another variable, like init pi, you just define it in this way. And this one should be integer, okay? And you want to add this one, which is a float, inside it. You cannot do it because this one double and this one integer, so you need to convert double to integer. So what the value that you will expect it to be in the print line for the init, for this one, the value you expect it to be here. Okay, now let me see and check. Now here I have a double and I convert double to integer. That means the double should be 3.14, but the integer should be only 3. So he will take only the integer part. Let me see, did we success to have only the integer part in this variable because we converted to the integer? Yes, see, I have 314. For the integer I have only 3. He just, because this is double and this is integer, so he ignored this part. Also, you could convert any variable you wanted to string. Think about you want to convert this one, which is integer, to string. Just say to string. That's totally fine. You just, yeah, you could convert it. Also, which is this one, the data for it, integer, you can convert it to string. Now think about this one, float. Just say float to string. You could convert it. That's totally fine. Yes, this is basically how to convert from a data type another. And here we're done. Thank you for watching and see you next. Hey again, I want to talk in this video about priorities. So to get started, let me get a new file, and this file I will name it priorities or operations. Okay. Make sure this file have the func main method, which is main rx. I know I repeat this code a lot, but we have to repeat it because this is our entry point. Okay. So think about you have two variables and you want to do math calculator. So let me suppose this one is, this app is you do it in this way. Math calculator. Okay, so what do you think about math calculator you need? For math calculator you need to have integer, which is first variable, number one, and this number one, let us suppose should be integer, and for now I give it value directory 10, and I have another variable which is number 2, and I also give it integer. Let me give it a 20. This is 2 variable. Now let me suppose I have the sum operation, which should be also integer. Okay, and I don't know what the value for it, but I would say sum equal n1 plus n2. Okay, then you say print, you say sum, then you print the sum here, which is my sum. Okay, this is very, very basic application. If you look through it, just you define first variable, second variable, you define third variable for sum, you say sum equal number one plus number two. This is math operation. In the math you could do addition, you could do subtraction, you could do multiplication, you could do division, whatever. Because I want to add, so I say plus, so I add 2 variable, variable 1, variable 2 added in the sum. So if you just run the app, you will see the result. He will add 10 plus 20 and he will print on the screen 30. So this is very, very basic math operation. We could do it. So make sure you could, any math operation you do it in your life with a math, you could use it here, like addition, subtraction, multiplication, division. If you see 13 here, so let me just make it like more advanced by saying here I want to read next line. Which is next line? I just, you know what? I forget the inputs. What was the input we used? Read line, not next line. Sorry, should be read line. Okay, read line, but I want here to be integer, so I say 2 integer. I do same thing for this one. Read line. Let me just make it like little bit advanced math. 2 integer. This is 2 string. 2 integer. Let's me convert them then. But mostly we don't do calculator with integer. Should be float mostly. Is that right? Because when you do math, you do 2 floats because most the input should be floats. You don't expect input should be integer. So make sure you change everything to float now, because to make my calculator like more flexible. Now let me just run, before run it, ask her to enter the number one. So I print, enter n1. You could say print or print line. Then here he enter n1. Also make sure here you ask him to enter n2. So to make it like professional calculator. Rerun it again. So now hopefully we will be able to run our very, very basic calculator which do simple addition operation. So yes, this is basically what I want to show, the basic thing. So enter number one, let me say 10, enter number two, 40, should be 15 the sum, should say sum is 15. So now if I just run it again, I say hey, I want to do different process now. I want to add 19.5 with 12.1. You have to say 111.6. See how the math operation. So to make it also more advanced, just say hey print, just show him message, say hey, this is the math calculator. So math calculator. So and make sure print line. To make it like, you have to use always this thing to make your code more professional, like people would understand what this code mean. I also do this. So rerun it again. Hopefully now we have it in the, like we have the or very basic math operation. Did you see how we read, how we convert, how we make, or how we just develop our calculator to be like more professional? Now if someone run application, he understand this is math calculator, he understand he have to enter number one, which is 1.1, and number two, which is 0.3, whatever, and he give him 1.4. See, so this is very, very basic process, like how you do math operation for adding, subtraction, multiplication. So what about if you want to change it to to multiplication. You just say, hey, this one should be multiplied by this one, and you're done. This application converted to multiplication. And when you run it now, you will do multiplication of two number, not additions, two number. So this one should not be sum, should be multiplication. But still the data same. We don't care about this, is just labeling, but we just changed multiplication. That means if I just enter 10 and I enter 5, so should be 50 the result. See, 50, 10 by 5 is 50, because here he do multiplication. So yes, this is very, very basic calculator. You could do it, but we have to learn more in next upcoming videos. And so here we done, and see you next. Hey again, in this video we will talk about the priorities. So let me just create a new file, and I name it priorities. Hopefully I wrote it correctly. Hopefully I have a main function. So think about, you have integer. Sorry, always I write integer. I'm coming from Java background, so sorry. I just variable var number 1 should be integer and have value 10, and also have variable number 2 also integer. I have 12, and I have variable number 3 should be also integer, should be 5. So just let me just format the code. Make sure this one is called this way, this one is just formatted. So variable 1, number 2, number 3. Think about, you have variable, another variable for sum, okay? And the sum should be also integer. And now you say sum equal, okay, you say number 1 plus number 2 multiplied by number 3 minus 3. What you expect, what you believe, you say, okay, I want to add first two numbers, like 10 plus 12, then I multiply both of them by 3 and 3, then minus 5. Then you say print sum. You could do two ways for printing. You could say plus sum, or also you could take this one and you could add it here by adding $sign before it and sum, and still same result give you. Yeah, this is that type and this one type, they still give you same result. So just if you have a string and you want to display variable inside the string, you just add this sign before it and you could display. So now if you run it, you expect have 10 plus 12, which is 22, multiplied by 5. This means just 10 by 10, so it will be, or 10 by 5, so just number clear, so it will be 15, not 5, 10 by 10. So you expect you have 10 added to 10, that's mean 20, multiplied by 5, which is 5 by 2, which is 100. Then you have minus 3. You believe you will get 97. So let me see. Will we get 97, or there will be different result? And if we have a different, how we will fix this thing? So yes, let me run it and see is the result coming correctly, and if not, why? So waiting thing for a second. He gave me a result 57. Hey, he should be 90. He should be 97, not 57. So why this problem happen? This is important part when you learn programming. When you learn the program, you have to know this rules. So I will add you this rule here. So operations rules, or you could name it priorities rules, or you could name it priorities rules. This is rules. You have to learn it. The one who have a high priority, the open and close bracket. The second high priority will be the power. Okay, the power rule should be written this way. The third high priority should be multiplication or division, and division like when you divide something. The fourth high priority should be sum and multiplication, or sum or subtraction. And the 5 high priority should be 4 high or be equal. This one you could just add semicolon between them so you would understand them. This rule, keep it in your mind. The highest priority is open and close bracket, next highest power, next multiplication and division, next plus and minus. So now, okay, what I will get from these rules. So let me just show you a second. So looking at this rule, the operation in the programming is running in this way. He will come if we have number 1 plus number 2, this one 2, multiply by number 3, and all of them minus 3. The program will come in this way. He come from left to right. He will compare first two operation, addition and multiplication. He see multiplication have high, according this one, is the addition have higher priority than multiplication? No, multiplication have higher priority. That's mean multiplication will run first. So he will run the multiplication of these two first. That's mean he will multiply 10 by 5, which is 15. Is that right? Then he return for us number 1, which is 10, and he will return for us 3 minus 3. Now he will also run same process. He compare two operation, plus and minus. Which one is highest priority? If you see they are same priority, if the both variables have same priority, he will run from left to right. That means he will run these first. So 10 plus 50 will be 60, minus 3 should be 57. Now wait, how I fix this problem? I want my code to run this process first, then multiply them by number, then subtract them. So just add them between a bracket and your problem will be fixed. You say, okay, I would add them between a bracket. Because the bracket here have high priority, that means the first thing run will be anything between a bracket. So first of all, he will add these two number, then he multiplied by this number, then he subtracted from that number. So this is very, very basic process you have to learn. Now let me see, is the result correct? The result have to be correct because now we have a bracket have to solve our problem. So yes, always remember you have priorities, and the one who have high priority will run first, and all the operation will run from left to right. You compare two process, two operation. Now 97. So think about it now. What if just you have this one and you have here division? What do you think we will have? Now he come from left to right. He will see he have division and he have multiplication. Both of them have same priority, so the one on the left will run first because same priority. So that means he will divide number 1 by number 2. Then he have next two process, multiplication, subtraction. Which one have higher priority? Multiplication. That means he multiply all these results, then he subtract them from this one. This is another process. So there is many exercises. Just try to do it by yourself, like how you add bracket, why we have to bracket. It's exactly same as math. It's like if you have number 1 plus number 2 and both of them over number 3, how you do that? If you have number 1 plus number 2 over number 3, did you do it in this way without a bracket? If you do it without bracket, what will happen? First of all, you compare two operation, this one and this one. The one have higher priority is division higher than add and multiply, add or subtract. So he will divide n2 by n3, then he add the result to n1, which will give you bad result. So it's better to add these between two brackets if you want to do the division. So yes, this is all basic process. You could do it with math operations. So hopefully you understand the details. So here we done. Thank you for watching. Try to do more exercise with operational priorities, and thank you. Hey again, I want to talk in this video about increment and decrement. So to get started, I just get a new file. I will name it Kotlin. I name it increment and decrement. Okay. I make sure to copy the priorities code, all the code I will copy it and add it here, and I remove the content. If you remember, we said we have these priorities, but we have to mention we have another priority which comes second, which is if we have a plus or minus minus that coming before the variable, before the variable. If the minus minus or plus plus coming before the variable will have the second highest priorities. What I mean by that, if I have a variable x equal 10, okay, and I have variable y equal 11, and I have variable z equal x plus y. That's mean I'm just doing x plus y. I don't have something unique. I say print line for z. This is some operation. But if I have plus plus before it, that's mean before the variable, that mean is exactly, if you have the word like plus plus x, it's equal to x is equal to x equal x plus 1. So this one is exactly same this one. If you see x plus plus x, that mean exactly same to x equal x plus 1, like you increase the value of x by 1. So what you believe this thing will do for you, because plus plus before the variable have highest priority, that means he will take the variable x, he will increase it by 1, which is 10, he will be 11, he will add 11 plus 11, which is 22. So because we add the plus plus before the variable, so whenever you see plus plus before the variable, that means he will increase the variable value, and this increase will affect on current steps. He will not affect on the next step. He will affect on the current step because they have highest priority. He will execute first. He will increase the variable first. So see, he just 22 because he added before the variable. Same thing if it's minus minus. Minus minus, exactly like if you see something like minus minus x is exactly equal to x equal x minus 1. So if x 10 will be 9. So now first process will happen because it have highest priority minus minus. He take 9, he will make it 10, he will make it 9. 9 plus 11 will be 20. So now if you just run it, he will give you a 20. So make sure from these things. So whenever you see plus plus minus minus in any operations, that's mean they will be first executed. That means you first increase the value of the variable, then you do your math operation. See 20. So when you see minus minus x, that means hey, go to value x, minus by 1. To show to you in a draw, if I see here minus x, and this value plus y, that means first thing you will take value of x, which is 10, you minus it by 1, which is 9 now, plus 11. 9 plus 11 should be 20. So because they have high priority, plus plus minus minus have high priority from any operation, even from multiplication and power also. So what about other process? Now I just changed this one, should be 3, 4, 5, 6. There is another thing which is coming to 7. Here should be plus plus or minus minus, that coming after the variable. So if you have a plus plus or minus minus that come after the variable, that means they have lowest priority. They will execute, they will not affect on current step, they will affect on the next step. So what I mean by that, just go here and let's say suppose I have variable m equal x plus plus Hey again. I want to do in this video a simple app demo. This app is responsible to find your age. The idea of this app, you enter your date of birth and he will give you your age. So let me start think how to solve this problem and how we could solve any problem in programming. So let me just create a new class here and name it find my age. Okay? And first of all, you need to have the main function. So you say fun main rx should be array of string and should be that is. So whenever I want to solve any problem in programming, I have to think about problem solving. Problem solving contains three parts. First part of the problem, what you have input. Second part, how you process that input. Third part is your output. So what the input for our problem? We said we want to find person age. So the input should be the date of birth. So let me suppose I am printing message asking user to enter his date of birth. I say enter your DOB. Okay. Now I'm getting his date of birth. Says let me define variable for DOB, and I suppose the date of birth should be integer, and I will read it from the input. When I say read line, that means I'm reading from the input, and because the input is string read line, I need to convert it to integer. I say hey to init, so he will convert it to integer. You cannot do that. You have to have these two signs, so he will able to work with nullable value. So here I'm done from the part for input. So what the process? So process mean how I could find the person age from date of birth. How you could find the person age from the date of birth? For sure, really easy. If I said, hey, the age variable for age will be equal the current year minus the date of birth. Okay, current year 2017 minus person date of birth, which is DOB. Okay, so this line will easily find your age. If you are in 1919, he'll subtract this year from 1919. He will give you your age. Very easy and simple way. Then this is the process. Then what's the output? Say hey print, and you could say print line. Then your age is whatever you want to give him his age in year. So let's suppose you said give it this thing age, then you said years. When I said @ in the string, this $sign, that's mean now I'm adding variable inside the result. So you could do it in this way, or you could concatenate it in simple way. This one, that's mean I have this string and this string and this string. Or this is the basic way that you know it. You have string, concatenate with the age, concatenate with the string. Or you could use this way, but that's mean I want to inject this variable in this string. To inject variable in any string, you just say $sign, then you give it the variable name, so he would be able to read it. Now basically, if you run this app, he will able and really easy to find your age, because first of all, he will ask you to enter your date of birth, he subtract current year from your date of birth, then you say your age that time. So this is the straightforward way to solve the problem. But let me see, is it working? My date of birth, let's say 1990, he will say your age 27. That's great. If you rerun it again and you give it another date of birth, he will give you your age exactly. Like 2000, he will give you your age is 17 years. That's great. So now wait, what if someone want to use this application next year? He cannot use it. He have to go to the code and hard code this one and change it to 2018, which is not good. The best way, make the application reading the current year from the device. So I now have here my device have specific data time. So I make my application reading this data time. How I do that? Really easy. Just let me define variable for year, and this year getting the year, the calendar, my computer calendar or phone calendar. You just say calendar, and this way. Calendar dots. Then you say get instance. This is just function. Then you say get. That means, hey, go to my calendar that I have in the phone or in the computer and bring what he need to bring. He say calendar dot. You could bring anything. And now I want to bring the year. You could bring the month if you want. You could bring a month. You could bring the day, whatever. I want to bring the current year. So I would say I want to get current year. So now my code will be more flexible. So instead 2018 current year. So now if you rerun the application, he will work and give you the same result. But the good thing in this application, if you want to use it in next year, really easy. He could easily read the current year from the computer. So this is the function. You are not responsible of the implementation of this function. This function already implemented to give you the current year. You just give it input parameter, he give you current year. So let's suppose I give it 1990, you have to give me 27. So yes, this is how we solve any problem. So think about it well. You have input in any problem, you have to think what you have input, you have to think how to process that input, then how to give the output. Here we done, and see you next. Hey again. Debugging is one of most important things we have to learn when we are a beginner, or always even when we go to the advanced, still we need it. Because it allows us to track the values of the variables in memory and how they changes. We understand how to track or how to do debugging. Just add this thing in any place, just click right, click debug. You will start debugging your code to run step by step. So there's a difference between run and debug. Run, you just run the complete application. When you click debug, that's mean no, you want to run your application step by step. You see here debug, if you see this, I have different signs. When I click here, that's mean hey, just go to the next step. See, he just run it. If you see, he run the code and he show you enter the database. But when I click this one, he will go to the function that, even if there's function called, he will go to that function. You will see it later on, don't worry. For now, we just use this one. So now, if you see here, he just, hey, ask me about enter my age. I say, hey, 1990. I just click enter. Yeah, here you go. He just been to this database 1990. If you see, he just been this step. Next, allow me to track the values of variable, how he find the age, how he subtract and everything, and the values in memory, which is really interesting. But there's many way to do the debugging. You don't have to track everything. Maybe you just want to track the people who have age like 2000, like any person enter his database as 1990, just track it. So just add a break here and click condition. You say okay, if the database DOB equal like 1990. What do I mean by that? I mean, hey, I have a breakpoint, and this breakpoint will run only if the age 1990. So now, if he come here, anyone enter 1990, he have a breakpoint. If the database is not 1990, we will not have any breakpoint. So let me see. If I just click run, sorry, I have to click debug because run is not the way for execute over the breakpoints. The debug is the way for us to execute over the breakpoints. So yes, let me see what is going on here for seconds, and we will see here. So enter database. If I enter 1990, he have to stop. See, he stop here. Why? He stop on the breakpoint because I give it age. I say, hey, if someone enter 19, stop and run step by step. But if I just try again and I enter different database, he will not get stop. You will not have. Just let me just wait for some time. Just he will rerun it. So rerun it like 1989. He will not go through that breakpoint. He just give me the result directory. Why? Because this breakpoint will not get fired because this have a condition to get fired. So yes, this is basically how you do breakpoint, how you do debug. Make sure you do it a lot in your code so you will understand what is going on. Here we done. Thank you for watching and see you next. Hey again, let me talk in this video about logic condition. So to get started, I will get a new file. I will name it logic condition. Okay. And make sure always we are using function which is main rx have array of string array of string and this one. So what we mean by logic? When I talk about logic, that means the result either will be true or the result will be false. We don't have another cases. Either the result will be true or false. So is 3 greater than 5? So this false because 3 is not greater than 5. So what about is 5 less than 10? This should be a true. Yes, 5 less than 10. So this is what we mean by logic condition, either true or false. So think about this one. Think about you are printing is 3 greater than 5. He will give you a result, like maybe give you true or false. Do you think he give you true or false? He give you false. Why? Because 3 is not greater than 5. Is 3 less than 5? Yes, I think 3 less than 5. He will give you a true. See, true or false. So when we talk about logic, we talk about either true or false. We have greater than, less than, greater than or equal, less than or equal, and we have equal. So equal mean these two variables equal. Is 3 equal 5? Is? I think it's false. No, they are not equal. So when you write equal, you will not say write one equal. One equal is mean like math. It doesn't work. When you talk about logic, you have to use two equal in the programming. So is 3 equal 5? No. But is 5 equal 5? You have to say true. Yes, they are equal. So you have to change this output to a true. So see a true. So what about not equal? You have to use this one. Is 5 not equal 5? No, 5 equal 5. So should give you false because they are equal. They are not equal. So this is the basic, very basic operation. We could talk about it greater than, less than, greater than, equal, less than, equal, that give us a true or false. But this is not end of the story. I want to talk in this video about 3 important gates that we will use them a lot in our work, which is and or, and not. So let's get started. For and gate, it is the gate that we use it in to do two conditions. So I say if I have a true and I have another and true, the result will be true. Is that right? This is the truth table for it. You don't have to think about it a lot, but think about it in this way. Anding, so this is the result. If you have true and true, the result will be true. If you have true, false, the result should be false. If you have false true, the result should be also false. If you have false, and both condition is false, the result should be false. Why? Because it's false. So only in the AND gate, only I have it, the result will be true if the both condition is true. So what does that mean? If I say is 3 greater than 5, is this give me true? Not. If I want to write and, I would use this one, and this thing, and 3 less than 10. So wait, what's the result of this one? Is it 3 greater than 5? The result will be false. What's the result for this one? Is it 3 less than 10? True. So I have true, false, and true. False and true. We say what the result will be? Will be false. So let me see. So AND gate will be true only if the both condition is true. So make sure from this thing. AND gate will give you true only if the both condition is true. So he give you false. Why? Because this one is false. What if I say this? So is 3 greater than 5? Is 5 greater than 3? Yes, that means this side is true. What about this side? Also should be true. So if I say I have this is AND gate, and I have true here, and I have true here, so true and true, the result should be true. Now what you expect you will have the result should be true. So let me see what's going on. This is an important part for you to learn how to do true false. I know you got this thing in the math, but you just want to know how to use logic. So hey, here you go, true. So you will have true only if the both condition is true. So I want to make sure if the number someone entered, which is variable n, someone entered integer, I want to make sure if this number is in the range of between 1 and 10. How I make sure if the number between 1 and 10? I have to do this condition. I say if the number greater than or equal 0, because I say between 1 and 10, and the number less than 10, because I don't want to include 10. So what do you think? Number here is 10. Is 10 greater than 0? Yes. Is 10 less than 10? No. So yes and no, true and false will be false, because 10 is not between 1 and 10. 10 is on the edge of the 10. So it's not between 0 and 10, because 10 is out of the binary, so I will give as false. But if I change it to 9, 9 is between the range between 0 and 10. So this is, you will use it a lot in your course, so false. So what if I say I have 9? 9 should give me true. 9 is in the range between 0 and 10. So this is basically base use case. We use it for condition, how we do the ANDing, how we could get benefit from ANDing to find the range. So see, 9 is in the range between 0 and 10. So did you see? So always when you say, hey, I have AND gate, that means the AND will give you true only if the both condition is true. It is different from OR gate, which is the opposite of the AND. OR gate will be true in all cases. So if I have true, true, the result will be true. If I have a true, false, the result will be true. If I have false, false, if I have false, true, sorry, the result will be again true. If I have false, false, the result will be false. So here the opposite. Here he will be true in all cases. Only if both of them are false, he will give you false. So if I said here variable n2 is integer and equal 55, I want to make sure if the number 2 is equal 10, or the OR gate, you click shift and you click the one that the key under the pipe one. So shift and the pipe one, the pipe key. So double, you will have this one. So or the n less than 100. So not if, I mean a print. So what do you mean by that? I mean, hey, check for me. If the number is equal 10, no, the number is not equal 10. Or the number less than 100. Yes, 55 is less than 100. So he have to give you true in the second case also. So this is basically how the gates work, how the AND OR work, how you do it. So when you need both conditions to be executed, you say, hey, I need AND this one and this one. When I need one of them to be executed, I say, hey, this one or this one. So this is really important thing for you to learn. See, true, because I didn't use the print line. It's better to use the print line always, so you will see the result clear. So you have to give you true now. So this is basically, as I told you, how you do AND OR gates. So let me wait for a second and see both true. So when this one will be false, give you false if both of the conditions not true. So if I say greater 100, so is 1 equal 10, is 55 equal 10? No. Is 55 greater than 100? No. So false, or should be false. So this is basically also how to do the OR gates. We have one last thing missing, which is NOT gate. NOT gates, not. Like if you have true, you say not, he give you false. If you have false, you say not, he give you true. So if I say this thing, if I say, see, he give you false here. So let me talk about NOT gate. So if I say variable is married equal true, okay, you need to print is the opposite of is married. So you just say not, you just click shift and this sign and click is married. So he will, if it's a true, he will change it to the false. you just, if it's false, he will change it to the true. So this is the not doing. So the idea behind the logic, you will see it in the next video when we have the condition statement. The condition statement needs the final result will be true, or the final result will be true always. So you have to know how to get to final result true or final result false to get your condition to run. See, even this one is marked as a true. True is the Boolean value. When we say about true or false, when I give a variable true or false, that means this variable is a Boolean. Okay, Boolean take either two value, either the true or take false. He don't take another value. So you have either give it false or true. You cannot give it other values. So now if I give it false, I do not gate for false. He have to give me a true in the end. So yes, this is basically how or what I want to teach you in the gate is. I hope you understand it well and everything was clear. And here we done, and thank you for watching. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about decision making. So decision making mean I have block of code and I want this block of code to execute only on a specific condition. Because until now what we understand from like previous example, for example, find my phone, find my age, he executes the application step by step. You remember 1, then line, then 2, then 3, then 4. So what if I want to have a block of code will execute only on a specific condition? In that cases, I have to use making decision. So let me create a new class and name it simple if. Okay, which I'm talking about simple if statement. Don't forget main function that we will use it. So think about simple example. Someone enters the grade, and if the grades in the test, and if his grade is greater than 90, he should be A. Greater than or equal to 90 should be A. Otherwise, I will not show him. Just say thank you, and that is. So you think first of all we have to have a print line. I'm asking person to enter your grade. Is that right? I'm asking for a grade. Then I have a variable defined which name it a grade. Okay, this should be initialized from the read line. I'm reading line, but here I'm reading integer. So say Nick to, or you could say double. It's better because maybe you have 9.1, 90.1. So now wait, I have a grade, and I want finally I say you. For example, print message by the end, print you enter grade, which I want to show him the grade that he entered just by the end. Just this message and /n. So this is no condition here, just very basic example. Someone asks someone enter his grade when he enter it, so make sure adding this one later. So if when he enter 99, he give him you entered 99. So wait a second, I want just to be more advanced. I want here and ask student to give to tell student, hey, you are on level A if he is greater than 19. So now that's mean I have a condition. So to use condition, I have say if, word if, then enter. If you see here, I have my condition. What condition I want to add? This condition have to be true for this block of code to get run. So think about this thing is a block of code. This block of code could have any codes, maybe 1 line, 2 line, 10 lines, 1,000 line of code. But this block of code will not execute unless the final result of this condition will be true. So what I mean, I need a grade greater than or equal 19. So whenever the grade that the user entered greater than or equal 19, that's mean when he enter 19, 91, the result, if he enter 19, the result will be true. If this is true, this condition will run. So make sure you remember this thing. If condition will have number of conditions, could have 1 or 2 or more. These conditions have to be true to the result of this condition have to be true to run the block of code. So you have to say, for example, here print line you are in a level. Okay, so let me just add a block of added here. Why I have to add here? I don't need to add here. So this one just make it print only, not a print line. So do debug and let me see after he enters a grade what is gonna happen. So yes, so this is interesting part for you to learn, because until now you understand a program will run step by step, but now some step will not execute unless we have a specific condition. So let me see. This is something interesting to teach you. I like teaching this part into any programming language. So someone enter 91, click enter, he be in this line. See how much the grade I have it here? 91. Is 91 greater than 90? Yes. If it yes, that means this result is true. If this result is true, that means he could execute the block of code. That means if you just click continue, he will go here and he will print this line, then he continue print the next line. So if you see now I have here, your level is A, your grade, enter this grade. So I stop it, and if you just debug it again to understand if I entered like 17, so what's going to be happen? So interesting to learn this thing. So wait and see they still loading. So great, let me 70 say here 17. Is 17 greater than 90? No. That means the result of this condition will be false. If it is false, he will not run this block of code. So if you just continue, see, he never went to this block of code. So anything between these two brackets will never get run. He just went to next and he printed. So see the output, you have only your grade is you enter grade 17. So this is basically how to do it, but you have to remember this code doesn't have to be one line. You could have too many lines of code. You could say, hey, if someone grade equal 19, so I will increase the grade by 10. I give him 3 plus, so grade plus 3. That means if someone have a grade greater than 19, give him a plus 3. Now if you just run it, what will happen? You have to give him a plus 3 for anyone enter his grade. I just want to tell you, hey, you could write more than one line in this block. This is the idea. So if I give 91, the result should be 94. See, he give him plus 3. But if I just run it again and I enter different, like less than 90, he will not give him plus 3, because like 71, he give him 71. Why? Because he never been in this block of code. That's great. As I told you, this is not have to be only one condition. You could have more than. So maybe you say, hey, anyone in the have a grade like his grade more than 18 or between, anyone have a grade between 15 and 17, give him a plus 3. So let me suppose you have another condition here. Just leave that condition, don't remove it. So you say, hey, if the grade greater than or equal 15 and the grade less than or equal 17, that means if they are in this range. Why I said and, that means I need the grade to be in this level. In this case, I will give every person like extra 10 degree. And I print message saying, hey, print, you get extra 10 point. So now, if anyone has a grade with this range, he will get extra 10 point. See, this one is different from this one. This block and this block. Everyone alone, that's no problem. So if you just, let me just debug it, will be better to show you step by step. I love doing debugging because it makes it very easy for me to show you step by step how the program run. So yeah, wait and see what is going on. If someone enter what someone will enter if this one taking all this time to load. Do you know what? The problem is not in my machine. The problem in the IDE. So I would say I have 59. Okay, that's great. So he'll be here. 59. Is 59 greater than 19? No. So he will not run this block. He will go next. So next. Is the 59 greater than equal 15? Yes. And so this result should be true. So let me go to this side. Is 59 less than 17? Yes, true. That means I have a true, true. Both of them in AND gate, true and true. That means the result should be true. So they get that the condition will be executed. He will go here. So he will go here. Yes, he give him 5. He see 59. 10, he give him 10. You get extra 10 point and a grade print. So you see console, he enter 59. He give him, you get extra 10 point. Then he say your grade is this time. So it's better to do /n, whatever, to show it differently. So yes, the take home from this video is you could execute a block of code in specified condition, just add them between two brackets and if condition, and that is yes. And here we done. Thank you for watching and see you next. Hey again, I want to talk in this video about another type of if condition, which is if else. So let me create a new class, Kotlin, I name it simple if else. What I will do, I just copy all the condition I have in simple if of the code and add it here. So simple if, just simple example, ask person enter the grade, check if it's greater than 19 and I have this more condition. I don't need this one. So I say, hey, if the grade greater than 19, print your grade level is A. If not, just print your grade, you enter a grade, whatever. So this is very basic example. And we understand only if the person who greater than 19, he will get this message. But what if I want to display else case? Like if I say 19, like if I say 77, he doesn't show me any message, just you gotta directly go here. But what I have to else case, I say else. So open bracket close. This also a block of code. This block of code will execute only if this condition is false. We understand if this condition results is a true, this block will execute. So if this condition result is false, this block will execute. So you say, for example, print line, you are not in a level. You are not in a level. Now, if I just add a breakpoint here, debug it, try to enter like normal grade, like that you know it, like for example 93 or whatever, and see how it runs, then less than 19 and see what is going on. So it's important to learn if else. We will use it a lot. Else is the opposite case of if. If the if is not executed, else will be run it. So let's suppose I'm entering 93. So here is 93 greater than 9? Yes. So that means this block is executed. If this block is executed, this code will never execute it. This is how this condition works. He will go next. See, he went to the next and he print the message. So your grade A level, you enter the grade 93. So now let's go to the other case. If I just debug it with different with different grade, like 70, 75, and let me see what he will do for people who has 75 grade. So let me see. Let me say I will give 75, enter. He just said here is 75 greater than 19? No, that means this result is false. If this result is false, he will go here. He will not run that block. So he will go else. See, he directly go else without checking any condition. Print level. See here, he say you are not in A level. You enter the grade is 75. So this is basically how if else work. So here we done. Thank you for watching. See you next. Hey again. I want to talk in this video about if else. So to get started, I will just create a new class. I name it if or simple if else if. what I will do, I will copy the code that I have in simple if else, okay, and add it here. Oh, did you remember what we did? And if else, just main activity, someone enters a grade, greater than 19, show him your level is A. I want to see if there's a grade between 18 to 19B, 17 to 18C, and other else give us like you are fail. So just remove else and you have all one. So you just say else if the grade greater than or equal 18 and the grade less than 19, that's mean he is in B level. Is that right? He will run this below. So else if, that's mean I have another condition. So just print whatever, print you are in level B. Just do same thing. This one else if he greater than or equal 17 and less than 18, he will be in level C. Else, so for example, else you say you fail, print line you fail. We suppose anyone less than 70 is failed. So what the good here, and if else, if this condition executed, he will never go and check any of these, so he will save the speed. If he try to, this condition will not run, this one is running, or satisfy the condition, he will run it and he will not go to the next. He just run it and he will not continue. So I will show you in just 10 seconds. So just add a breakpoint, debug, and let me see what is going on. And let me try to do different cases and see how it works. Hey again, I want to talk in this video about nested if. If you go back to the video when we talk about simple if statement, we said it's very basic to have simple if statement. and we say this if statement could have a block of code. We didn't say what we could have in this block. We could have variables as you defined before. You could have print message. You could have another if statement inside it, and that's what I want to show you in this video. So if I just create a new Kotlin, some simple nested if, okay, and I will go to the simple if statement and copy the code to it because I need to use some code. I don't need to repeat myself. So see, very basic code, just having main integrate if you greater than 19 print line and you're done. So what if you said, hey, the people who are greater than 19 are divided in two groups. Either maybe they will get A or will get A plus. So you just here in the middle of this block you say if the grade less than 93 should be A plus. Let's suppose you just add in between a bracket. Okay, you said else they should be they should be A. So if the person grade less than 93 should be A minus, otherwise should be A plus. The idea I want to show you here, how you have if condition, and inside that if condition you have another if condition, and here you have if else inside that if. That's totally normal because you said this block of code could have anything inside it. So now when you run the code and try to debug it, so if someone enter 93 whatever, he will go that block and he will inside that block he will try to execute the conditions. So just always put this rule in your mind. When you say a block of code, that could have anything. Block of code could have loops, could have condition, could have whatever. So 9.4, he came here. Hey, I just click run. I didn't click debug. Let me just select debug now to show you how this one will work, and yeah, make it a little bit clear for you. So yes, waiting for seconds and see what is going on in if nested if. So let's suppose I have 9.4 going here. Is 9.4 greater than 90? Yes. If he greater than 90, he will go into this block. So this block of code, he be in the block. So now that block inside it, he check. Is it greater less than 93? No. He will be go to the else, say A plus. So you will see on the screen, he print A plus for 93. So same thing when you do it like 92, he will tell you the if statement. So make sure always to understand the concept, the just concept, saying, hey, if you have if statement, this if statement could have anything inside it. There is no rules for that. So 92, he say, oh yes, greater than 90, less than 19, yes, he will not go to the else. Also make sure this one could have this block of code still also could have anything inside it. So this one block of code could have anything inside it. You will see more details, more examples later on, but just to understand the concept will be great. So here we're done. Thank you for watching. See you next. Hey again, let's talk in this video about menu statement, which is when. So let me just say here, create a new class. I'll name it simple when, which is statement. So make sure you get this function. Suppose you have integer x, and this x, which variable x equal 10. Okay, you want to do a menu. That's when you say, hey, when x, you do menu for x value. You said, hey, if the x value equal 1, do this thing. So for example, if value equal 1, it prints like value is 1. Whatever. You want just to do another thing. 2, you say this thing. Print whatever, value is 2. Just doing a menu if you see value is 2. So you do just another menu, a 3 for example. Value is 3. Whatever, you say else. Value, like I'm saying, else the value is out of the range. Say, make sure from this thing, you do it in this thing, because else, and it's more than one line, make sure add it between two code. One thing I just forget to say to you, if your code have more than one line added between two brackets. If your code have one line, you could don't add a bracket. If you see, this is because one line he didn't add the bracket, but you could add it between two brackets if you have more than one line. Okay, it is good for you. And also this one, for example, and this one, this is good to make you understand if you have more than one line of code. So if it's 1, if the x is 1, do this. If the x is 2, do this. If the x is a 3, do this. Else, do the value is out of range. Okay? Now how much the value? 10. He should not run any of these. If you just run debug it, he will not run 1 or 2 or 3. He will just go to the else because it's out of the range. Same as the idea for if else, but here we are doing like a menu check, which is like, I see it more formatted. You would use it for in specific cases when you write the code. So let me run it and see how this code will run when he check it. X is 10, and what he will do with 10. He just doing menu and see if he could validate the data, or he say no, I cannot. So let's go next. So when x is x, he just directly go to this one. Why? Because he's not in the 1 or 2 or 3. If it's 2, so for example this one is just printed, you see value is out of the range. So if I suppose the value is 2, and I don't know why it's semicolon, doesn't need it. So I'm still like C++ and Java format. I use it a lot, so it make me confused when I write code in Swift or in Kotlin. So let's wait for a second and see what is going on and we will try another test cases. So yes, here is it, menu. So coming here, he just directly go to the 2. Why? Because the value 2, menu 2, he will print this one for us and he will show us value is 2. Yes, that is great now, but you could do a lot. This is not only, but maybe you say 1 or 2. You just remove value as 1 or 2, whatever. You could do this. You could add it on the range. You could say, hey, if this value in a specific range, like if this value in 10 to like 30, so if this value in this range, or for example you say if this value is not in this range, like you say, how you do not, you say not in 10 to 30. It's just different condition statement. So yes, and there is it. But if you run now and see here if you want to, or if you want in range between two numbers. So now I have 1, 2. 2 should be run because he's in this range. So let me see what's going on and check it. I like when. It is good and simple and straightforward for people who want to work with when. So yes, one thing I hated here is the running time. It just takes too much time. Android Studio running too much faster for me from this one. Just take too much time for nothing. Yeah, here is it. X is 2 going here. Yes, he will print this one, then he done. See, whenever he get any condition, same as if else, when he satisfy here, he will done. So if he satisfy here, he will done. If he satisfy here, he will done. Whenever he satisfy, he will done. So if I say, hey, I need 30, debug it, he will not satisfy here. Maybe he will satisfy here, or maybe he will satisfy here, depending on the range. If this boundary included, he will consider it. If not, he will not consider it. So let me see what is going on in seconds. So is this one? No. Is this one? No. Yes. So it's in the range. So because I give it 30, so 30 in the range between 10 and 30, so print 2, you say, and that is. So just to make the code clear, this is not 2, is range, just for you. 130 is not in range. Okay, range in range is not in range. Yeah, and that is just formatting code. So yes, this is basically how you work with Win, and how is it so much amazing, and I like it. So here we done. Thank you for watching. See you next. Hey again, I want to talk in this video about some expression. You will use it a lot and help you a lot, like to make your codes much simpler. So let me suppose create a new class and name it making decision decision expression, because maybe I have different expression in different places. So make sure you get this class. So if I have variable x, variable number 1 equal 10, okay, variable number 2 equal 20, and I have variable max, will have the max value between two numbers. How I do that? I could do it in this way by saying, hey, this is integer, and hey, if number 1 greater than number 2, you say this way, you know that. If number 1 greater than number 2, max equal number 1, you say else max should be equal number 2. Okay, this is the long way. But we could use expression, like instead all this code, I could summarize all this code saying, hey, this one will be equal what? If number 1 greater than number 2, return for me a number 1, else return for me number 2. And I will take read from all this code. So this is named expression. So it's really amazing, and you will see that a lot. So if the condition satisfy, he will return this one. If not, he will return that one. And then you say, hey, print max, whatever max value. So now he will print the max value for you, max variable for the first one. He should print 20 because 20 is the max one. So this is basically how you do expression with if. There is a lot of expressions with if and when. We talk now about another expression for when. So when also have expression. So suppose if someone, his age is 13, so if the age equal 13, I would say he is young. Otherwise, he is not. So I say is variable is young, and give it when the value of the age. I will depend to make sure if he's young or not. I will depend on his age. I say, hey, take his age and check for me. If his age equal 30, that means yes, he is young. So give it true. That is true. Else, which is the else case, give it false. Well, this will happen. Now the age is 30, he will check the age. If the age 30, he will return true. So as young will be true. So I'll say print. Let me just add this one between double bracket is young, and that is. So now because the age is 30, so he will return true. If you give it different age, he will return false. This just expressions will help you a lot when you write a code. So yes, hopefully you understand it. Hopefully it was fun. I know the expression may be a little bit complex, but still you need a lot. So I say is max 20 is young true. So yes, so just for you to keep it in your record /n here. I don't know why I always don't use /n. That is. So why he get you true for is young? Because you give it age 30, he return true for you, and he set it here. So yes, here we done. Thank you for watching. See you next. Hey again, let me talk in this video about loop. So to get started, I'll just create a new class. I will name it simple for loop. Okay. By here I just create my constructor, which is main function, and that is. So think about you want to print hello world, and this hello you want to print it 5 times. How you do that? Basically you say, okay, I have this code, I will repeat it for 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now when you will run it, you will see it in the screen in this way 5 times. But this is not like professional. What if I want to print 1,000 times? What you will do? You write the code 1,000 times. It's like you're just wasting the time. So it's better to use loop. Loop we use it when we want to repeat specific thing. I have a block of code. I want to repeat this block of code. So suppose I have this block of code, and this block of code will have this thing, okay? And I want to repeat it. How I do repeat this code? I using loops. So I say in this thing, loops in this way. You say for, you give it like variable any value, any name. So I say suppose item in the range 1 to 10. Like hey, you know what this mean? 1 to 10. 1 colon 10. That's mean 10 element from 1 to 10. When say item in 1 to 10, that's mean item one time will get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now this for loop will repeat it for 5 times because this is a block of code. This block of code will run for 10 times. So now instead 5, I will have it 10. If I want to change it to 5, change it to 5, run it, he will give you same result. For a for loop is really easy now in Kotlin compared with Java or whatever. Now here just have value, have your range, and he will iterate it through that range. And I will show you in detail. See, same data. If you just want to 1,000, here you go. Go ahead and run it again, and you will see it from just one. You could say 1,000, and you run it. And yes, here we go. He will go and he will print it for you for 1,000, which is really amazing. So think about it. Yeah, 1,000. No, he did not print the 1,000. He printed the previous one. But if you just reprint it again, and you will see it in details. And I will show you the debugging step by step and more. So see how many 1,000, just you go too much data. So yes, this is how we do it. So what if you want to see the value? Let's suppose I will print it from 1 to 5, and I want to print count, and I will show you the value of the item. Okay, I want to show you how he repeat this code. Then let's suppose here I would say print line loop done, just message, just to allow you to track the code. So just debug it. So let me see what is going on when he reached that for loop. You will see something, I think something new for you to try to understand, but yeah, let me see what is going on. Waiting in seconds, and everything will be clear for you. So just wait and see. There you go. Now see loops 1 to 10. If you see now, variable doesn't have any variable defined now. Now I have variable, name it item, have value 1. He will print the value 1. He will go back. Variable item b2. Variable item b3. Variable item b4. Variable item b5, which is 5, 1. And he print them all times. Then when he done, he go next. So the idea behind looping, like when you have a specific block of code and you want to go through loop through this block, so you will use for loops. So yes, this is basically how it is work. It's really simple and straightforward. Okay, one thing you have to know with this is a block of code. So because the block of code, so it could have anything. So you could say if a statement, you could say, hey, if the item equal like 2 printed, if not, don't print it. So you will see now only one print one time, because you will print this statement only for one time. Did you see I did not add a bracket for this one? Because just one line. We said if it's one line you don't need it, but to be safe always try to add your blocks around your code. So see, only he printed when it count 2. Why? I will show you why if you just debug it. There we go. It's just 1. He tried condition, no. 2, yes, he will print it. 3, no. 4, then he continue. So yes, this is basically what I want to show you. Here we done. Thank you for watching and see you next. Hey again. I want to talk in this video about nested loop. We said this for loop have a block of code. We added here simple statement for if, but you have to know you could have another loop inside this loop. So let me do a simple example for that by making for nested for loop. Okay, then copy all this code, paste it here, and just let me suppose I just want just to print it. So now just have item printed as a count. Let me just define variable correctly. Count 1, count 1. So this is coming from this for loop. Let me suppose I have another for loop inside this for loop. That means I have here another for loop which is have count 2 and this count 2 in the range of 1 to 7 and have a block of code. And let me suppose I am printing here the value of count 2. So let me debug and see how this code will be debugged step by step. Okay, before that, let me suppose here loop in loop nested. Before I'm running it, wait a second. I want to show you like the message to you so you could track what is going on. Direct nested done. So the idea that I come up with is that you have for loop, and then in this for loop you have another for loop, and you have nested when it's done. Show you a message. Just the idea of this video is just like debugging and make you understand how the application could run step by step. So yeah, let me see. There you go. Now I have it. So 1. When the counter 1 he just execute that line, then he go to other block. So think about this for loop is totally a new block. So he will also go iterate through that block until he complete that block, then he go to the next line. See, then he went to the next line for nested, then he went up. See how the code run when he go to 2 in the outside. He just continue until he done from this block, then he go next. So think about any block, he will not pass from that block until he complete it. So if you say this is a block, this is inside it. So whenever this block get called, he will continue until it done, then he will go to the back. And this is basically how it run. So hopefully you understand it. Thank you for watching. See you next. Hey again. I want to talk in this video about while loop. While loop is same as for loop, but different representation. So if I just create a new file and I will name it while loop, okay, and I try to copy same code you have in the for loop to show you what the different. So if you see here I have for loop, from what he will do in this for loop, he will print from 1 to 5. So suppose in while you take the initial value, which is this one, give it variable name it count equal 1. This is your initial value. Then here in while condition, you say what is your condition? What you have to stop when the count less than or equal 5. You will continue. Then the increment you will add it here, like you said, count equal count plus 1, or you could say count plus plus. You know that you could say count plus plus. Now just converted count. They are same, there is no different, but different format. Like see, the initial value here you take it up, the condition you added here for stop and continue. So now if you just add a breakpoint or rerun or you debug, you will see same result. There is no different, but the idea in while loop is just different representation. So same with for loop. Do you see? Same code, just the condition I just move it up, the initial value, the condition I add here, then it will continue. Now if If you are looking to the result to see what is going on, let me wait for a second and see how is it. So yes, here is it, variable 1, a count 1 is 1, and you increase it, go back, increase it, go back. So still again a block of code, and he will continue running until it's done. So hopefully you understand. Thank you for watching and see you next. Hey again, let me talk in this video about do while. Do while is same as while loop, but in while loop when you have initial value we check the condition, then we run the code. So if this one like 6, this code will never run. You will not see anything in the output. Why? Because this while loop check if the condition valid, then he will continue. See, loop done, he never run anything here. But the difference from do while, no, do while he will run the code then check the condition. So if just get a new class, I name it do while loop, and I just move all the while code to it and try to say how to make it do while. Do while is really easy, just this while, and instead adding it here, just add instead it do and move the while here, and it's still same. But the problem here, when he get the condition, he have this block again, this again block of code, but he will run the code then check the condition. Now even the condition is not valid, but it will run for at least one time. So he will show you one time here, but even there is nothing to show, but he will run this code. So if you show you, if I write here code is run, print line, I will show you, enter the loop, and you will do same thing here in the while. So in the while, if you just click right, he will not enter the loop. You will not see the word for enter the loop because he will not be in the loop. He check the condition is not valid, no run. While other one, you will see it, he will enter the loop for at least one time. So let me see, he doesn't interpret anything because the condition is not valid. If you just try to debug it to make it clear for you, so you could understand while and do while, both of them is correct, there is no wrong in them, but we will use everyone in specific cases. So maybe we have cases we need to run for one time, maybe we have cases we don't need to run for any time. So yes, see here, check 6, check the condition is not valid, no run. While here, if you just stop it, there is adding this one here, or debug it, he will not check. For you see, the condition is in the end, so he will run then check the condition. While he check the condition then run. But still, both of them loops, both of them running. See, other loop enters. He doesn't show you this one because this one doesn't have breakpoint. It's better to add the app. So yes, but even he show you this message, so you understand how it is work. So yes, this is the one difference between for while and do while. See, here is it. Next, he print at least one time, then check the condition is not valid, he went out. But if you give them like both of them valid value, both of them will run correctly. Here we done. Thank you for watching. See you next. Hey again, let me talk in this video about break and continue. So to get started, I will get a new class. I will name it control loop, because this thing will use it to control the loops. I have my function. So let's suppose I have for loop, and this for loop have counts, and the counts will be in the range of 1 to 10, and this is my range. So this should be in, that means I'm in this range. So I have values from 1 to 10. Then let me suppose I'm here printing the count value, which is count, okay, which is now, if you just run it, if you just print line, you'll see values from 1 to 10. Run it, hopefully you will see it from 1 to 10 correctly. So 1 to 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What if I want only to ignore the case of 4? So that means I say, hey, I could do two things. I say, hey, if the count is not equal for a print this thing. This is one case I could do it. So he will print it for me. He will print all the variable only if it is not for. Okay. But think about, you have too many line of code. How you will track it? It will be like a little bit hard. You will see it in a second. So that's mean. See, he doesn't see the for. Or you say no. If the value equal 4, I want equal 4, I want to do continue. Okay, what that mean? That mean when the value before continue, that mean he will go back to the loop. He will not run any code after the word continue. So just run it. You will see it. So you will use continue when you don't want to run specific cases of code in the loop. Say continue, I don't want to run that one, continue, and that is. So now, yes, see it. So from 1 you don't see 4. So you don't see 4. How is it? Just break it, debug it, and I will see it. When he be 1, 2, 3, 4, when it be that number, break, and that is. Or continue, and he will continue in that case. So let me see how is it, and we will talk more in break also. So yes, here is it. 4, it's 1, print. 2, print. 3, print. 4, oh, I have condition, continue. Continue, that means he will not execute any line of code after the word continue. He will go back to the loop, going back to the loop. So this is the idea. So yes, this is basic of the continue. What about word of a break? So if you use word break, that means you want to break. Like he will start printing 1, 2, 3, 4. When he reach 4, he will break the block. That means he will not run any number after 4. If you see when we had continue, he will continue running other numbers, but only that number he will ignore it. But specific cases you want to break the block of code, you say break it. So like for example, we search a number on the list. When you find the number, you say break. Hey, I find it. No need it. So I say find it. 1, see, 2, 3. Now have 4. A break. That means he will break the loop. So he will not continue. He will go to the next. Did you see? So he will just print 1, 2, 3, and then he went break. So when you see the word break, that means he will break the loop that he in. When you see continue, that means he will ignore the code after it. But wait, let me use like more complex test cases. Suppose I have this loop, and suppose I have another loop inside it, which is for loop, okay, which is count 2 in 1, 2, 5. But you said okay, you give me these two things and you print this message, but you want to do this. Let me print line loop done. This is out the loop. So this is the inside loop, and that is outside loops. I want to see if the value, for example, for count equal to, I want to do a break. Okay, for now, what this code will do, he will come to this loop, then this loop, then when he get to, he will break. The break will make him go outside the loop he is in, but he will continue running. That's mean, I will show you in a second. Like if I run it, he will not break the outside loop, he will break this loop. So because the break will break the first loop he is in, he will not break the outside loop. But think about, you have 3 loops, one inside another, and you want to break from all these loops. How will you break it? It will be a little hard. So if you see now, if you just track it, see 1, when he get 2, he will break. See? 1 count, sorry, I just give it count, so I should give it count 2. That means I'm working on this one, not that one. Internal loop, not outside loop. So yes, waiting a second to see how I could deal with this case and how we could fix it was amazing thing that coming from Kotlin. So let me see seconds what's going on. Yes, here is it. So prints 1, 2, he will break, but he will not break the outside loop. He will break only the internal loop. See, he will continue to that loop. 2. He had 2. Now see the count 2 now. He will not break it, just break the internal one. Now when get to break the internal, continue. So now wait, I want to break this one, the outside. So to break the outside, just give it label. To give it label, just give it, for example, label loop. And here say, hey, I want to break the loop one. That means he will understand you are not want to break the internal one. You want to break the external also. So now if you just rerun it, you will just add debug and rerun it again. When he get 2, he will break the external one. So this is a really, really important part for you to learn how to break loops. Because in specific cases, as I told you, maybe you have like 4 loops, one inside another, and you want to break all loops. You just give a label to the one of them, the external one, break, and you're done. So now see, 1, 2, now he will break the outside also. See, he break everything. So hopefully you understand it. Hopefully this one will be helpful. Thank you for watching and see you next. Hey again, let me talk in this video about strings. So to get started, I will create a new file and I will name it strings. Okay. So and I just build my first function, which is this function. So what does we mean by string? When define something variable title, for example, and you give it value. When you want to give it value as string, you add between double quotation. So let me add space. I say welcome to in New in New York. Okay. So this is very, very simple string examples. Now if you want to print it, hey, you say print for the title. He will print this string for you. If you want to print it inside other string, that's mean if you have here you have this string, you name it title and you want to add this string beside it. Like I mean you say title the colon, then you add the plus title. Here we are doing concatenated. I mean you have first string, you concatenate it with the second string, you concatenate 2 strings. So this is a way, and there is another way, which is if you see this is a way, and also you could take this one and you add $sign. Whenever you add $sign, you could add any variable after it. So add now this variable. So they have same meaning, this one and this one. Now if you go ahead and run it, first of all, he will print this one, then this one, then this one. But he will print all of them in one line, which because you say print, you didn't say print line. If you say print line in this way, in all of these, so it would be really easy for you to understand or see every variable in different line, which is yes, make it a little bit interesting to understand. See, welcome to New York. Here's give you title, welcome to New York. Here also give you title, then welcome to New York. So if you have 2 strings and you want to concatenate them, you just add a plus between them. Suppose you have variable name, and the name will be equal Hussein. This is as a first name, and you want to add the last name, you say plus, for example, Arubay. But these will be one beside other, just add space, so he will concatenate first one and the second one. So now print for example the name, and you give it this $sign name. You could do it in this way. So you would see how you concatenate 2 strings. That means, hey, I have first string, second string, concatenate them, give me like a new string. So this is a very, very basic example to how to like concatenate 2 string. But what is this string? How you treat this string? If you see this string is just like sequence of location. I just try to draw a tool. If you think about this is your string. Sorry. Again, draw tool. Yes. So think about it. This is what is going on. Okay. Draw tool again. Yes. Yes, here you go. Now I have this. Suppose I have this string. And this is my title string, which is this one. This one. Okay. Suppose this one is represented here. So he will represent them as a memory location. Every character will be saved in specific location. he will start indexing them from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and he will continue index them. So in 0 he will take verse character, which is empty, so he will add empty here. Then you have second location W, then third location E, then L, C, O, then he will continue. So now if you just want to print this character, which is second character, 0, 1, here start from 0, W. So let me suppose I want to print second character, so print second car. So how you print it, you just say I have title, do it in this way, I have $sign and I have title, but from title I want to get the second character. Just open a bracket, you say I need the second character which has index 1. So he will directly understand, hey, title 1, what do you mean by that? You mean by that this one. So let you see, will he be able to give us the second character? Let you wait and see. Here we go. See, he was able here to print you. He wasn't able. He say, hey, welcome name. He print the name, but here I have a print. You printed next to it, so he was able to show you. Let me just add a print line here, a print line, so you would see the difference between these two strings. Hopefully, you will see the character title for 1. You will see it here. So let you wait, and hopefully, you will see W will be printed. So second character is welcome to whatever. So he wasn't able to give me all that details. This case for that, let me just take this one outside. I don't think he was able to validate it using this way. What about this way? Correct title for 1. Will he be able to find it? Because I added part from that string. Maybe the compiler wasn't able to understand. This is like bugs in their code for sure. But when you say title for 1, he have to give you W. See? W, because you mean by this one. If you want to get E, should be title by 2. That means you need to get third character. So this is very, very basic way to how to work with string, and you understand every location, every character and string will represent a specific location. See, here's E. So let me be back to 1. So we just printed here title. You could change all these to lowercase, just saying title dot to lower. He will change all the character to lowercase, or you could change it to uppercase. You say just to uppercase. Okay, as I told you, there is many process you could do it with this one, not only to lower to upper. If you just go here and say title dot to whatever, see, to string, you could to list, you could change it. So if you want to convert any string to list, maybe you could split it, like if you want to split the string according to specific thing, you say, hey, split by space, you will split the string by space. And let you just see, and we will discuss the split in next upcoming videos, because the result of split need to go to array. So yes, here you go. Hopefully see how he was able here. He changed all them to lowercase. So if you welcome, if you just change this one to capital, so you will see how we change everything to lowercase here, and how he changed everything here to uppercase. If you see the split by space, that means he was looking for spaces. You have here space, so he take this one, considered one character. He gave it first a space, added one character, then he added a welcome as a separate character, then 2, then new, then work. But see a great list for you. We will discuss this later on. So just if you want to split string, just whatever the character you want to split on. If I want to split by T, he will go here and look for T. He split it from here, from the middle. So now if you see, for sure you have to create for you two elements in the list, one of them before T and one of them after T. So yes, let we see what is going on. See, here is it before T, which is welcome, because T before welcome, and the after T is O in New York. After T is O in New York. Yes, this is if you want to split specific character. Maybe I want to split on space. Also, did you see we have here space also always? So you could remove this space by just say trim. So saying here title dot trim dot, hopefully tr trim. Trim, he will remove any space before and after in the string, so he will take off this space, and there is any space after this one, he also will remove it. So yes, this is basic process that we could do it with string. Hopefully you understand everything and everything now clear for you. And let me see if he was able to show you title. See, he just removed the space. See, here I have space, here I don't have it because trim removed it for me. So yes, here we done. Thank you for watching. See you next.
Everybody, let me talk in this video about array. So what do we mean by array? Array is specific data structure that arranges data in specific format and it will fix some type of problem. So what the type of problem that array fix it for us? Imagine you have numbers like 1, 8, 10, 19, 20. So you have this number. So if you want to represent them in variables, you say, okay, variable 1 equal 1, variable 2 equal 8, variable 3 equal 10, variable 4 equal 19, variable 5 equal 20. So do you think this is practical? So what about if you have 15 or 20 or 100 numbers? So how you would represent them? It'd be very bad. So this here the solution for array came up. So what do you mean by that? The array mean, okay, I have 5 numbers, so let me create list for 5 things. Do it in this way. And these 5 numbers in this way. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. You just think about it in this way. This list. You take the first number 1, 8, 10, 19, 20. So now think about you want to access to any number. Any number here or any item have index. The index here started from 0. In the array, any index start from 0. So this one 0, this one 2, 3, 4. If we name this array, we give it a name like numbers. Okay. So to get access to the element, you say, okay, numbers for 0. So you say in this way, you say numbers for 0. When you say number for 0, that means, hey, you are pointing to this element. Okay? Let me go next. When you say number for 1, which element you are pointing to? You are pointing to this element. So every element in the array has a specific index. So this is easy way to access to the all elements. So any element you want to access to it, you will access by the index of elements. So but here in this case, it's not easy for you to access to the element inside the list. So this is the basic thing I could show you about this data structure. But what is good and what is bad about this data structure? The good thing about this data structure is arranging your data, but the bad thing, it have fixed size. So what do you mean by fixed size? Let me just clear this part and just keep the list for you and you understand what I mean by that. Imagine I don't have 5, I have 4 number. But when you define your array, first you have to give it array have fixed size. Okay? Fixed size. So when you define it first time, that size will never change. You say, okay, I have array, you define array, you say array size equal, for example, 10. That's mean you say, okay, you define array with size 10. So let me just suppose deleting this thing. You say, okay, I would define array in size 10. So you just say, I will take this one in this way, hopefully. I don't know why I'm using red. I don't like the red color, but yes, okay, I just draw it. So I say 10, so that's mean you have 10 blocks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
hopefully 8. You still have to think 9. Let me just double this thing, and 10. So now you define array with 10 element. So what's the problem you will have in this array? Imagine you have only 5 numbers. You have 1, 8, 15, 16, 12, this number. When you have only 5 number, you just reserve it 10 memory location, while you use it only 5 use it. That means 5 of them is never use it, but you book them. No other program could use this location because you have defined your array size. So the problem with array, only one problem. When define the size, you cannot change it, so you will define it first time, and that is. So if you find it 10, you use 5, you just lost 5 memory location for maybe used by other app. So this is the basic problem we could discuss it about array. So let me find the big O, the most important part for us, big O, and we will talk in the next video how we implement array and other stuff. So let me suppose we talk about big O part by part. So what do you think about big O and how we could find it for this thing? So let me suppose I'm just adding more number in this way. I say 11, 6, or 12, 9, 2, 0. So you have this array and this number. So let me suppose you are first thing, you want to search. To search in any element to array, or you to find element in array, how you find it? You will just go to linear. You check, is this one in this way? Maybe yes, maybe no, maybe yes, maybe no, continue and find it. Maybe you find it first element and you maybe find it last element. The worst case for you is finding what you search is last element, in the last element. That means worst case is this one n. So big O here will be O of n, because the worst case is finding the element as the last one in the array. So you would say, hey, the insertion take, or the search take n time to find any element. Let me do the second one, access. To access to an element, how much time you will take? I want to access to this element, for example. How much time? What's the index of this one? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So you directly, you say, okay, to get access, give me, if this name is n or number, you say, give me number 4. How much step? It's one step. So it say O of 1. So to access to element, you take 1 time. You have 2 things missing, is 3 insert. How you insert element in the array? Maybe you insert element, okay, in the end of the array. For example, if you want to insert now, the new element, you say I'm adding 15, you add 15 here, so it take 1 time. But sometimes you want to add 15 here, so what you do, if I just remove this one, just to show you, well, if you want to add it in the middle 15, you would shift all the elements. You shift 11 here, 2 here, 9 here, 2 here, and add 15 here. So you have shift. So first time you have n shift time. That means insertion take O of n, because first thing you want to shift, then you would add your element. Same thing for delete. So how much time it takes to delete any element? Maybe you delete last element. That will be really easy. But sometimes you want to delete element in the middle. So imagine you want to delete this element. So what you will do? Just remove it first. And you just move element of the array. You move this one, stay this one, this one, stay this one, this one, stay this one. So it should be 9, 10, or 2, 9, 2. So let me just clear it to you in this way. So this operation, you take n time to replace the elements. So the big O should be O of n. So now you understand the 4 thing for array. So when you want to use array, think about 4 things. On which case you want to use the array. Do you want to access? The access is really fast. It takes 1 time. Do you want to search an array? An array, if you search, you will take n time. Do you want to insert an array? You take n time. Do you want to delete? You take n time. So you understand 4 different operation that you will do to the array. So now whenever you want to use array, you have to think well about it. You say, okay, in which case I want to use array? Is this good, that structure? If yes, go ahead and use it. If no, think about other structure that we will discuss it next.
Thank you for watching and see you next.
Hey again, let me try implement array or one-dimension array in Kotlin. So to get started, create a new class, name it array, and enter. Make sure you build this function, which is main function. So to define array, you have to think about the data type of array. So let me suppose I define array for integer variable. So I say variable array init. This is name of my function. Oh, cool. I say array, the word of array, then t. T is the like template. It means the data type of this array. What you want to have? I want to have integer. Okay, give it integer. How many elements you have in this array? Let's suppose I have 5 elements. Then you have to give them initial value for the L element. You just open a bracket and close. If you see say it's 0, that means you have 5 location. Let me just draw this code. What he will do basically this. He'll create function. The function have 5 location, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one, all these you give them 0 because you index them by 0. Okay, and this one index 0, this index 1, 2, 3, 4. To print like number 3, you just say, hey, for example, print line, basically easiest. You say array for whatever for 3 will be equal to this array init for 3, which is 0, 1, 2, 3. So this one should be 4, because why 4? Because this is the message and this is the real data, because this is the normal location start 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, but the real one, this one first location, second location, third location, 4, 5. So you could do it here just if you want, just to be more convention. You see array for 3, what he will show you, he have to show you 0, because now an array of 3 is 0. So to get access to index of any element in the array, you just open a bracket, close it, and you give it the index. See, array of 3 is 0. If you want add value in array of 3, so I say array integer for location 3, give it value 55. That means he will go to the location 3 here and he will add here 55. So instead 0, first he initialize it, but then he will say, okay, you want to add 55 here. Okay, let me add 55 for you here. Now if you just rerun the code, he will show you in the location 0, 55. He just update the value for you. So yes, this is basically how you set and get element in the array. Make sure from this strategies with array. First of all, you define right array, you define the data type for array, give it size, how many elements you have, initial value for all. Then when you want to set any element, you give the index for that element, you give it value. When you want to display any element, see, he show it. Now let me print all elements. So I want here to print all array elements. So I say, hey, print line, and I say all element. Okay, then I do, so to print element I have to have for loop. So I say, okay, for element in this way in the array list. So any element in array list, then I say print it for me. So print. This is good way also, print line for the element. So now he will go loop through all these elements and he will print all element for me. I know all the location is 0, I have only value here. And yeah, this is basically how implement element in array. So element in the array list. So that means he will go first one, second one, third, 3, 4, 5. See, 0, 0, 0, 55, 0. Because I already give them initial value 0 for all. So this is a way. And there is a way of indexing. Like you say, okay, for index should be in the index I want from 0. Did you see the index? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So from 0 to 4. And you say print it, same thing. But now when I say print line, I have to print the element by the index. I have array list here. I have to print it by the index. Same result, but here you access to the element by index, and here you access to the element by object. So by object, here you say by index. Okay, you just by index. This is basically how to run array. So yeah, this is how we define array and how we initialize all value for that array element by element, and how we will be able to print them in seconds. It's really good to understand how to work with array. We will use it a lot. See, this is same data that you get it in this one, second one. If you want to have another array which is just have strings, okay, go ahead, say var array, whatever any name you want to give it, str. Then you say I have array, and this array will take string, and I will give initial, I need 4 elements in this array, and I will give initial value empty. So that means all the location will be empty. Now let me assign values for this location. How many elements I have? I have 4. So I say, hey, for loop index in 0 to how much? To 3. Why to 3? Because for location I will start from 0. Now I want to input the for every element from the screen. That's mean, okay, for index, this one, every element, he will get data from the screen, whatever a user enter from the screen. So I would say read line, hopefully read line will read it. So now for every element I get the value from the screen, I added here. I think this one needs some conversion, but why? See, yes, you just add this one in the case of the null. Then he will continue, but make sure to say, hey, print, ask him to enter the element, enter. So which is basically, if you want to do it in string, make it nicer, you say in this way, open a bracket, you give it the index, then you just close the bracket in this way. Or you know how you do it. If you don't interesting in this way, too many strings, you say, hey, I would do it the $sign. That means the index will be equal. Just asking user to enter, and then when we're done, I want to print all these elements in the same way. He entered here. I just want to print them here. So instead of asking user, I would just print the element by saying a plus array string for index, which is this one. Okay. Hopefully now this one will give us good results. So let me see. Now when he go in this location, he will ask me to enter data for all the elements, then he will print that data. Really easy, straightforward example how to use array and how we could add values in the location. See, he asked me for location 0. I would say Hussein. Location 1, Jana, Leia, Ahmed, and see here he give me all the data. He said Hussein, string array, Jana, because I didn't say print line, that's all these will be one beside another. So please just you say print line, you will never see, sorry for that voice, you will never see that again. Okay, so let me see what we have for now. So array for 0, Jana, Jane, Leia, whatever, Hussein. Wow, so this is Ahmed. See, he give me all the data for every location. So this is basically how to work with array. Hopefully you understand it. Hopefully everything was clear for you. Here we done. Thank you for watching and see you next. Hey again, let me talk in this video about array list. Array list is same as array, but one thing different from array list to array, the data structure for array list. Array list internally, you don't have to define the size. So in array we say 5 and we could only add 5 elements in that array. But in array list we don't need to define and we could add element as much as we could or we want because to use linked list as internally. So to get started, I will define my class. I will name it array list demo and click OK. Make sure to add this function, which is main function. So let me define my array list. So it should be variable array list, whatever instance, should be equal array list. Okay, you will use it a lot in Android, this one. Array list, what the type of element inside this array list? Let me suppose string. That means, hey, you say you have array list, all the element is string. Now let me add. So you say array list dot add. So you don't have any size. So let me add Jenna. You need to add more. Just copy this line. Leia. you add more Hussein. Okay, you are not restricted with the size. Okay, there is no size. You could add element as much as you want. To get any elements, you just say, I want to get Leia. Leia is the first location, so 0. So let me say print line and name first name. To get first name, I will do I would say array list dot get. That means getting element. So get location 0. When I give it 0, he will go and bring me this one, which is Jenna. So this is basically how you get specific element in the array. So getting by index Jenna. Also, you could print all the elements. So you say print line all element, and you could do for loop. You know how to do that. You say for the item in the array list. Any item in the array list, print it to me. So you said, hey, print line the items. Just say item. He could go through this list and print all the elements for you. Or also you could print them by index, by giving index 0, index 1, index 2, index 3, or whatever. So now it's very basic process how to add element in the array, how to get one in the element, how to get all the element from the array, how to update element, really same thing. So think about you want to update this element, which is first time was it Leia. So you say, okay, I have the name, I have array list dot, I want to do set, which index 0, I want to replace Leia by Leia Hussein. Okay, you just update the name. So you could do that using set. There's many functions we could use it with the array list, like set, get, contains. You search for a specific name in the array list. You say, hey, if this array list contains that name, just do this thing for me, and you will see it in seconds. So yes, here is it. All elements. See, he updated Leia to Leia Hussein. So let me suppose I'm looking for Hussein. So search. Very easy process. You say, hey, if the array list dot contain Hussein. So that means he will search for Hussein in the array list. For example, print for me, print line, name is found. Name is found. Else, the name is not found. Okay, name is not found. So this is searching. You search specific element in the array. As I told you, this is the basic process. This is also another way. You could do anything you want with the array list, set, get, whatever. You could print them using item. You could print them using name is not found. Why is not found? I think the name spelling is not same. So Hussein here capital, Hussein here small. So they are different. So if I change it to capital, you have to say name is found. Because for now he wasn't able to find a different character. This one capital, this one is small. If you want to match between them, you have to do 2 lower or 2 upper for both of them. But if you want to get exactly, name is found. So yes, also you could think about you want to print them using the index here. So now here all element, he print all element by object. Is that right? What if you want to print all element by index? How you do that? Okay, you do for loop. Okay, but you don't know the size of array list. You cannot say 4 or 3 because the array list size will change. So you say I in like index in the between 0 and the size of the array list. So size of array list dot size -1, because I don't want to take the size. Always the size should be outside my scope. So I do that. So now you have index. The index will be between 0 and the size of the array. Size will give you number of elements. So now you have 4, he will give you 4. So you say from 0 to 3. Now you could say same thing, a print. But now when I do array list, which is array list, but now I do dot get, because I'm getting by index and printing by index. So yes, this is basically how you do that. So printing by index. So yes, this is how to do that. How to do printing element, how to do get, set, whatever release process that we could do it in array list. So hopefully everything was clear for you. See how he was able to print same thing, same data. Hopefully he was able. Did he print all elements? Yes, you add them one beside other because I didn't say print line. You have to say. Why I always I forget to print line. Print line is good to show me every element in different line, so you could understand what we are doing, not everything like inside another. So yes, this is basically how we use array list. Make sure you understand it because we will use the data structure a lot in Android because most of the data you'll save it in array list. See, element by index, he give you same thing, element by object. So yes, do you have anything left? No? Here we done, and thank you for watching. See you next. Hey again, one of interesting data structure, you will use it a lot when you work with HTTP is the hash map. You save the data truths using key and value. So to get started, I will create a new class. I will name it hash map demo. Okay, waiting here, and that is. So to define hash map, let me suppose variable map equal. You define it this way. Say hash map. Hash map take two things, key and value. Let me suppose the key data type is integer, so you say integer, and the value should be string, whatever you want to give it, key and value. This is the way how you define the hash map. Now you want to add value in the hash map. You say, okay, map dot put, okay, because you need to put. He asks you for the key. You say the key is integer. Let me suppose the ID one. What the ID one is referred to Hussein. So whenever anyone asks for ID one, I will give him Hussein. Continue putting element inside this hash map. So I say 2, Jenna. You say hash map 3. You say Leia. So this is how we put element inside hash map. So whenever anyone asks this key, he will get this value. So let me suppose I want to get Leia, Jenna. So you said how you get it. So you said in the map, I will send it a key. So you could do get and give it the key. I have this key 1, 2 for Leia, 3 for Leia. So you give it key 3. If you give it key 3 and you print it, you will go and look who has key 3. You will go here. Yes, Leia has key 3. You don't have to have 3 like you could give it 33. And now if you run it, he will look for someone who has a key 33 and he'll bring it for you. So yes, this is a very basic way to work with hash map and how we could get that put or get data from hash map. You could also do for loop. Also, you still like you have for key in the map Hey again, we discussed the array list, we discussed the array, we discussed hash map, but all these are already implemented in Java and Kotlin use it. But you have to know you could use this thing in Kotlin, that Kotlin have his own version from this thing. So let me suppose get a new file and I said Kotlin collections. Okay, so I just grade here. So this is my class. So let me suppose I want to define map. And Kotlin also have, I don't know why I use let a lot, variable map. And Kotlin also have, for example, for map, you say hash map of, and you could give it the value that you want. Say, for example, key one will be the key for the name, which is Hussein. So to Hussein. Okay. You could add more. 2 is the key for Jenna. And you could also go down and say, hey, I need to add more. Map.put for key 3 should be Leia. This is another way. See, he use hash map of. It's different data structure, different representation, but still same. Like still, if I want to print element, I say, hey, print line for me for the one who have, for example, for map dot. Now I don't use get. I think you could use get. We'll give it key, for example, 3. And also you could use another way. We say print line, the simple way, which you say map, and you give it the key directory, for example, 3. So you could use map.get or map.3. Same result, same data, but one thing different, this one hash map is just implemented in Kotlin, so make it a little bit the syntax will be easy for people who want to learn. So let me see the result. Let you wait 4 seconds and see what is going on. So yeah, hopefully everything will be good, and we are ready to go for next step. So there you go. Leia give you same result. As I told you, there is many things you could do. Also, you have variable for something, name it array of. So AR, we said array of, and you give it value like 1, 10, 22, 11, and you could print this element. You said, hey, print line for me for AR for 0. He will give you the first location, which is 1. Okay, array of. Also they just did the presentation for these data, so you could get the element, you could set it, same thing, array of. Also list of. I don't think I need to discuss list of for you, because list, same thing of just data structure, different representation. But if you want to do it var, you may see it l equal list of. Also you could give it list of element, but the internal data structure is different from array. For example, 11, 22, 33, whatever, and you could print the elements inside that array, and in same way. So you want to print all the elements, say, hey, for loop, let me suppose name it list. So item in the list, and make print for me. But you have to know list is different using linked list, so you cannot get it by index. You cannot say list for 0, list for 1, list for 2, because the internal data structure for list is linked list. So you have to use in this way to access to the element. So items, print line item, print line, you have to be able to print it. So just different data structure, but you have to understand, like map is the same of hash map, array of same as array, list is the linked list. Here we go. If you see how he was able to print all element for me. So yes, this is basically. But if you try to do list for like 0, could you add element here? Or list, yes, list for example 0 equal 22. You cannot do this, because first of all, a list is the linked list, so you cannot access to the element through index. This is first thing. The second thing, list is immutable data structure. When we say this data structure is immutable, that means after you define it, you cannot change the value inside it. You cannot. So you just define, give it value, and that is. But if you want to make it immutable list, you just say, hey, immutable list of. Mutable list of, same of list, but that means that the value inside it could be changed. Now you could say, hey, for 0 add 22 because you define it as immutable. But if you define it as list only, you cannot update the value inside the list. So again, there's a difference between immutable and immutable. When we say this structure is immutable, that means this data could be changed. The data after you define it could change it. You see immutable list of, after he defined it, he was able to change it. But when you say this immutable, that means after you define it, give it value, you cannot change it. As you see then when we define it like list of only. There is many things to do. Let me just done from this video. See you next. Hey again, let me talk in this video about sets. So to get started, I will get a new file and name it sets. Okay, sets another data structure use it to represent the data. So let me say variable sets element equal, you define set of the element. So there is many things you could use the data structure syntax, which is you say sets, or you could use this syntax with set of, but because you're doing set of, you could give a set element 1, 2, 3, 11, 44, 55. If you again add 55, this 55 will not add it second time, you will add it one time, because when we say this is set of element, that means the element cannot be repeated. So now if I just say for print element in the sets, and you say print the element, he will not show you 55 two times. And this is one thing different, like make the sets different from other data structure. Sets, we cannot repeat the numbers, we can add it only for one times. Okay, so seeing the data here, 55, see it for one time, even you add it two times. So this is a different in sets. When we say sets, that means I cannot add more element. I cannot go here and say dot add. Why? Because set is immutable. That means I cannot add more element inside it. To define another set, which is immutable, so m, that means I have to say in this way. I have to say immutable set of. That means this, when you define it as immutable, you just go to right and print it, but the immutable here, you could add element inside it. So you could add element, a new element like 77. But if you define it as set of, that is immutable, that means you cannot add element. This one will not work here. This case will not work. Why? Because it is immutable. When said immutable, 77 could be added. So this is basically how you add element, how you read element from list. As I told you, you will use list when you have list of element and you want to make sure you don't have repeated number, and if you have repeated, you want to ignore them. And that's all what you have to do. See, same thing here, he adds 77. So here we done. Thank you for watching and see you next. Hey again, let me talk in this video about factions. So to get started, I will create a new file, Kotlin file, and name it factions. Okay. So if you remember, this was our main faction that our application was started from. So to define faction, you see we use the word fun, then we give it name for the faction, main, then we open a bracket, we give it the parameters, data type. So this parameter is array of strings. This was main faction that would run automatically. But also we could define many factions as much as we want. So let me go up and define faction for some two numbers. So I will say fun, the name, what the name of the faction, sum, what this faction expect to have as an input, have two number. So number one, that the data type for it should be integer, whatever, or maybe you want it to be a double or float, whatever, double. And have number two, I expect number two should be also double. So T, I add semicolon. Then also what is the return value? I close the bracket. I expect the return value should be double. Then I open a bracket, close it. This could have a block of code. I could write as much as I want here. So think about, I want to sum the two numbers. So I say variable sum equal number 1 plus number 2. And then I say, hey, return for me the sum. And that is. So because I said return sum, what he will do, and when he call this method, he will get number 1, number 2. He do some operation, he return the value for the color. So if I call this one from here for some two number, so I said variable r equal, I call this function, name it sum. I say sum, what I want to sum. See, he say, hey, I'm taking two parameter. I want to sum 10 and 12. Okay, let me print the r. So I say r equal the $sign r. Okay, but this is take a float, so it should be 10.0, 10.0, because the function take a float as input. So this is r, not s. Let me just call this function again down, and without doing var, because the variable already defined now, just using same variable and print it. And for third time, and make sure using /n, so you have the result on different lines. And let me add a breakpoint and try to understand how functions work. So debug, and let's start step by step and see how he will run this function. So make sure always from the function what you have inputs, what you expect as output, and what the block of code. As I told you, this function could have 1 line, 10 line, 1000 line, whatever lines of code you need to add inside it. You will see function a lot in our coding. So yes, waiting seconds, run. Let me see what is going on here. So always see, whenever I have data type function also return, I have to return value. So, but we will see example, he don't have any return value. So now he will go to the breakpoint here. I will not click this one, because this one he will execute the function directly. He go execute and bring the data. But I want to now, I click this one. I want to know what he will do here. So not this one, step. I say step into click. See, he called this function. And because I sent 10 or 12, he will take 10, added the number 1. He will take 12, added number 2. See, number 1, 10, number 2, 12. He will do same process. He will return 22 for me, and he will add 22 in R. Then he will print 22. You will see it here. Same thing if you go to the next. Again, I have 10 and 20, 10 and 12. If you just go, again, taking 10 and 12, sum them, return value. Print it, 22, same thing. So, does it make any sense to sum two number, 5 and 87, what this one, 1, 1, and 1, 2. And let's just rerun it. So one thing I want to make you make sure you understand it. The function formatted this way. You say fun, name of the function, input parameters, then what you value expect, then open a bracket, write all your code, then return Hey again, let me talk in this video about overloading concept and functions. So I will get a new file, I will name it function overload, okay? And that is my function. Cool. So suppose I have function for sum. So sum I expect to get two number, which is number one I expect it to be integer, and number two I expect it also to be integer, and I expect to return value integer. Whatever, if you want integer, if you want any data type, others. So let's suppose I have return number one plus number two. This is what I expect from this function. Think about you have other function that do sum for three numbers. So number three also be integer. Suppose. So now we have number one, number two, number three. This name overloading mean that I have same function name, but here I have two parameters, here I have three parameters. This concept of overloading. Maybe you will continue say, hey, I have another function, and this function will have four parameters, which number four also integer, and I will sum it with n4. So that is a great. So think about now you want to call here. So you would say variable sum equal some value, some number or some number in this way, because I have sum already defined. I call some function, but some function now see have four forms. Either I could send them two parameter or three or four parameter. So this is the good thing in this function. Let me suppose I send 10 and 11. Then I would say, hey, print line for me showing me the sum equal what you have in some value, okay, or some number. Let me suppose I want to call this function for 3, but I don't need to redefine it. Let me suppose 10, 11, 15, I want to sum three numbers. Now I want to go down and say, hey, I want to do sum for four numbers. So now how this one run, like how he will know which function you are calling. Let me debug it. So by debugging it, he will understand the compiler. If you send it 2, he will call the function with 2 parameter. If you send it 3, he will call the function with the 3 parameter. If you send it 4, or if you send it 4, he will call the function with 4 parameter. They don't have to be ordered one after another. You could call in any place, because he will understand from the input of the function which function he have to call. And this is what we name it overloading. That means I have function, I overloaded with more parameters. You'll see it a lot in the Android. You will use it a lot. So make sure you understand this concept and make sure this concept is clear for you. So yes, running it and hopefully seeing the data in seconds. So wait a second and see what is going on. Yes, here is it. Go, he will call this function with 2 parameter because I sent him 2 parameter. If I send him 3 parameter, he will call the function with the 3 parameter. If I send him 4 parameter, he will call function for 4 parameter, and he will show you all the data here. So basically this is the overloading concept. Thanks for watching, see you. Hey again, let me talk in this video about polymorphism concepts in Kotlin. So to get started, I just got a new file, I name it function polymorphism, whatever how you write it down. So polymorphism mean you have factions with same number of parameters with same name but different data type. What I mean by that, I mean I have function for sum, and I expect this, not for sum, for show, and I expect this function to get something like string, and this string I expect it to be the name of the person, okay? And this one does not return anything, so I will suppose return unit, and let me suppose should print the name, okay, for me plus name. Maybe I have same function with same name and with only one number of parameter but different data type. So should be get, for example, number, and this number I expect it to be integer. So I say, hey, this function could expect show the number, and also maybe also this function could get double as input value, and I would show the number D, for example, because I expect the number to be double, and I printed. So having functions with same name, with same number of parameter, with different data type, so this will be named as polymorphism. So to call show from here, now if I just send it Hussein, do you think what function he will call? He will polymorphism. He will understand, hey, you need to call this function because the input is string. That means I need to call this one. Now if I just say, hey, show 100, he will understand, hey, 100 is an integer. That means you mean this function. So let me suppose I call again show 10.5. He say, hey, 10.5 is double. That means you need to call this function. So let me add a breakpoint and show you how we will run this problem step by step. I know this is just concept for you. Maybe you are not interested in it in this time, but you will use it a lot when you build your project and you want your developer to follow same pattern. So see, still same function, same name, different data input. So yes, this is what I want to teach you in polymorphism. So debug it and let's see how to run it step by step. You say variable pi, never use it, but I never defined pi here. Maybe he just calling a different, hey, he calling different file, he just debugging different file. Yes, so now here I am. Click this one, he go directory and he print Hussein. So I see the output Hussein. Why? Because he know the function. Now 10.5, he will understand this is double function. See, he called the double one. Now if he get 100, he called the integer function. So yes, this is what I want to show you in this video, and thank you for watching and see you next. Hey again, one of important thing I want to teach you in this video is the variable scope. So let me just get a new file and name it scope. Okay, this is important part in any programming language. So if I suppose I have function here, name it fun display. Okay, and this is doesn't expect to return anything, so should be unit. Okay, so and I have this main function. If I define variable here, variable name it name, and I give it equal Hussein. One thing you have to know, this variable is local variable and you could print it only from this place. So you could here say print name that we agree on, and we could say name is Hussein. Why? Because they are in same block, so both in the same block. This is a block of code, so because they are both in same block, so I could access to it. But if I just try to say here, from here also print name, he will not know which name you mean. You say, hey, I don't know name. Why? Because name is not part from this block. Name is part from this block. This we name it, what we name it, local variable. That means it will make a problem for you, so you cannot call it. But wait, what if I want to define variable that could be accessed from here and could be accessed from here? Basically define it top. So that you suppose name define variable full name, that you suppose you say Hussein or Rubai. Okay, that means I have variable and I could access to it from here, print it, done. Okay, and also that's totally fine. I could access to this variable from here, so access to it from different places. This name it, what we name it, a global variable. So if you have to know the variable that we defined in the block of code, it will get clear when the block is done, and no one could access to it from outside the block. So if I defined here name, I cannot access to it from here because this is related to this group. Same thing if I define variable here, I cannot access to it from here. Imagine you have a block of code and have variable. Only from the same block you could access to it. From other block you cannot. But if you define it as a public in the top or in the outside of any function, so you could access to it from all the functions. Yes, this is what I want to show you. It's really interesting point for you, and thank you for watching and see you next. Hey everybody, let me talk in this section about OOP or object-oriented programming. When we talk about OOP, we mean we need to separate the concept. That means we will make our project from number of classes with number of interface and enums and more. That means instead of having one God class, you'll have number of component or number of a class are communicate with together or are connect one of them to be depend of another one. That means we separate in the concept. So when we have problem in any place, we will go to that class and we'll fix it. Instead of having one God class and we'll go through the big around, like for example 1 million line and looking for the error and fix it. So object-oriented programming is the concept, and it will use it. It uses it in every project. So you may, because you need to manage your project and make it easy to modify in the future. So how object-oriented programming work? Object-oriented programming mean you treat everything as object. Let me give you an example. Car is object, and also the home is object, and this animal is object. Every one of these objects have specific properties and specific methods. Let me tell you about the car. What do you think about the car? The car as a properties, what properties this car could have? Could have type of the car, for example BMW, could have model of the car 2015, could have the price of the car 10,000, or could have miles drives or miles user drive this car like 405, and the owner of this car Hussein. So all these are properties of the car. You describe things. When we talk about properties, we mean we describe things. So the car as object have number of properties. But also this object have number of methods. For example, you need to get the price of the car. Depending on the how many miles drive it or how many the real price. For example, if it's 10,000 and drive it 5 miles, you cut something for driving time. Also, you need to get owner, because the owner it be in the database, and the database maybe there's too many owners, so you want to go and filter and look for the last owner and bring the information of it. So what I want to tell you, or what I want to show you from this simple example, the car as object has number of properties. Also, it have number of methods. So any object in object-oriented programming, you will treat it as object, have specific properties that describe the object, and a specific method to do some operation on that object.
Hey again, let me start by create our first class in Kotlin. So to get started, I will just click right here and create my class. I will name it car class. Okay, this is my car class. Don't care about this message. This message just for the GitHub that we will use it later on. So to define a class in Kotlin, you just write the receiver.class, then you give the class name. What's the name of my class? My class name is car. So car, then you open a bracket. When I open a bracket and I close it, that means this is a constructor. Constructor is the method that fire up directory whenever anyone create an instance from the class. Then I open a bracket, close it. So what I need to send to this class? I need to send the type. What do you think about the type? The type should be string, as you said. And I would send the model. I would suppose this model should be integer, and I would send the price. I would suppose the price will be double, and I would receive miles drive, and this one should be integer. So the way you just send every variable and the data type for it, and owner, and I would suppose this one should be string. So this is the way how we start defining our car class. First of all, car class, then give it name, then give it which the input element for this class when someone want to create instance from this class. It's better for readability, add these on different lines so you could read it. So if I just be here and say here, I have main function here which is fun. Main args should be type of array of string. We say that array of string, and this is main function. If I want to create instance from this car, that we suppose here I say variable Hussein hu car equal a new instance from this car. Just I say car. If you see, car need to pass number of elements. Which the element? First of all, I need to pass the type of the car. Let's suppose for now I have Hussein have BMW, while I don't have it. But the model that is supposed 2015 and the price is 10,000, and I would suppose also 10,000.0 because double the price, and also I suppose the mile drive 105, and I suppose the owner is Hussein. So this is
information passed for the car, for Hussein. So to see if he really create the project for us, I just say init here. Init is the function that will be already called whenever anyone create instance from the class. So let me suppose I print the information here, just print line, and I suppose I want to show some information like the type of the car, and I would suppose the type should be goes here, okay, and I will $sign. I will continue for all these, for 5 of them I think, 2, 3, 4, 5. So for the second one I want to show it, which is the model. So model, and the price, I want to show the price. I want to show the miles drive, and also I want to show the owner of this car. So wait a second, here I have a car, have some owner of the car, not type. So here I have a class, and here init means this function will get executed directly when anyone want to initialize the class. So whenever you call a great init. Okay, what the init mean? Init is the function that gets fired automatically when anyone initialize the class. So when I initialize a great instance from the class, which is HU car, this instance, what he will do, he will pass this information here, and he gets initialized and print them to me. So if we just try to see what we have, he have to first of all create a new instance. So HU car, this is a new instance from the car class. He have all these attributes of the car class. Also he will have the methods, but for now we just have the attributes and we just print these attributes. So I cannot do anything with this object, just passing to him and he will print the information for me. But in seconds I will add the two methods for get price and this thing mean the constructor in the Kotlin. Kotlin, you could create constructor by default and you could pass the information for that constructor. So see, I had just create a new instance. If I just add another instance from the car class, let me suppose this instance should be GE car, and G car have Kia, okay, KA, and 2017, whatever, 20,000, 10, whatever, 1 mile, and honored by Jenna. If I just now rerun again, what I will see, he will create instance for me, 2 instance. So one thing you have to know and remember always, this one is totally different from this one. When I say HU car equal car, you pass this information. That means you create a new instance from class car and you initialized with that information. When you said, sorry, wait a second, what I did. Okay, when I said HU car equal car, that means I have a class named car and I take it copy from this class and I add it inside this variable. Then when I create another variable named jcar, I create a new instance. This copy is totally different from this copy. See this first information for Hussein, BMW 2015, this mile drive at Kia, and this is car for Jenna, and this is all the information. So make sure from this thing, the constructor is, you make sure from this thing like how classes work. The class, when you create any instance from the class, this instance is totally different from other instance. Now wait, I have 2 more methods. One of them is get price and one of them get honor. So I have to have function for get price. Okay, I suppose this function will return something double, like the current price for the car. Is that right? There's something returned from this function. And also I expect I have another function which is get honor, which is also expect to bring for me a string. So looking back to this function, these 2 functions have to return some values. You cannot say here return honor. You know why? Because you can. No, you cannot. So you cannot say return honor because honor is not a public, it's not something defined. This is Hey again, if you are coming from C++ or Java or C# background, you did not like this part of the constructor. But one thing you have to know, there is another way to create a constructor in Kotlin, like using the word of constructor. But before I get started, let me just go preferences and change the font size, because the font size now is too much for me. I would say 18 will be good. Okay, hopefully 18 will be good. Make it readable and easy to follow. Okay, yes, I think it's cool now. So this is my class that I created before. So what I will do, I will get a new class totally, which is Kotlin. I name it simple class constructor, whatever. Okay, I will copy all the information I have from previous class to this class. If you not remember, this is my car class, and this have all the information for this car, and this is in it. It's fired automatically when anyone want to initialize the class. We just take this information, we pass it, then we did this instance calling. So what about the constructor? Instead passing this information from here, I could pass them through the constructor. So take them from here, and instead having this in it, I have word of constructor. Okay, then pass all this code inside it, then open a bracket and close it. So what we did here, we said here, hey, if someone create an instance from this class with this constructor passing this information, come here and try to initialize this one. So if you don't know about constructor is the method that fired automatically when someone create an instance from the class. So whenever anyone create an instance from the class, the constructor will get fired. But you see here I have error. The problem I have it here, because car class also considered as a constructor, but this constructor doesn't take anything. While here also another constructor, but this constructor have to fire it first. So to fire that constructor, if you just look the error, he say you have to add this in the end. What this thing mean, hey, when someone try to call this constructor, when you get this data, first of all, go and run that constructor, which is this car. Okay? Because this constructor doesn't have any input, don't care about it, he will not do anything. He will just, I will tell you what. When someone create an instance from the car, he will come here. He have 5 input. But if he try to add this data here, he have problem, because he don't know, this variable is not defined yet. So he will call this. This will go here, and he try to define the variables, these variables. So now I could initialize them. This code should give you same result of the previous code and should not have any problem. But the new one he will call this constructor, which more organized code, while the previous one was a little bit hard. So let me see when we run it if we run into any problem or that is okay. So I think this way of represent a class be more fun. Yes, see, here is error. I don't think I'm interested in that class. This is not my area. This is my area. I want to run this class, not that class. So I think the problem is because he say redeclaration. He think about I'm redeclaring the class. I have it here and I have it here, because he consider this one is one package. So this is one package, and when he pass it to C++ to Java, he say, hey, you have car here, and also you have car in the simple class also, which is for him like this is not meaningful. Why you have same class defined it twice time? So you have just give it car new or car with con in this way. Give it different name and it will work with concept. And just when you initialize it from it, just try to do this initialization. You should be okay. This is just, I told you, the problem happened here because he say, hey, you asking for car and you already have car function, car and another class you already defined, which is simple class that you defined before. So I don't understand which car you mean. Why you repeat it? So basically, give it a new name. So it will work now. Now if you just rerun it, with the new name, he have to work without any problem. So make sure from this thing, don't be in this row, don't do in one package, I have this package, don't define same class name in 2.5, which make a problem like what you see it now. But this is the way, like when I create a new instance from the class, he will directly went to this constructor, he passed this information. First of all, he called the super class. Super doesn't have any parameter for it. If you want to pass parameter, you could pass it. If you don't want, don't do. Then he print them. He still give me same result from that one. But here with the constructor. So I have to see same result. If I don't, that's mean I have error. See same result, same information I have it now without any back. That's great. And also remember this constructor. If this constructor have anything like, for example, have this one only as input. Okay. This one will have error because you need to pass it. You need to pass this type. Just pass this type to it. That means, hey, when someone calls this constructor, he will send me a type. Before do anything, just send this type to this method. So this method could deal with it. So make sure from this part also you may see it in the code. And also you could have more than one constructor. That's totally fine. Maybe you have this constructor, maybe you have another constructor, but with different number of parameters. Like let me suppose I have another constructor here. Okay, here is it, constructor, and this constructor doesn't get anything. But make sure before you write the code for it, you call this constructor. This means the basic class. You make sure you call the basic class. So you could have another constructor, and you could initialize this constructor also in same way. Like you say, like print, for example, in new. Hopefully run he will run. He just was he is debugging. So in new class instance. Okay. So this is also as I told you, also the constructor, but he don't have any error now. This base, he calling base class. So there is no error on this constructor. And but here I have instance with name. So to call that car, that is a Versi should be car with cons, and if I don't pass any parameter, that's mean hey, I need to fire this one. If I pass any parameter to it, which this parameter, that mean this one. So now if you just rerun it, he have to be able to call this constructor. He will not call that constructor. Why he did not call this constructor? Because it looked like a function. If you remember when did overloading in function, here we do overloading in constructor. I'm calling this constructor. That means I don't need to initialize it. I just need to call this one. But he do same problem for you for definition, because he say hey, he say conflict overloading public. Why? Do you know what's the problem happen here? The problem happen here. Here I have constructor will not take any parameter. Here I have constructor take 5 parameter, and here I have constructor also did not take any parameter. So if you cannot have same constructor. So let me suppose just this one take name as a string, and so now I have 3 constructor. This one, this one, this one. Now if he just didn't pass anything, that means he will call this constructor. If he pass data, that means he call this constructor, like 5 data. If he pass only the name, like Hussein, that means he call this constructor. Now if you just rerun it, he have to be able to execute this. So just always I got mistake with this constructor because I'm coming from Java background, so we don't have constructor here. So make sure you don't confuse between this constructor. This also consider a constructor. So make sure from it, run your code. If it's working fine, that's fine. That's great. If not, you have error. So if he give you this message that you have it in that constructor, will create a new instance. See, a new instance, a new class instance. Why? Because we send it car, so he will call this one. He will not call this constructor. But he have all of them. They have to call this constructor. So yes, when I added more these 2 functions, but now this one will call a different thing. Like this one will call the second constructor, which is this constructor. So yes, here we done. Thank you for watching and see you next. Hey again, let me talk in this video about inheritance. Inheritance in programming language mean class have specific to properties and method, and there is another class share the same properties and methods. So he need to inherit that properties instead of rewrite that properties. I will show you in simple. So I will name this class. I say emit a class inheritance. Okay, and let me suppose I have a class for operation. Okay, this class name it operations. I suppose this class doesn't have any inputs, but this class have two function. First function for sum operation will take two number, should be integer, should be n1 of type of integer, and have n2 also a type of integer, and I expect this one to return value for me also integer. Just think about it in this way, don't think about it as float whatever. Now this function when it's done have to return for me n1 plus n2, which is normal. Now think about I have another function which is name it div, okay, which take two number and divide one number on another. Okay, if I just have main class which is fun main, which have rx take array of string, and you understand how this one work. Now I want to create a new instance from operation. I would say hey op or var op equal the operation class, and I could use the methods like I need to var sum. I just say just equal op dot sum. He will directly ask me to add two number like 10 and 15. If I just try to do another process which is var div, directory I say op dot div, okay, and say like 12 and 11 whatever. This is just basic process for this information, and you could print them on the screen so to show people you are doing right or your class is working fine. Some, and you could do same thing for, so make sure this one always print line, and also make sure from this one always print lines. Until now I don't have any inheritance. I have div and sum from specific class. Think about you have another class. This class name it multi operation, like many operation have it. This class expect to have 4 type of operations like addition, subtraction, multiplication, division. So he have two of these methods, and you have more too. One of them is div for, or is this div? Oh, is this subtract, and this is multiplication. Okay, which should be multiplication. So this is second class multi or mul only. So this is second class, and you could get an instance from that class which is the second one, and you say hey, and I had defined op2 will be equal multi operation Hey again, let me talk in this video about public modifiers. So what I mean by that? I mean if I have an operation, I have variable here, name it, name, whatever name of the process. I'll name it process name. Process name in this way, and I give it a string, or should be null as start point. So this is my starting point for a process name. If I try to call it from here, so I try to call it from this place, whatever, like here I say I define function, name it get name. Okay, so I could say super, that means super class dots process name. Why? Because this one is defined as a public by default. When I define variable as public, this is by default, it will be public. It by default have this word before it. When I define variable public, and there is a class inherit that variable, I could access to it because it's by default public. Also, I could access to it from the instantiation. Okay, like for OP, also I could say dot process name. I have to be able to be access to that process name. See process name. Why? Because it's public. So you could now just print it here. So the first scenario, if I have the variable is defined as public or doesn't have anything before it, that means it is public, even it's function or variable. See, you say, hey, you don't need to add this one. It's already public, so you don't need it. If I define variable as a protect, okay, protected, that's mean I could see it. The one who inherit me could see it, but I cannot create instance from a directory. So see, I cannot access to it from the instance, sorry. So if there is instance, this instance cannot access to it because the protect. That means it could be seen from me and from anyone inherit my information. If I write this one is private, what this mean? This mean only I could see this variable. Anyone, even then the class who inherit me, he cannot see it. Also, the one who main function cannot see it. So a three type of definition: public, protect, public, protect, private, and there's internal. You could learn about it, but it's by default public. It could be said from the class who inherit me and the class who did instance. Also, if it's private, only I could see it. Even the inherit me cannot see it. Protected, me and inherit me, the person who did like a implementation instance, he would not see it. So yeah, here we done. Thank you for watching. See you next. Hey again, let me talk in this video about overriding concept. Overriding concept is one of important concept you have to understand if you are going to learn Android, because all the work in Android using overriding. Overriding, what do you mean by that? I mean, hey, there is a method in a specific class, and I inherit that method, but I don't want to have same content. I want to have different contents. So what I mean by that? If I get a new Kotlin class, I name it overriding. I will copy the inherited class to it, and I be here, and I have it. So if you remember from inherited class, you cannot have operation now because you have this class already. You have to define it. But you give it name operation 1. This one and multi operation 1, and this one inherit operation 1, because you cannot have a class with same name. So just rename it, make it easy to work. So yes, I just use a different class to keep the code for you. So think about this one. This function, name it sum. I inherit that function because it is part from this class, and here I was able to run it and use the result. But wait, in my class I want to inherit div and sum, but the div I want it to be same, but sum I don't want to add only 2 number. I want to multiply the 2 number by 3. So I mean, hey, I have this function here, okay, and I have to multiply this number by 3. Okay, this is said, hey, wait, I don't understand what you're meaning. You are already inherit this function. Why you rewrite it again? That means you have to change first this function to open because any function by default define it as final. So I say, hey, this open, so someone when he inherited, he could update it. Second thing, you say, okay, here I would write word override. Override mean this class, like this function, is overridden. So override, you have to write it here. So what will happen now? What will happen now? This class, when you create an instance from the multi operations, from the operations, the method for sum he will over. Hey again. Let's talk in this video about casting concept. Casting mean I have something I want to cast it to another thing. So if you remember from previous example, when we had class named operation1 have sum and div. There is another one, multi operations, have sum, div, multiply, whatever. And I have different implementation for sum here. Now wait, what if I create an instance from this class and I do cast it to this class? What he will do, he will check, hey, I have this class, I have div and sum. Do I have to have sum here? If yes, replace it with this sum. Do I have div here? If yes, replace it with this div. And finally, he will create a class for you, name it operation with 2 methods only. So see what I have now. 50, 25, 1, 51, 1. So now if I said, hey, wait, I want to change this class to cast it to this class. So I say as operations. That means convert this class for me to operations. Before adding this line, if you just write here op 2 dots, he will give you 4 methods, as you know, 4 or 3, I don't remember exactly how many methods he will give you. He will give you 4 mul, sub, div, sum, because all these methods are part from this class, multi operations. But if I do cast it to this operation one, I'm not able to see more than div and sum. Why? Because only div and sum are available here in this class. This class operation have only div and sum. But because I did cast for this one to this one, that means he will try to replace the method. He will take this one, replace it, and instead this one. Take looking for div here, try to replace it this one, and he will ignore other methods. So if you just rerun it, now let me see what we will have. It will be something interesting, because now this class operation and operation have 2 methods first, sum and div. Sum have to sum 2 number, div have to div 2 numbers, like binormally. If I have sum, that means he will sum them. If I div, he have to div them. But the second one in the sum operation will give us different result because he will take in the sum from the parent class. So let me see what is going on. So here I have sum and div 25 one. This is normally because 10 plus 15, 25. Div by, when I divide 12 by 11 should be 1. That's okay. But if I go here, I'm talking about multi operations. If I send 10 5 but I cast it to operation, so 10 5, and now this class op2 is operation, not multi operation, is operation because I have two methods only. But when I send 10 and 5, you have to return to me 25, but he returned 55. Why? Because as I told you, even it is operation, but he add this method instead this method. He just cast it, replace it. So he give you 25. And also still div still give you same result because I didn't replace it with any method. You will see casting a lot in Android when you cast a class to other class. This is basically the idea of the casting. That means, hey, I want to convert this class to this class. Here we done. Thank you for watching. See you next. Hey again. I want to talk in this video about this and super. So we understand before what this mean. This mean this class. So if I'm in this class, okay, that's mean this class, and I write here word this mean this class. So if I define here variable, name it whatever t, integer, and this one have null value, and I want to access to it, I would say, hey, for example, I want to access to it from here before return value, I say this dot t. Okay, I'm accessing to it, giving any value. Also, if I want to call this function from this class, I say, hey, this dot sub, because I'm calling this function in this class. What if I want to call function from super class that I inherited? Just write the word super dot name of the function. If you see, hey, you're calling super. So if I say super dot div, he will go to the 2 and 10. He go to the super class, mean the class I inherited from, and he call div. If I want to call the sum in that class, I just sum whatever number 1, number 2. So you see, now what is going on here? Here I have a function, and this function, name it sum. Inside this function, I'm calling the sum that available in the parent, which is totally fine. You could do it. And also you could do a lot. If you remember when we did a constructor before, we said you have a constructor and this. And I suppose this class doesn't take anything. So now this is my constructor, not this one. This is my start constructor. But here, this one is not constructor. So how this constructor will run? So you'll have a problem. So you have to remove this thing. So you have to call that constructor from here. So you say, hey, call my super constructor. So that means, see, here, yes, the problem now is fixed. Now you're saying, hey, I have constructor, and you want to create an instance from this class, call this constructor. When you're calling this constructor, also call the super constructor. If the super constructor taking any parameter, like name as string, you could do pass something here for the name, like Hussein, whatever. So make sure from this thing when you working with constructor and inheritance and all this stuff. So here we done. Thank you for watching. See you next. Hey again, let me talk in this video about interface. Interface is another concept used in Kotlin, which you will see it a lot in Android. Interface mean you have a specific interface for different implementation. I have a class for sum operation, but this sum will be, or have method for sum operation, but this sum operation will use it in different class with different implementation. Here we use interface. Why we use interface? To make this class familiar to all the developers. So if I just create a new not Java class, sorry, I want to create a new Kotlin class. I will name it class interface. Okay. Suppose I have interface. So to define interface in Kotlin, you just say interface. Okay. Sorry, not in line. Interface. You give it name. Let me give it name OP. What the operation you suppose you have? Let me suppose I have two operations. One of them function fun for sum. I suppose this sum taking two number 1 integer. I know I use it a lot sum, but yes, this is most easy example. Number 2 also taking integer. So this function doesn't have any implementation here. I have another function for div. Okay. Now think about there is a class user, name it user op, and he want to implement this. Interface. Just he add 2:op, then done. So now he say, hey, there is a class, there is error. You are trying to implement this method, and this method doesn't have any implementation in your code. So you just click here, you see this error. He say, hey, implement the methods. He say you need to implement 2 methods. Select them. Okay. If you see now, I don't have any implementation for these 2 methods. I just remove this code from them and try to implement them. Let's suppose here I will return n1 plus n2, and let's suppose here I would, hey, is this one correct? No, because here I expect I don't return anything. So let's suppose I just print n1 plus n2, and that is, and here also let me suppose print line, not a print line, n1 plus n2, which is better doing sum in this way to make it easy for reading. And also it's better to do this one also div and make this one divide by this one. See, he already added the word overwrite, but there is no word here for open, because interface, it is by default open. By default, any method in the interface will be open. See, this is implementation. If you suppose I have another class, which is user op, which is admin op. Okay, name it admin op. And this admin op also have implementation, but he want to minus from 2 and minus from 2. So you see, I have interface, but I have different implementation here, different implementation from the one that I have it here. Everyone he want to do implementation in his way for that method. You will see interface a lot next upcoming videos, and the Android especially. If you see how just you will see a lot of interface about GPS, about whatever. Android already have it. You just try to import that interface and try to implement the method for that. And this is how exactly work. Now you just create an instance from OP, call these methods normal way, create an instance from admin, call this method in the normal way without any problem. Also, this method could have default data, like default calls. Like for example, by default, they will print here this one. So that's mean if someone did any implement, he will use the default one. For same thing for this one, he will use this one. So with one div. That's mean if you try to call this method without any implementation, he will use these default thing. If you try to implement, he will use your implementation. That's mean if I have another class, which is name it manager OP, and this manager, he don't want to implement these methods, he will get the implementation already from this one. By default, he will get this implementation. So you don't see any error. Before he was giving you error because he was asking you to implement. But here by default, if you give it implementation. So yes, here we done. If you want to work with it, just go ahead and write here main rx and in your arguments rx and give it array and array of string, and make sure you are like just create instance from every class. This is for you to do a great instance for every class and try to call this method. Like for example, what you will do if say admin op equal admin op, what will happen if you don't send anything here, then you say var here, var from that class, and you will call the admin op for example for sum and say 3 and 10 or whatever. What happened for user op when you call and see it. So here we done. Thank you for watching. See you next. Hey again. Let me talk in this video about abstract. When I define any class as abstracts, I mean, hey, this class, no one could create an instance from it. Sometimes for security reason. So think about this example. Just Kotlin, name it simple, abstract. Okay. So I think I have a class about a credit. Okay, credit. I suppose this class have information about getting credit card or whatever. So let's suppose to have information for credit card. So let you suppose it return for us credit ID, whatever you return for us, return this number. I don't care about the numbers, whatever this number. Let's we suppose this one credit ID. So make sure, because here we need to say, hey, this is a return a string. So this is a credit. But now if someone here try to create main class, he could easily create variable from the credit equal credit ID. Why credit card. Okay, credit. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not good in spelling. So credit card. So he easily could create an instance of credit card, and he easily could say, hey, a print line for a credit card dot, which is this one, credit dot get ID, which is this one, get ID. So this is of what? Credit ID. So he easily will able to access to this method. I want to prevent people from create direct instance from my class for several reasons, as you see it, credit card information. So to do that, I write word abstract before the class. I say abs struct. When I say this class abstract, that means no one could create instance directory from it. This one will not work, okay? Because you cannot create instance directory. To use this class, you have to inherit it. So, for example, a class user info. In the user info, he could now inherit that class, which is a credit card, and he could use it here. Here in this class, that's okay if someone like have function for get info, and this get info will return for us string, and from this class there is a call for that method. So the call will be returned for us because I'm calling return. I just write credit card, and that is. So now if someone gets an instance from user, he could call it variable user, but directory he cannot call it, as I told you, for several reasons. One of them that you see it in this, you see it in this example. So now if I say print line for the user dot get info, he have to be able to print the info of credit card. So whenever you have a class, you don't want anyone to get an instance directory from it, just define it abstract, and that is. Also, you could define your method as abstract. When you define your method as abstract, that means this method need to have implementation. So if you say, hey, I have this method is abstract, that means, hey, fun, let me suppose it updates. Okay, updates. Let's suppose a new credit. Okay, I suppose this function doesn't have any implementation for now, so just do it in this way. That means the one who will inherit this class, he have to do implementation for this class. How he do that? You know how to do. He just by doing override for that method, and he try to implement this function for us. So whatever he want write, whatever print line in new card created, whatever. So yes, this is basically, see, when you define it abstract, that's mean if you define a function as abstract, that means the one who inherits this function have to implement it and have to write override. It will be already open. You don't have to write word open before it. See, this is the credit number. So yes, here we done. Thank you for watching. See you next. Hey again, let me talk in this video about enums. So to get started, I will open a new class. I will name it enums demo. Make sure always different name. So think about, I have this main method and I have different direction, east, west, south, north. So you say, hey, I want to define enum class, have a direction, and this direction I expect it to be one of these four values. Should be either, hopefully, caps on north, or south, or east, or west. So think about it. Now you want to check the direction. You say, hey, for example, if you suppose I have variable user direction and give it initial value direction dot south. Okay, now you want to check. You say, hey, if user direction dot user direction equal direction. This is just like how you collect the data. Direction dot east or north. You say print line he went to north. You say, for example, else, I don't know, print line I do not know where he went. Okay, should be equal. So see, this is collection of information. If you have collection of similar information, you just add it inside enum class and you could access to it just by writing enum dot the collection name. Make your code more organized and easy to readable. You cannot hard coding. You cannot say north is 1, south is 2, east is 3. So you have more. Whenever you have collection of information, use enums to make it easy for you to read the code and make it easy for the other people when they try to read and follow your code. So let you wait for seconds and see what is going on after he do debug for this code. So waiting. Hey, so hopefully until now everything was clear for you and you understand everything, and the code was fun. I know the object-oriented a little bit complex, but you have to use it and you have to get familiar with, because this is the programming live. Yeah, waiting for seconds and see the results. He is running. See, he's still running all the files. He's not running only your file. So here is it. I do not know where he went because he went to the south. I'm checking only on the north. So yes, here we done. Thank you for watching. See you. Hey again. Let me talk in this video about generic. Generic is another way to represent the data in the class. Sometimes I send object or I send variable, but I don't know the data type of that object. So it's better to use generic. Generic is used a lot in object-oriented programming, and you will see it in seconds. So to get started, let me just create a new class. I will name it generic. Okay. And I will start to create my generic class. So to get started, I will just define a class, and I suppose this class should be user admins. Okay, and I suppose this class will receive a credit for the user. So a credit, okay, but I don't know the type of the credit. I could use any, but any is not the professional way that we need it. So it's better you define template. So T, you say T. So here you define it T. That means whatever user define the type of this class, this object will be that type. So just do this one. Then let me just do init, this initialize thing. Then I say, hey, print line, print ln. Then say, hey, after I say print line for a credit, just seeing that credit. So it's just instance from user admins class. Then I define my function, which is main function, which take array argument that has array. If you see array of t again, this t mean template. That means this array also generic. T may be array of string, integer, character, whatever. I'm not resting here. So now I have this class, user admins. I want to define first variable. I say, hey, var should be user admin. Okay, and I will suppose user admin will have instance from a class user admin, and he pass string. Okay, that's mean now the data that passed to this class should be a string. Now, so if I want to pass t should be a string. So when I open a bracket, I have to pass string. For example, Hussein. Okay, if I pass integer, he will not accept it. Why? Because say, hey, you say this is t is string. That's mean the credit is string. Why you pass me integer? Same thing if I just copy this line and continue with the example, saying user admin, for example, 2. You say this one I expected to take integer, and here you have to pass it integer. Okay, so now when you pass and this one integer, that means this one is integer, so he will consider a credit as integer. Do you see the flexibility in working here? If you here input string, he will not accept it. Why? Because he will say, hey, you said this one is string, integer, why you pass me string? See the flexibility in this type of data? So admin 3, same thing. Hey again, one of most interesting features that come up with Kotlin, which is extension. Extension mean when you have a class, this class has specific properties and methods, and you want to add more method to that class. It's really hard was with Java, because if it's like from the system built-in. But with extension, it really say, hey, I have this class, let me add this extension to it. And that is, I'm done. So let me just create a new class and name it extensions, okay? And let me suppose I have here fun main get rx should be array of string, and that is cool. Okay, let's get started. Think about array list. You have array list of element. If I suppose I have variable, name it array list, and this array list should be instance of array list. Is that right? You know about array list a lot. So array list or array class, array, whatever, any class you would like. Let me go to the array list because I like array list. So array list, and give it type of string, and don't have any value for now. For now I will say, hey, I would add some element. So add Hussein, then I continue adding Jenna and Leia. Jenna, and layer. Okay, now if you just try to print then for the array list, he will print all the elements for me. So this is basic process for printing element of the array, element inside the array. But wait a second, if I say array list dots, he will give you a lot of functions that already built inside this class, which is array list. See, too many functions: add, resize, get, whatever, and more. What if I want to add function name to swap two elements in the array? Now if I say array list dot swap, I cannot see this method, but I want to implement it. Okay, how is it? This is with extension. I have this class array list, so I say, hey, I have function, name it ish, name it array list, and this array list will expect to get input as a string, and this have a function, have extension, name it swap. I want to swap two index. Index 1 should be integer, with the index 2 should be also integer. Hey, that's mean, hey, I want to do swap between these two elements, and they are both integer. Now I'm talking about this class. That's mean I could add temp. I add in this function. That's mean this. I could say this for the first index. Okay, maybe he wasn't able to do it. You could say dot get. Hopefully dot get he will able to. Hey again. let me talk in this video about packages. So before I start talking about package, let's select this class, which is simple class constructor. If you look through this class, we already built this class. Name it car with constructor, have number of properties, have constructor, two constructor, and have two methods. And here we call this, like we create an instance from the class, we initialize the constructor, we send some method, and now when you run it, you just simple class and create and calling methods. This is how we could work with a class in same file. That means we define the class here and we call it the method of that class. And we learned how this one work. Like, hey, class in my file, it's really easy to call it. But let me think about another thing. What if I want to call this methods or this class from other file in same package? I mean same package, all these files are in same package. So if I just create a new Kotlin class, I will name it call package, okay? And this class, if just I create copy from this one, just from the main method, I just copy it, I add it here, okay? And now if I run it, he will really easy for him to understand this car class, some class that already been in my package. Then he will, because it is in my package, he will go and look in my package for this class and he give me same result. See, same result. Even is not the package is not defined in this file. But if I click command and button, or I click control, command and like mouse with Mac, or control with mouse in Windows, and just go here, he will take me to that file. So that's mean, hey, I know what you are calling, what you want. You want to call this class just a great instance, and I'm working fine because they are in the same package. But one thing you have to know, when your project grow and you have too many files, all your files will not live in the same package. You will create more packages. So let me just create one package here. I just name it package. And let me give it name. I name it com.example. Let me suppose Hussein. Okay, just I name this package, or I could give it name com.example.cars. Okay, com.example.cars. So this is package. Now let me create one class inside it. So I will create class Kotlin file inside it. Okay, and I will name it kt. Let me name it this file. Name it main class. Okay, inside it. So now I have a package, and this package have main class. If you see here, he import something named package com.example.car. That's mean, hey, this package is this class will be inside this package, and that's right, because I'm in the package named com.example.car. Let me just create a class. Okay, class, and I will name it my car. Okay, and this class have only one method. Name it fun, like show info, just showing info. And just this class is just a printing BMW is a new car. Okay, very basic thing. Simple class, simple package. So think about, I have this class and I want to call it from this class inside this package, if you see it, and this one from other package. So this one is in package and I'm in different package. So now if I just try to do the same main, I have it now. If I just try to create an instance from my class, okay, and I say, oh cool, my class, he will not able to know what I mean. He say, hey, what do you mean? This my class is not, I cannot resolve it. This my class is not something in your package. It is not another place. So if you click here, and so what you have to do, you have to import that package. You just say import for, then the name of the package, which is C, the package name, com.example.cars. You say com.example.cars. When you import this package, you will be able to, you say dot the class name. Okay, so you import com.example.cars. This is the package name. Then you write dots the class that you call it. What's the class here name? It name it my car. You give it name my car. So he was able to call it. Now you could get instance from your car, my car, and it's really easy for you just to say dot and you show info, and when you print it, he will really easy for him to print the information for the car. So the idea here, when you go to Android, you will see many packages, and package call another package. So whenever you want to call any package, you say import for that package and the class name of that package. If you have too many classes in that package, just think about you have another file, name it here, name it, for example, test.kt, whatever, and more you have there. So you don't want to give it the class name. When you call it here, you will not give it a class name. So because I need to import two classes, it's not good to say import class 1, import class 2. Just dot star. That means import everything inside that package. When you add dot star, that means everything inside that package. See, he was able to show me info. So here we're done. Thank you for watching. See you next. Hey again, I want to talk in this video about another concept in object-oriented programming, which we will use it a lot in Android. That is nested class and inner class. So to get started, I just create a new class. I name it nested class. Okay. So if suppose I have something a class, name it outer. Okay. And this class, whatever, have properties inside it. Okay. Private, whatever, value for name. You say equal Hussein. Okay. Whatever you want. Value for name. Just define it as a string, okay, and this one doesn't have anything null. So think about, maybe you have a class inside this class. That means I have this class, may I have another class inside it. So let me say, name it class nested. So when you have a class inside another class, you name it nested. And let me define a function inside this class, name it show, and this will print what? Print here, print nested. Okay, print line. Okay, it's really simple and straightforward. Now think about someone in the main method. You want to create instance from the outer. You know how to do it. It's really easy. Define var out outer and a new instance from that class. That's totally fine. What if you want to get instance from the nested one? Now, what if I want to get instance from the nested one? How I do that? Really easy. Just I say variable nested. Okay, then I say the outer, because I'm first calling the outside the class, then calling instance from the nested, then open a bracket, close it, because I want to get instance from this one. I could call any function inside it, like this one, function dot this show, and call it. But in some time, this function want to access to variables that for that function, like he want to print the name. By default, he will not able to print the name because this class is totally different from this class. But if I said inner, that's mean this class inside that class, so he will be able to access to that variable. So he will use this word a lot. So here we done. Thank you for watching. See you next. Hey again. Let me talk in this video about singleton. So before I talk about singleton and design pattern, let me first see the problem, then we try to explore what the singleton do for us. So to get started, I will create a new class and I will name it singleton. This is singleton. Okay. Then here I get my class. I suppose I have a class, and a class I name it singleton, and this class does have a constructor, and this constructor, maybe you say it here, you print here something, print line. Okay, class or instance is created. Instance is created. Okay. I suppose also you have a properties for this class, which is variable. You define it whatever you define it name, and this name you're supposed to be string, and it should be initialized with null. So now let me think about this class, and let me get instance from this class in main method. So I have this my main method, and I want to get instance from this class. You know how to do that. You say, hey, variable, okay, this whatever sin s1, the singleton one, equal instance from this class. Okay, now you want to set the value, so s1 dots the name, you want to set it to Hussein. That's great. Now if you want to print it, you could print it. So I say print line, okay, for s1 dot name, that he will print Hussein. So if I just try to create another instance from this class here, without initialize the name. Okay, and let me name it S2. So you know what is the problem now? The problem now, S2 doesn't have name. So now if I just click run it, for first one, I define sync to an instance, so I will create instance from this class. So see, he said, wait a second until he will debug everything. And then we will try to explore our solution with syncton. So if you see, first of all, he create instance from the class. He initialized the name with Hussein. Then he create another instance from the class. The new name doesn't have any value because I have instance from the class. So what if you want to make Hussein shared between, or the name you want to be shared between two classes? Maybe you want to share it between three classes also, not only two. So before we defined the variable as static, and we could make it share, but static will make the variable live in memory for a long time, which make it waste the memory and make the device slow. So Kotlin they don't allow you to define anything as static. Instead, you could use a design pattern named syncton. Syncton mean they will create a single object from the class. Whenever you try to initialize it, you'll still have single object from the class. So first of all, to start using this design pattern, first of all, the constructor you change it to private. Why? So you don't allow anyone to create direct instance from this class. So you just change the constructor private. You prevent anyone to create direct instance. Second thing, here we define the syncton. How to define the syncton? You just write the word compression object. Then you open a bracket, you close it. Here, let me define val. Just name it instance, and this instance you said equal instance of syncton, and I won't do it by lazy. Why by lazy? I will tell you what. By lazy is very basic function. Like take lambda expression, and he will consider this one as a lambda expression and return a function for you. So let me suppose he will return syncton object. Okay, so but what's the problem now, or what's the solution that lazy did for us? So this way of writing the object, compression object, that means this is the way of defining the design pattern. So now if I want to create instance from syncton, I just say syncton dot instance. Okay, and also this one I do syncton dot instance and syncton dot instance. But what will happen now? The lazy function, when first time someone call it, he will create instance. He will call the constructor because it's private, so he will call it inside the class. You could call it. So he called and create instance. When the second one want to create another instance, when he just come here, he try to create another instance from syncton. I say, wait, I have the idea of lazy functions. Say, hey, wait, I already have this class. I have an instance from this class. Let me send him the previous one. So he will send it the previous one. Then when the third one tries to call this instance to create another instance from syncton, I say, hey, I have it already. So let me send the same. So in every call, he will send you same object. Now if you run it, you should have one create instance instead of 3. See, I just have one instance created, while before this function is showed 3 times. And you see Hussein is used in the 3 functions. Why? Because I have only one instance used by 3 instances. I have only one instance from the class used by 3 variables. So if it's changed the value here, this one he could use it, and this one he could use it, and that one could use it. So we will use this design pattern a lot in Android because we don't have static, unfortunately. So make sure you understand. Really easy. Just whatever stack you have, class you have, just write compression object instance, the type from your class, write word by lazy, then open a bracket, send it back to your class, and here you done. Thanks for watching. See you next. Hey again. When we write application, one of interesting thing we have to think about is keeping our application up, so we don't want our application to crash. So what I mean by that, let me just create simple example for you, and I will name it this example a try catch. Okay, and I try to do simple someone enter his number, and I divide, like I have 100, and I divide 100 by any input number from the user. So to get started, I have to define func, then I say main main have args, and args should be array of string. Okay, and that is. Now think about, I have some ask user to input some number. So let me suppose define variable which is division or whatever n2, and this n2 I supposed to be integer because it's coming from the screen, and this number should be initialized from readline. Readline is the way for me to initialize it. I know that I need to change it to integer, okay, because it have to be changed to integer, because it cannot work in this way. It have to be, make sure it's not null. Now here I have a code for example, for variable for div, and div should be defined 100 by number 2. So whatever number to enter it, I will define 100 by number 2. Then let me suppose you print the div, you say div, then you call div this way, and also whatever here you have, say you write print app is done. Okay, so now think about this application, very basic application. Ask user input number, then divide the number 100 by that number, then print it, then done. Make sure just show him message, so you say print enter number 2, so then just click right, run. So now I'm just running this application and try to execute it. Let me see what the bug that will have. They ask us to enter number. If I enter 10, he will divide 100 by 10, so the result should be 10. That's good. So also make sure this one a print line ln, and this one a print line, so making different line. Now let me think about the bug. What if someone enters 0? What will happen? The application will crash. Why? Because you cannot divide by 0, because 100 by 0 is infinity, so he will give you infinity result, he will break, so this code will not get run. Did you see any time like Office or any application get crashed? Never. They just show you a message, you just click that message, and that's done. So now maybe they use enter information error, but I want the application to continue working. Now the application get crashed in this line, and he will not continue writing, he will not print this one. Here come through something named try catch. That's mean, hey, I think this block have a bug, may have a bug. I say try. That's mean, hey, try to run this code. Try to run this code. Okay? If you could run it, run it. If you cannot run it, show me. So we say catch ex should be exception. Show me what is the error. Exception. This exception. And here, if you want to print the exception, also print line, and you say ex dot get message. So what do you mean by that? So basically, you have to understand the try catch in this way. The try catch does mean, hey, try to run this code. If he able to run this code, he will run it, then he will continue to the next, which is this line. If he wasn't able to run this code because there is a bug, he will throw the exception, and he will show you why. Then he continue. So in both cases, like if he enter information correct, he will continue. If he enter information not correct, he will continue. So let me just run it and try someone now enter 0. What will happen? See, he just say, he give you a message, then he continue. Why? Because if I just add here something like break and see what's going on, I enter, click it, run it, and see what is going on. So it's basically try to understand the try catch in this way. Try, that's mean you try to run something. If you success, you success. If you don't success, you throw exception, but your application will continue. Your application will not get frozen. So here he is in this location, print, he asks user to input something. Now let me ask user enter something. Let me suppose I enter 0. So when here he have a problem now. Now he cannot divide by 0. He will throw to exception. He go to the exception, except he give you a message and he continue. This is the worst case scenario. So while if someone enter correct number like 10, he will continue and he will not go to the exception. So very, very easy code, but you will use it a lot in your code to keep your application stable and avoid any bugs. So now if I just run it, next, he asks you to input number, give it 9, enter, he come here 100 by 9, there is no problem, continue print it, then go to next. See, if there is no problem, he will continue until he done, but he will not go to the catch. If he have any problem in any line, he will go to the exception. He stop from that line, he will not continue next inside that block, but he will go to the exception, then he go outside the block. So a very easy and simple way to work with a try catch. Hopefully you understand it, and you will see it a lot in next video and next many upcoming videos. Thank you for watching and see you next. Hey again, let me talk in this video about files. Files is the way that we use it to save information in the computer permanent. So even if someone close the program, the data still saved in the computer, or on the phone also. If you see whatever example that you see it before when you define variables, that variables, for example, this variable, when this application done, this variable will be deleted from the memory. What if I want to save some information like username, password? Then when rerun the application, I have them already saved. Here I have to use file. So file is something physically saved in the computer like any other file. If you see, this is files. So something physically saved in the computer. So how I work with files, they just got a new Kotlin, I name it my file. So my file will have all the information about file. So basically I will start by file, make it main, and this main will start with rx, should be array of string, okay? Because I expect to have some string as input. Cool, this is my main function. So think about, you have function for write something. So you say, okay, I have function, and this function name it write to file, and I expect this function have an input which is string, str should be string. I don't expect to return any value for now, so continue. So this is very basic function, getting string and write. I want to write this string to the file. So now if I want just to call this function from here, I say, hey, write Hussein. He have to write Hussein to this file. So he gets Hussein, and here I have to write it. So how I write data to file? First of all, you have to define a variable like var f out, then you say file, and this way writer. That means I want to write to file. Then what the file name, what the direction for the file. If you want to save the file in the same direction you are working on, just give it, for example, test.txt. If you see the extension of the file txt, you could save it in any extension, but I want to save it now in txt. And yes, this f out, then you say, hey, f out dot write. I want to write I want to write this string in my file. Then when you're done, you say f out dot close. Okay, and you're done. Just you open the file, you write the string to that file, then you close the file, then you done. You don't have any more to do. Wait, what the case of problem you may have it with the file? We may run into problem that maybe file not found, maybe he cannot create the file in that direction. So we have to use try catch to avoid that type of errors. So you say, hey, I'm trying to run this code. If I success, that's good. If I don't success, please enroll me to exception and show me why I wasn't able to success, like xe.message. So it's really important to use when you work with file, use try catch. So this is, yes, very basic way to work with to write to file. Now if I just run the application, he will take Hussein, send it to this function get Hussein, he will write the Hussein to the file. If I just run it, he have to create file for me, and that file have to have only Hussein inside it. So I didn't see anything because he already created the file for me. So if I just look through here, hopefully in my src he have to save it test. I don't see it now because let me just rerun it again to make sure if he was able to create that file for me, because in some cases he will not be able to get the file because the file, here is it, I think here is the file, here you go, here is it, here is the file. He just created the file for me and he wrote Hussein inside it. You would see it here is it. So this is the file. Now think about, you need to print Jannah inside it. what he will do, he will just rewrite the file, because we didn't tell him to do something with the file, just write it, and that is. So now if you go here, you'll see Jenna. That's mean this code what will do for me, if you just try cache remove it, this code will just, if the file already created, he will remove the file and then create it again and add the data. But what if I want to append the new data to the old data? So I have to write comma, then write true. True, that's mean, hey, if you have the file, that's okay, just add the new data to it, just append the new data. If you don't have it, create the file and add the data in it. So I would say here, I will add also +/n mean the new data will be in a new line, and that is. And think about, I want the import will be not directory, I want it to be as a variable. So let's suppose variable tag str should be something coming from read line, and that is. So I'm taking str from the whatever someone enter and write it to the file, and that is. So maybe I didn't define the data type, so he will have problem. Define it as a string, and this one just say toString. Hopefully he will work, and that is. Maybe. So also show him message. It is better to show him message. Print write to file text. Okay. So he asked him to give a text to write to file. So I've just rerun it. Now what's going on? Let me see what is going on. Now he will ask me to enter anything from the input. When I enter it from the screen, he will write it to that file. When I try it again, he will append it. So let me suppose I write Hussein Al-Rubai. Okay, enter. He will, if I go to the text file, I see Hussein Al-Rubai is appended to Jenna, because Jenna already there in the file. If I just try to rerun the application again and see what is going on, I say Leia Al-Rubai. Leia Al-Rubai should be added in the new line. So going here, see Leia Al-Rubai added in the second line. Jenna was already there, so he wasn't able to remove it. Now if you just save it again, retry the work with the file again, and give it like Jenna Al-Rubai, enter. If I just go to the file, I have to see Jenna Al-Rubai. So whatever you write, this data will be written inside the file, inside the physical file, inside the machine, which is this file, test file. So this is the information. So yes, here we're done. Thank you for watching, and see you next. Hey again, we talked in the first video how we could create function to write to file, and whatever you input from the screen, he will route it to this file. Now I want to read this data from the file. So let me define a function, a new function. I will name it fun, and this fun will be read from the file. So read from the file. I don't expect to take any inputs, either if you want to give it input as a file path, whatever. If you want to give it file path that you want to read, if you already know your file path, you don't need to give it file path. So because you are reading from the file, so there's case maybe the file is not available, so make sure to use try catch. So I'm try, then catch the exception. Ex should be exception, and print ex dot message. So in that case, he cannot read the file. He give me message why he cannot read the file. Also, to read, how I could read the data from the file, really easy. Just define variable, and this variable name it fn because I'm reading. Then name it file reader because I'm reading. File writer writing, file reader reading. Give it the name of the file. I want to read this file, the information inside that's this file, which is test. So I give it the path of the file, and that is. Now what I will do, I will define variable c as an integer. Okay, this will help me to read the character from the file. Now let me do then while. Why do while? I will tell you why. Do, I'm trying to read the character from the f. So I say cfn dot read. That means he will take the ASCII code of the first character he added in the C. So then I want to print this character in the output. So I print c dot to car, convert it this way, c dot to car. Okay, because I want to convert it to car, print it in the output. Then I continue. When I have to stop, I will stop if the C not equal to -1. Okay, so whenever he read, he will whenever there is a data, so the C will give you value, but when it's b -1, he will stop. So let me see what is going on. If maybe I did a mistake, maybe everything's okay. So read from the file. Let me just call this function directory before doing anything, and I will fix this problem later and see just if he was able, is my condition was correct for reading from the file or not, and if it is, that's good. If not, so did you see the case here? We are using do while, we did not use while. See, he was able to read all the data. Why do while? Because here I need first of all read, then check the condition. I cannot use while for this problem, it will not work. So first of all, I just say do while, so read the character, print it for me, he will read as ASCII code, I convert it to character, if it's not equal -1, continue. Whenever he done, he will say I'm done. So see how he read all the string in the file. So this is basically how to read information from the file. But I want to make my application like a bit advanced. I don't like it in this way, like read, write. I want to do something like more professional. Ask user to select either like read or write. So I say, hey, print line. I say 1 for read and /n 2 for write. If you select 1 for read, 2 for write, and I do /n, so I go to the new line. Now I'm asking user to input something, so variable, I say operation, whatever he select, I said next line, read line, whatever, dot to integer, because you know this one need to be converted, and that is, now I have the operation here ID. So let me think about the operation when. So when the operation equal 1, that's mean he is reading. If the operation is equal to, he is writing. So if it is 1, not here, if it is 1, that's mean I want to read. So just call read, the function for read from file. So if the operation equal to, that's mean he want to write to the file. Because I have multi-line, I will add between the quotation. If you want, you could add this one also between double quotation. So if he enter 2, that's mean he want to write to the file. So take this code and pass it here. Now let me see. Run. Now he will ask me, do you want to read or write? If I select read, he will go here and call the function for read. If I select write, he will go to the right and select call write. So read or write, I will say, hey, I want to write, which is 2. He give me what text you want to write. I will say run a robot. Done. I'm done. Now if I just rerun the application again and ask him to to read, he have to show me all the data. Also he show me run a robot, something new added to the file. So this is all what I want to share with you here, but I want to do some optimizing on this code. If you see variable means something you could read and write to it. But if you see OP, I just read the value from it. I never update the value of OP. So it's better to define it val. Val mean this object is read only. Read only, that means you could only read it. Because I'm using here only to read. I never update the value of it. Let me go. Could I do anything anything other val? If you see FO, did I update FO? No, I just calling function. I never update the value. So I could define it as a val. Also, FN, also I could define it as a val. And to be more professional here, after I write the data to the file, I say, hey, print data is saved and print line. Just make it more professional, so when someone save to the file, he will understand the data is saved, not you just don't see anything, just saying pop, and that is. So really good example. You will use this code a lot in Android, how to save in the file and how to read from the file. So let me suppose I want to write. I will write Ahmed Arobay, enter. He told me data is saved. So yes, here we done. Thank you for watching and see you next.
Hey everybody, let me talk in this section about parallel processing or multi-threading in Java. So, I will give you a basic example. Imagine you are browsing news, so you're doing task 1, something getting news from the server. And sometime you need another task working in background, fetching notification.
So you have two tasks working in some time. So this cannot happen until now because we understand the program is executed step by step. Maybe we want to ignore something, so we use if statement, or maybe we want to repeat some block, we use for loop. But doing two tasks in some time will not happen until now. But with parallel processing, we could execute multitask in some time on the process. And this is what we needed. This is a basic example we use it here in the app. So we don't want the UI blocked while I'm doing another task. For example, user want to see the UI or use the UI, and in some time he fetching news from the server. If you don't use parallel processing, fetching a news from the server will block the UI because the task is executed until it's done. The UI could work again. So, but if you run it in different threads, so everyone could run at once, so you will not have this problem. Then this is a basic example I could show you, and you will see it in an Android course. So, let me give you an example about synchronous and asynchronous. Synchronous, that's what we learned until now. So, if first task have to finish, then the second task could start. So, if I have task 1 and task 1 is working, then it's done. While that time, task 2 did not do anything, just waiting until task 1 done. When task 1 done, task 2 start working until it's done. Did you see how it's working? So task 2 spent like around 5 seconds, for example, did not do anything, just waiting. But with asynchronous or parallel processing, the operation is different. If I have task 1, task 1 start working, and sometime task 2 start working. So task 2 now done before task 1, and then task 1 done. So if you see how much time we save it all this time. If you see it here, we don't have it here, all this delay time. So, and also now task 2 done first because they execute in some time. So this one done first and this one continue until it's done. So you could save time in execution and run more than one task and keep your UI would not block. So let's get started and see how we could do that.
Hey again, let me do implement in this video a thread. So to get started with a thread, I will just get a new file, and this file, Kotlin, I will name it my thread. I like to name the class my thread, I don't know, but this is how I like. So this I have main function. So think about the thread now. If I define my class, let me name it thread. This is simple class, my class, and I want this class to inherit specific class that already built in Java, which is named thread. So the semicolon, then a thread. So a thread, this class that already built in Java. I just want to inherit that class, and that is. But if you see both of them have constructor, so it's better to do it in this way or in the constructor time you send the value. So this is the basic one. So now thread, if you see here, because I defined the thread, I just already inherit this class. If you go to definition of this class in Java, if you see this originally written in Java, if I click Ctrl F, I said run already the function for this class. So any code you wanted to work in the thread, you have to write it in the function name it run. Because this run already implemented, so we just need to override this method. So I have to say overwrite the function that name it run. Okay, that's mean, hey, there is a function, name it run. I want you to override this function for me, and that is. So any code you will write it here will work synchronized on the process because this is the place for thread. So basically your class that is normal you define it now. Now he is a thread class because he inherits the information from the thread. Now anything you write it here will run synchronized on the process. So I see here there is error. I say redeclaration. Why redeclaration? Because he maybe have something named thread. So let me name it user thread because maybe he have this name. I just defined in different places maybe. So yes, this is basically, maybe this is my class that I already defined in Java. So now, if I just write it, that's totally fine. As I told you, maybe I already defined it. So any code I write it here, he will consider as a thread. So think about what the code I want to run it. Let me suppose I want to do counter. Very basic example. Count, and this counter, the initial value for it 0. And this counter will get count 1 by 1. So it should have a while loop, and the while loop saying while the count in this way, while the count less than, for example, 10, print the value of the count for me. For C, in this way I said print a line and print for me the count value, saying in this way count, and increase the count, so count plus plus, and he will continue. But if you see, this code will run too fast, you cannot see the output in the screen like as a counter, because this is a thread and run too fast. So I need, when every time he count, I just give sleep for my thread. So I just say thread dot sleep. I give it 1000 millisecond. That means 1 second. So thread dot sleep will not work alone. It have to be inside the try catch. So you have to add it inside the try catch. Why? This is how the structure of thread sleep work. Ex should be exception, and print, not a priority, print ex dot message. Okay, very basic example. So this is very basic example. When anyone create an instance from my thread, he will get count from 1 to 10. So how to create an instance from the thread? Really easy. Let me suppose variable thread 1. So t1 equal a new instance from the thread class, and that is, then I say t1 dot start. Why I say the start? Why I didn't say the run? Because if I say run, he will call run method and he will not consider it as a thread. He call it as a method. But if I say start already implemented inside this class. He will be responsible to make my class, this class, work as a thread. So when you want your class work as a thread, you have to call t.start. Now if you just run it, just click run, you will see counter saying 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever, and he will continue. So let me see what is he is doing, then we will continue on our example. It will take some time. I don't know why. I know why, but I always say I don't know why. So yes, waiting for seconds to see how the thread run. I wanted to teach you thread here because you will see counter 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now if I suppose I have something here, print line thread is run. So you think now you have this code. He go to this code, then he have to wait until all the counter done, then he got this code to this line. But this is not what you will see. What you will see, he will run this code, and this code is sometime. Why? Because we say the thread, that multi-processing, that multi-thing work in same time. So whenever you call this code, he will not stop the application in that line. See, he just print for you threads running, and he doing counting. Why? Because when he come here, he run this code inside the thread alone, and he continue executing the code. So think about, you need to create another instance that's for the thread. You say t2 and t2.start. But how you recognize the first thread from the second thread? It's better to recognize them by the name. So let me suppose I have a name for the thread. I say it is thread name, and I suppose this one as a string. Okay, and let me suppose when someone want to print the counter, I show you which counter from where this counter coming. So just give it $, the thread name, that is. So that's mean, hey, I want you to show me the name of the thread. He wasn't able to show me here. I don't know why, but basically because this one is not, he will not able to access to it. Why? Because this one is part from the constructor. So it's better to define it here. We define here variable thread, okay, thread name should be string, and you give it value now equal null, because I don't have any value for it. Okay, for sure he give you this error because you need this to colon after it. Then you could initialize it in the init. You could do init, you could do constructor. Let me follow the constructor case, because I want to take this part, move it to the constructor, remove this one,
remove this one, say this one super, and that is, and just make my code like more professional. Like I have a class, then I say, hey, this dot thread name equal the thread name. And now when I want to access to this thread name from here, it's really easy to give it $sign then thread name. It's not something new, I didn't do anything, just I remove it, the initialization from here, I create constructor for initialize my thread, and also calling the super thread. I have to call the super thread because constructor have to be running. Then I take whatever he sent it to me and I add inside my thread and I show it here to you. I could show you here just example, print line whatever name of the thread is started, so to show you the message of he say this thread started. Now let me just send them here. Let me name it thread 1, and for sure this one should be thread 2. So 2 threads were running at some time. What about 3 threads? Yes, you could. Thread 2, thread 3, T3, T3 dot start. Rerun the code. Now what you will have 3 threads running in some time. 3 of them are executing in some time, which is really amazing. And that's what you will see in Android. We are doing multi-threading, all these threads working in some time. You see them. See, he give you now error. He said, hey, say thread nullable exception. He got into this point because here, I think because here he tried to call this one and this one is null as initial value. So it's and here he until now he didn't did any value and he didn't initialize it, so he enrolled into, I think, into a problem. So it's better to, I don't think you need to do anything here. My thread main, wait, I just get a problem in initialization. If I suppose this one, return this one here, I return this one here, and I said this dot calling, that's mean I have a constructor. This constructor will call this one, and this one he defined the variable for me so I could use it. Hopefully this time will work, because I just before a few seconds I changed the constructor way of definition, and because the thread is running, and when the thread is running that variable is not defining yet, and he will have a problem. Hopefully this now this case is solved, because here I have a constructor. Hey, again same error. He said this variable got a non-nullable pointer exception. So what if I just give it this value? I didn't give it a null. Will has this one work? Because the for first time when the thread is running, he doesn't have time to read the data. Let me see. Oops. Yes, he starts running. See thread name, counter, whatever, 2, 3. He just show thread name, because this one you cannot add it inside it. You have to add it outside, because he wasn't able to identify it with the word of this. So you have to take it out. This is first point. Same thing. You have to take this one out because he wasn't able to identify it inside the string. This is 2 error. We have to fix them. Now the third error, you see the sleep before the counter, so you may not be able to see the thread for first time. Let me see what's going on. Hopefully this time you will be able to run it. So this .thread name you cannot add it inside the string, because this type of string is still not able to identify the word this. So just take it out, then hopefully this time he will work. So thread 1 started, 2 is started, 3 is started. They both thread 1 count 0, thread 2 count 0, thread 3 count 0. Then see all of them working in some time. If you just take this sample, thread 1, 2, 3, both of them are counting 7. Then when he done. If you would see in same time, he wrote this code for us, which is the code for this line. Thread is run. So if you see, thread is run. So in some time he started 3 threads, and sometime he executed this line. That's mean when he began in this line, he went and he executed that code alone in the process, executed alone this code with the process, executed this one with the process. So 3 of them working in some time, then he continued.
So wait, what if I don't want him to pass this point unless this thread will done? So now if you see, he start a thread and sometime this one will run. What if I want them to wait? Just I say for example, I want him to say join. When I say word join, that's mean, hey, stop on this line. He start first thread, second thread, he started thread, but he stop on this line. He will not move here unless this thread done. So you'll use it a lot sometime when you want to do HTTP calls and you are waiting something result from HTTP. So just run it again. Hopefully now you will be able to see some result and you will not see the thread. See, now thread is run, you don't see it in the beginning. You don't see anything thread that's run. You have to see it in the end when he done from everything. From see, when he done from everything, he call thread is run. Why? Because the word join make the code execute stop in this line, and he will continue stopping in this line, waiting this thread 3 done. When 3 done, he just move to the next. So for that reason, you see it in the end. So you will use join a lot with your code when you work with the thread. So from now, we don't have thread.stop. You could use stop it from whatever you want, but if you're using logic, but we have only thread.start. So here we done. Thank you for watching and see you next.
Hey and welcome in Android development section. In this section you will start prepare Android Studio to develop Android application. So in the previous section we understand everything about Kotlin. So now we have to develop Android application. So to develop Android application we have to have Android Studio. So look here for Android Studio, okay, and go to the Android Studio website. If you see the version is the minimum for 3 and after, so download it. If you see it is not 3, if you see it here 2.3, so it is less than 3, so just go back and search for Android Studio preview, okay, and download this one because we are using the last version, which is Android Studio 3.0. So 3.0 and after it will work. So download it, install step by step. I already downloaded and installed it, which is this one, this Android Studio in my machine. So waiting 4 seconds, you will see this is the Android Studio. So yes, make sure you install it, download it and install step by step, really easy process. Then come to the next step.
Hey and welcome. Let me start to do configuration for our first project in Kotlin. So to get started, I open Android Studio and I click start a new Android project. From here I give a name to my project. Let me name it startup. So it means that my startup point. This one means my company domain. Because I'm my name Al-Rubai, I give it Al-Rubai domain. You could give it any name. You don't have to have this domain in the internet. Whatever you give it, that's okay. But make sure this ID unique. There is no other person using same ID in the store. What I mean by that, if you just go to the Google Play Store and searching in the Play Store, you will see many apps, and every app have unique ID. For example, find my phone. Okay, if you go here, click find my phone, you will see this application have this ID. So make sure your ID is unique and no one else uses your ID if you want to publish your application to the store. How you do that? Just for example, this is my ID. I just copy it, go to the store, make sure just replace it with this one, click enter. If he doesn't show me any app like this one, that's mean correct. My ID is new and no one uses it. If he show me any app, that's mean and not someone else using this ID, I need to change it. For example, I need to change it, whatever, give it any name here, whatever name you would like. So make sure this one is checked, like Kotlin, include Kotlin support, and select your place for your saved project. I just already saved it here, I don't need to change it. Then I click next. Then here what the minimum SDK version I want to support. So what I mean by that, you know Android Studio started from version 1 or version 9 and now we are in version 0. So here you decide which version and after you would support. If you say hey 9, that means he will support any device have version 9 and after. That means you are covering 100% from the devices in the App Store. If you say I need only the devices who have 22 and after, you say hey, this application will work. The devices have 22 API and after, so you cover only 24% from the devices in the store.
So just you range of the device. But this application will not work on the device have API version less than 22. So it is better for me. I use 12 because 12 could cover 97 and 79, and also same time it accepts many features. Okay, or you could select 18, for example. It is a bit more stable, like many new features you could use them. This is your decision, like which devices you want to cover. As much as device you will cover, that's good, but make sure there is difference between device you won't cover and the features your application will use. Some application will not work on some of the features will not work on all devices. So I will just, for now, use API 18. I select empty activity, then next, then he say main activity. This is my main activity. I just say, hey, create my first application for me. It will take some time until he will create first project for me. That is amazing. After a while, he builds a project and he give me this notes. I just close this one. I see this is a project as Kotlin project. So to understand my Android project have three parts. One of them is the manifest. That means what your application permission use, what the activity that available in your application. That means this file is managing your application.
Hey again. In this section, you will learn how to design Find My Age app. The idea of this app, someone click here and input his date of birth, like 2000. Someone will add his date of birth 2000. And click Find Get My Age. He give him your age is 17. Whatever you input here, he give you your age and day. So what you will learn in this section, you will learn how to design layout for your phone and how place object that work in different screen size. Then you will learn how to interact between the UI and the code. So let's get started step by step. Again, in this section, we will implement Find My Age app. So what we will do, you will do application, you give it your date of birth, you click the button, he will give you your age in years. So we want to understand something about layout, something about how to interact with XML and more. So as I told you, I already configured my project, so let me just close it and use that configuration in different things. So if you go to GitHub, you'll see I have two folders, Kotlin and Android. Here on Android, I have something startup that we started with. Let me create a new folder and I name it Find My Age, okay? And I just copy this one and I add it here because this one will be for Find My Age now. So now if I just go to the Android Studio and I open the new one, why I use this thing? Because I need file that already configured with that get configured with Kotlin, so I don't need to do same process for configuration every time. So make sure you already saw the video for configuration. So I will just open it, and now I will not create a new project. I will open exist one that I already have it in the desktop here in the Kotlin Udemy Android. So Find My Age, this one. So this one, my new project, which should be responsible for will be the application for Find My Age. So as I told you, I will follow this process in all videos because I don't need to every time configure the Kotlin, change everything. Hey, it's meaningful. Doesn't mean anything to do same process every time. So yes, waiting for some time. He opened the project for me. The project already configured with Kotlin, have everything ready for connect with Kotlin, like this libraries, extensions, and everything that you see it already. So to get started, I will start first of all when we build any application. First thing we have to think about the design of layout. So let me go resource, layout, and the design. So what we need to build our application, we need three things. Something like input box, he input his date of birth. The second thing we needed, something label to show him, and button. So these are three things. If I just click, I prefer to select this one because show it like more nicer for me. So first of all, what I will go to text. If you see here, I have toolbox. I could select any tool I want to use it. So in text box, I could select whatever I want, whatever tool I want. I want tool that someone enter number in it. So it's better for me to select this one for phone. I'm not using phone for now. Or I could use number, this one, which same phone. Because I need him to enter only number. If I import this one, he will show me like the user, he could input not only numbers, he could input like character or whatever, because this is a plain text. So yes, I just select this one. If you see, he already add this to constraint for me because this one already enabled it. So if you have it disabled, make sure enable it. So you see again, if I just remove it, if I just disable this one and try to drag any tool like this number, he will not add anything for me. He will not guess my constraint. But it's better for you to enable it, so he will guess when what's the point he have to add it. So just if I add it, make sure to add it in the lining, so he will guess what you need. See, he add two constraint. What do we mean by constraint? Constraint mean where your object will live in the layout. So this is the phone layout. This is layout for Nexus 4. So your this label, this input will live here in Nexus 4. But if I change the device, like I change it to the Pixel XL, he will live in different place. He's still living in the middle. Why? Because you have constraint from here, constraint of here, but maybe appear in different place. Like if I just change it to horizontal, see how does it appear? Portal, or you want to change the more devices, like whatever, like Pixel Nexus 10, he show you in this way. So he show you where your object will live in the device. I would use Nexus 4 again, or you could use Pixel if you prefer. Yeah, it's mostly Pixel because Pixel XL is something new. So select this one and maximize it. But now see, I just added constraint here, or he gets add here and here.
I prefer think about this one. This one doesn't have any constraint from the top. So you have, when you add any object, you have to add constraint from other places to make sure your object will be in same place in different devices. So I will add another one here. So I make it down. Here's it. If you see here, I have my constraint. I have this one here, this one here, this one here. If you want to remove anyone of this one, you want to remove it, just click on it. Here, remove it. If you want to add it again, add it and return this one. So I want to, so he will leave 46 pixels from here. So I make sure whatever the device I have it, he will leave space, enough space from here. So next is XS, he will still leaving same thing. Whatever the device I change it, he's still leaving like good amount of space. See here this sign mean this object will be wrap content. Wrap content mean the size of object will be equal the content of that object. Whatever you have in it, he will equal to it. If I click this one, that mean the size of object will be fixed. So that mean whatever device you have it, this object will continue with this size. And this is not good in some cases, because if I go to small devices, like the device with size, like I see the size of the device is X HDPI, that's mean very large. I have too many, like this one DPI, the one X HDPI, HDPI means small. If you go up X HDPI, up again XX HDPI, up again XXX HDPI. So if you go to this one, it's not good. Like see, he left small amount of space here. While if you just click again and return that one, he will try to keep it like in the same side. So I will just go again to the pixel XL and see the third option I have it. The third option I have it, this one I like it always, that which is this one. This one mean he will try to wrap the object with the content of it. So whatever the device size, he will all be to make sure he wrap your object to to fill any empty space. Okay, select the one that you think is good. For me, I think selecting, if I just select it, I change it to this one. This one will be good for me. Now what I need more, I need something to allow to the user to input, like show him the output, which is this one, text view. Just drag it, drop it. If I drag and drop it, this one you cannot add it here like without any constraint. It's not meaningful. See, he did not add, like he did not guess my constraint because I didn't tell him anything. If I just add in this line, he will try to guess what the constraint he have to add. But he wasn't able to add any constraint for me. If he wasn't, okay, I know it have to have space from here. Also, it have to have space from here. Okay, I make sure it's like taking space enough, take from space here. If you see it, because it's rough content, so he tried to make it like equal the content of it. It contain only text view. If you see, just I click escape and just select it again. If you see here, he give it text view. You say your age shows here. Okay. If I just go out, see, he just did wrap content. Do you understand what he mean by wrap content? Wrap content means he increase and decrease the size equal the content of that object. If you did fix it, that means the object size will be fixed. So if I say the width, it will be like here the width of the object. If I say the width will be 59, he will always make it 59 because I said this is fixed. Okay, so make sure do it like this one. I do wrap content, so he will change the size equal the content of the object. Yes, see, this is the width, this is the height, like how much the height of the object. We'll go through it. Now, if you think about this one, do you think this one, adding two constraints from two sides will be enough? No, because if you change your device, I don't have guarantee this object will not overlap on the other object. So if I select next one, or I just run the application, I don't have any guarantee this object will be appearing in same place, because I just added only constraint only from two sides. I didn't have any constraint on the top, so he will not know from how much space he have to pin it from the top. So think about the constraint that you want to add something and you want to make sure this thing will keep on its place on different devices. Remember always, Android device, you don't have only one device size. You have too many devices with too many size. So waiting for seconds and let me see, did he place the the object in same place. Maybe he wasn't able to place in the same object. Maybe he just by guess he was able to add in this pixel because this pixel I'm using here and Android Nexus 5X as emulator, but here I'm using a pixel. But let me see what is going on. Yeah, it would take some time. I don't know why he will take some time, but now before he was using directly on Java, now we are doing Kotlin then Java, which have to take some time until he was able to debug everything. So yeah, waiting for a second. He will do debug for me, and let me see. Would you? Yes, reinstall the application. He did reinstall the application because the application already installed with the same package name. We could change the package name or application ID. See, he say full installation message fill. APK has multiple application defined. You could fix this one by just going here and delete the one that you have it already. If you just go here, because I already defined this object, if you just create a new object, you don't use already packaged there, you will not have this problem. But if you're using like, what's here? Oops. Wait. I just go here, delete this one, click on it, and install, because I already installed it. So, and I'm following this pattern because I want to use same configuration. And yes, now I removed that project, that Android app. If you just rerun it again, he should be able now to show it in the place. So yes, waiting for a second to show me how he will be able to configure the device. Well, he is, what? Do you want to uninstall exit one? Yes, uninstall it please. I don't know, I just waiting. I just already deleted. Maybe. As I told you, the same package name will make a problem. See, again, same problem. I know why, because he already installed this package name it startup. This is my application ID in the store. I already named it com.hassanrabiat startup because now I have find my age. I name it find my age. So here he will help you to change. You could change your application ID in the store. Application ID, you could change it. You could change what the minimum SDK you support, what this target, what the version of your device in the store. You'll see it later on. So I just change it. Now I just rerun it again. Hopefully this time he will create a new application. He will create totally a new application for me, and he will add it on the device. But this time he will not have a problem because he created a new project. So now whenever you have, just copy the same setting, just go and change the package name. He have to be able to use the new package name. Yes, so as I told you, every Android application have a specific ID, so make sure your application ID doesn't conflict with anyone. I'm sure this is not my error. But again, same error. Okay, let me just clear the project. So I go to the build. From the build, I will select clear project. Then rerun it again. Here you go. I just cleaned the project. He was able. See where your age. See where it's gone. Like your age shows here. You have to be after this one, but he been before it. So because I didn't pin it, so pin it with this object and add a space. That's mean, hey, all the time add pin between these two objects. Now when he rerun it, he will not have same problem because I already added pin between these two objects. So now he will always add it down below on it because I added pin. See, he always add down below. If you see the font size is not like big enough, when you select any object, you see all the properties for that object appear. Before a few seconds, we change the text that appear inside it. You could change many. If you just go here, view all, you could change too many properties from here, which is one of them, text size. How many text size? Let me check. I wanted 19. So he will change the text size to 19 here. If you click here, he will show you the code, the XML code. Every page in reality represented in XML code. So if you select this object, which is this one, see how it appears? It appears as XML code. So this is the text view. If you see, have number of properties. One of them, the text, and see any properties. You represent the XML here by writing Android : the property's name. So Android : your age shows here. If you say your age show here, see, he remove shows. If you add double S, you will add 2S. You could edit from here. Here the text size. If you remember, I changed it to 19. You could change it like 15. You could change it 22. Okay, you could change many things. See here, this is the constraint that he added. He used app. There's two packages here, two XML packages. One of them app. So you know, whenever you want to use package like this package, I want to use it, you're represented by the domain name app. You want to use this package, you're represented by Android. So whenever you want to use this one, you write Android. Also, there is many tools also that you sit here for access to the activity. That's mean, hey, this activity or this XML connected with this file, with main activity Kotlin file. So you could add more properties. Think about, I want to add more. I could go here and down. I say Android this way, Android : like font, whatever, like text color. Okay, and you give it Android. Select this color, Android color accent. So he changed the color to it. From where you bring this one? When I say add color / color accent, if I just click the project again, that means he will go to values, to file name it colors. He will select this one. I said color accent. That means I mean this one. See, this is the color that defined here with this value. You could add your color here, like for example color. I would give it name like BU shows. And I give it here the value, for example, this is hexadecimal, so I selected hash F9, F9, F9. This is my only the color that I know. I don't know, I know only this color because I use it a lot. So I added a new color here on the resource. If I go here, I want to use it, I just say add color / name of my color, which is BU show. He doesn't show me anything, because the color here, I use this color, which is white one. If I just use this color instead, which is a green one, if I just go back here, see, how is it? Okay, blue, sorry. So yes, this is here, show your age. So you could edit it from here, you could edit it from here. If you want to see it in real, here is it. Now this one, if I just click back here, I could change the hint of it. So if I click here, shows user hint, like enter your DOB, like asking user to enter his date of birth. So see here, this is the hint, like will not appear as a text. I prefer click this one if you just only changing the XML, because he will not rebuild everything. He will just rebuild the XML file. So this is good update in Android Studio, so it will not make too much time from you when he did updates. So just click that one. So yes, waiting for seconds, and he will show me. See, he should give me hint, but this is not real text. If you see, when I click on it, he show me only numbers. He doesn't show me like other key in the keyboard, like character or whatever. Why? Because when I select this object, I say, hey, I need this object to be the style of it. I want it to be the text, like not style, the input. I want it to be number, because I select the type of number. If I select the input, I want it to be text, also not only numbers. Okay. If I just go back now and try to rerun it, he allow me to enter number. He will allow me to enter text. So in text, what I use, I don't use only numbers in the text keyboard. See, he show me like characters. I could use them, whatever. He add not only numbers, he add like characters. So for me, for this code to keep my application safe, I don't use text. I use only numbers. I just enable numbers. And yes, rerun it. So he will show me only numbers. Now I did this two things. Let me continue with my design by adding more things. So let me just go back to this one. And yes, I don't care about this UR4 now. So down. Now what I need to add more, I need button. Someone click on it. So just take this button, add it here, my button. I name it. Just make sure always click escape to avoid. Then go back. This is my button. If you see here, here is the text inside the button. Let me name it get my age. Okay, this is text. You see the text now, get my age. Where you want to pin it, I want to pin it in this place. So make sure he already add constraint here by default. You want to add another one here. I want to add it in this side always, but I want to add pin it to here, so I want to give a place between them. So I make sure them to appear in this way. So now, yes, if you go back to this design, it's a good app, good design. If you see how I add the constraint, if I just rerun it again, you have to be able to show me like button label, so layout I could go interact with. So the good thing in this video, you have to learn now how to design your layout, how you place your object, how you make sure the layout that you designed work on different devices by just select from this one, change the device type. So seconds, yes, everything is cool. Now I could change anything I want. I could change this one. If you see here, if you go back, also like this button, I want to change the color of it. Okay, you see here is it the properties, the button. I just say Android. I select the property. I know the name of property, which is background. Give it the color. Give it this one, like B accent color, which is this color. You could use too many colors. Like you could use this color. You could use this color. I like it. And yeah, for now.
That's great for now. Let we go to next video and try to do implementation. Again, let's get started implement the code for the application. So what we did in the previous video, we just designed the UI. And how the UI appear in the emulator in this way, you know that the application first time he will start from this, the main face, and the main face look for any activity that has this filter. Then he will go to the code, which is this file. This file, which is you now name it here. And when this file fired, automatically have a method named onCreate. This will be fired automatically when that file code, and this one will show you this activity, this layout, which is r.layout.activity main. So r mean resource, layout.activity main. So he will show you this activity, and this is the way how it works. Now let we start manage this part. What I want to do, I want to get from this one, discipline on this one using this button. So first of all, I want to access to the button. So to access to the button from the code, I have to give it ID. So let me give it BU here in the ID part. Click on it and give it BU find age. Okay, done. So this is the name of it. So now to access to this button in the code, you have to go here, and I will write my code inside this button. Why inside this event? Why inside this event? So because this look like as main function. So you have to define your method inside it. So because if you add it here, you will not know about it. So you have to define it here. So what the name of the event? The button, name it BU find age. Make sure click enter, so he will import this line for you. Okay, don't do it in this way. Don't write it in this way. BU find age. So you will not get anything. Why? Because you didn't import the third-party library for Kotlin, and this is big problem that means you didn't be in. So make sure you say BU find and wait for autocomplete. If it doesn't show, click Control space, then you will see it. Then you click enter, he will add it for you, and he will also import this line for you. Then you say just what I want to do for this button. This button have a lot to do with. So for example, if I just go here, I want to set the text, change the text. Well, the property for the text here, the property of the text, if you see it here, name it text. So to access to this property, I write the ID name dot property name, same as a class. So you say, okay, in the code, you say property name dot text, then you could set it to any text that you would like find age. Okay, so you set the text. But what I want to do, I don't want to set the text for now. I want to listen to the event. So if I just say dot on, okay, he will show me a list of the events that attached to this button. I could use it. So I say on click, look for on click listener, which is this event. Okay, on click listener. See how I click Control space so he could show me autocomplete. Then here you go. This is my function. So here in this function, I could write any code. This code will fire when
button is clicked. Okay, this code will fire when anyone click the button. So think about what I want to do. Okay, I want to read the input from this one, so I have to give it ID. So let me give it ID txt year of birth. Okay, so year of birth, I give it this ID, save. So to access to this properties in this object, I want to read the text. I have to say what? Text year of birth dot text. So okay, you say in this way, variable year. Okay, and this variable year of birth will equal what? Will equal txt what? Year of birth dot text, because I'm reading the text. But wait a second, this one have to be what? Have to be integer. So I need to convert this string to integer. They don't have direct method to convert to integer. First of all, you have to convert it to string, then you convert the string to integer. Okay, make sure from this one. Because why? Because to init. So why this happen? I will tell you in seconds. So the input field here, it is text input field. So any data that the people entered here should be a text. So first of all, to get that data, you have to say the object name dot properties name, same as object-oriented programming. Then you convert everything to string. Now I have data to string, but I want it as integer. I say to integer, then I get as integer. Because this value will never change, so it's better to define it as val, not var. Okay, because I don't plan to change this value. Now I want to find age. Okay, I say val my age, or my age in this way, will be equal to what? To current year, which is 2017, minus year of birth. Okay, now I have my age. So now what I want to do, I want to show my age and where? I want to show it here in this one. So I have to give it ID first of all. I will name it text view show age. Okay, so what I want to do, I want to access to this properties to show the age. That's mean object name dot properties name text show age dot text. So what I do, this, I say yes, that one. I say this way, I say text view show age dot text. I want to set the text. Same way when I read the text, I would show it my age. You cannot say directly my age. You will get a problem. Why? Because this one expects you send him something like string, and this one is integer. So whenever you want to add text, you have to say dot string to convert it to string. Okay? Or you could do concatenate, the way that you know that about the concatenating by doing this way. Your age is like, then they give it this variable years, so you could see them. So this is another way. So do you see how I did the work? First of all, I try to listen to the button event. When I put the code, I put it here. I cannot add it outside this one because no one knows this event. It have to be inside this code, because I want to say, hey, when the button load, when the activity load, please start listening to anyone who want to click on the event on the button. When someone click, you bring the text, change the integer, minus 2017, show it to me as age. So now, boom, you will be all set and he will show you the age correctly. So this is very, very basic process to work with any object. So any object, to start using it, first of all, go and give it ID. Then you could access to any properties in that object by writing ID name dot the properties name. See this one? I read the text. This one, I set the text. This one, even the events, like object, the ID name dot the event name, which is still really, really easy and straightforward, and there is no problem to do that. So yes, let me run it and let you wait for some time and see how it is going. Here we go. If I just go here and try to input something, okay, 1990, boom, he showed me your age 27. Okay, this is $sign. I just need to remove it. Addition $sign. And also this is 2017. I have to get the current year. So I say current year. How I could get current year? You know that I could get it by using calendar. Okay, hopefully click control space, so he will load the calendar dot get instance dot get. Okay, you say calendar dot year, and boom, you're done. Like you're getting current year, and instead using this one, you replace it with this one, and you're still getting same result without any problem, which is again like good thing to do, so your application will work on the different device with different version. Sorry, with whenever the years change, like when it be 2018, 2019, the application is still working without any problem, because this tool, this line will get the current date, current time or current year from the device by reading this year, and he will show it to, who will get it as a variable. Then you could subtract the current year from the year of birth, and you could find the person age and still, but the application will be more flexible to work with. So if I just say again 1990 enter, he could show me your age is 27 without any problem. So yes, this is very basic process. So now what we understand, whenever I want to have any event for listening, I have to add it inside onCreate. But I don't think this makes sense. By the end, the onCreate will be too big with too many lines of code. Is there any other options? Yes, there is. So if I just click on the button here, I see the button have event name it button click, which is this one, on click. Let me name it BU find age. Okay, find age event. So this is the name. So if I click enter, then I click go to the text, I will see he add android.onClick, which is this event. And he give me error on it. When I hit on it, he show me this one. If I just click here, now if I click here, he have to implement the method for me. But if somehow he doesn't implement the method for you, because there's a problem in the IDE, you have just to go here and outside of this method, but inside the class, like here, you just say func, the method name, then you say view, colon, then you say view. Not func, not func. So, but just wait, the view, when you say view, you have to wait it to do autocomplete, or you say control space, then he show you this one, you click enter, so he will import the view for you. After he import the view for you, just open a bracket, close it, and you could take your code from here and move it here. And this one, just let me just highlight it, so you will understand it was here using to the fire when someone click on the button. So now this is I change it to comment, so it will not happen, it will not run. So and is this the idea of this one, this button will be fired when anyone click, or this event fired when anyone click on this button. Why? Because now I'm using the XML. I'm saying, hey, this XML will connect it with this event. So what he will do, he will just go and look in the activity for event with the same that name, and he tried to fire the app instead of adding all the on event on listener here, and still I get same result without any problem. So use the one that you feel you are happy with, but I really encourage you using this one, this name button, function, then the name of the event, whatever name you want to give it here, whatever the name you give it here in the UI, or the name is that, I suppose that the name that you have it here, whatever the name you have it here, you just go here in the code and say fun, the name, then you open a bracket view, then colon, then you say view in capital. This view should be in capital. Then open a bracket and close it. So now, yes, it still will give me same result without any problem, and I should be okay, or should be good to go. So one final thing to do, I say 1990 hit. You say your age 27. Somehow in the next some videos you may see the word protect before the function, and may this protect case error in for some devices. So you see here when you add a protect, you say, hey, you could clean this code. You just click here, clean the code, and just take this one because no longer needed. So just remove it. So yes, this is how it works. Hopefully you understand different way. Hopefully the idea behind this video, I just teach you how to access to any object using the id dot the properties, any properties that you would like, and how the everything should be in text format, and you have to change it to integer so you'll be able to do subtract or multiplication. Okay, one final thing before to go. If you see the name of the application startup, I want to change the name. If I just go to Memphis, I would see here I have the name of the application. If I just click command or control then go here, it will take me to this file, which is this one. So this one string will hold the application name it app name. Just change it, for example, find my age, and if you just go back now to the UI, you will see the application name is changed. So yes, this string will hold the application name, and we will go in details about these things. So here we done. Thank you for watching, and see you next.
Hey and welcome. I want to talk in this video about one of most difficult point in Android. That is how to debug your application and how to find errors in your application. So think about this application for find my age. If I just try to run it again and I try to add like invalid input, like continue entering this number for long number, then I click enter, I would see this error. Bam. So this is like most confusing error for most of the developers. So how they could find the error, how could debug it? Not only this one, like errors similar like this type in Android. So how to fix this problem step by step? First step to fix this type of problem, if you see these messages, so just go to the something here named lookat. Here, click on it and change this one to errors. So he will show you only errors, because if you select verbs, he will show you too many inputs. I want to see only the errors that happen. So I select errors. See, this is the error, but the error is not clear enough. So to find exactly where is the error, go to the line that have the green color, this color, blue color. See where you find the blue color, go to it. So if you see this one, if I just click on it, he just point me to this line in the code. But what he is saying, he say cased by, this is the error. Saying this error cased by number format exception. That means the number is not accepted here. So that means the number is too long, so is out of the range of the integer, so he wasn't able to accept this input. So from here you detect, hey, yes, I realize this the error is happening here. So you understand that the number that user entered is like too long, so he wasn't able to figure out why. Think about other case, like just for example, think about you here have some value for, and this value for like for average AVG, and this average will have the whatever the input, whatever the date of birth user entered, and you just divide, or you whatever, like you divide by the average age by the user data birth. Okay, it's just simple example just to try to think about like how to find this type of a problem and how we could debug this error. For sure he was able to do it here. You need to convert this one also to integer, so he will able to do the division between these two numbers. Now if you just try, this is just basic debugging code, and just try to find, hey, why this error happened if someone tried to input invalid data. So let me run it and see. Okay, the app is now running. Now if you just enter valid input, like whatever, just go, he give you this number. What if I try to input invalid input, like I try Hey again. In this section we will implement complete tic-tac-toe game. You will play tic-tac-toe with a device. So, for example, I select a cell, device select randomly another cell. I select this cell, the device select that cell. I select this cell, then I win the game. So yes, this is what we will implement in this section. We will learn a lot about design layout with table view, then how to call different events from same, how to call same event from different UI, then how to design a layout with good user experience. So let's get started step by step. Again, let's start implement the game step by step. So to get started, as you know, I will go to my Android folder. In Android, I have something startup. So let me just create a new folder. I name it Tic Tac Toy. Okay, game. This for you. Then I will create a new folder. I name it Tic Tac Toy Local. Why? Because I will create later on Tic Tac Toy online. So you play the game online with your friend. So I will take copy from startup project and I go to the local and paste it. Why? Because startup project have the setting for Kotlin that we did it already. So I will select open exist project. Then desktop, I go to my project where it is saved. Kotlin, Android, tic-tac-toe game, tic-tac-toe local, startup, here is it. So here we will start open our project and we will start do some settings to start our first application from scratch. So yes, I think you will enjoy with this game. It would maybe something new, but we will learn something new in this lecture. So first of all, I have to go to module app and you change the app ID. And let me name it com.hussein.tic-tac-toe local. So this is my application ID in the store. If you're still not familiar with the application ID in the store, I will show you something like why you spend your time on with many things. So if you go here in the Google, you go to Play Store, okay, play.google.com, and you select any application, like look for Find My Phone, okay, and when you click any application, you see the application have a specific ID. This is the ID of the application. If you just go back again, you select another application, you see application have ID. So your ID to have to be unique, so you don't have conflict with other applications. So yes, I do synchronous after I change my application ID, and let we go to app, resource layout, and let we start design or application layout in this video. So if you are not familiar with tic-tac-toe game, I will just let me take the draw tool for you to show you what we mean by tic-tac-toe game. So tic-tac-toe game is a really basic game that have 9 input here, like look like this one, and have 9 button. If you select 3 rows or select 3 columns, you will be the winner. So this is the basic sketch for my design. So think about, I want to design this one using constraint layout. So I need to add 9 button inside my layouts, which is, I think, like it's not unbelievable. Like add 9 button, too many constraint. It will work, but I don't think it's perfect for me because it need too many work with too many constraint and between one another, one beside, and too much, which is I don't prefer in this video. I will prefer using another tool, name it a grid. Like this is my content, I added in a table, I added my content in rows, and I'm done. So what I will do, I will delete these 2 buttons. So you see, whenever I select this button from here, from 3 component, I see it is selected from the UI. So I select first one, click shift, last one, delete, press delete, remove it. So if you go to layout, you see we have too many layouts. We don't have only constraint layout. We have a grid, frame, linear horizontal, linear vertical, relative layout, table layout, and table row. What I will need to use, I need to use the table layout. So what I will do, I will convert this constraint to table. How? Just click text, and this is my constraint layout. Just I name it table T. I write first character capital T. He will get table. So I select table layout. Go back, you will see he have to change it to table. So table have 3 rows, because we said in every rows we have 3 inputs. So you see when I just drag and drop it, I drop 3 rows here. In every row I add 3 buttons. So let me just go here to all and select button and add 1, 2,
3. Hopefully I did 3. Oh, still I did only 1. So open it, add the second one, third one. Here we go. Select second one. Just get added. This is the easiest way. You could drag it in UI, but this is easiest way. You are make sure you are 100% or object is going to the place hey again. What I want to do in this video, I want when someone click on the button, I just give a message, he select this button just a startup before initialize my game and everything. So now I have 9 button. I don't think you will do 9 events. So like this one you give it specific event when someone just go back, not this one, just go to the view, then you go to the only click, you give it name, then second one name, everyone different name. No, I will give all these button with same, they call all these button, they call one event. So I name it BU click. Okay, let me make sure BU click and make sure apply it to all the buttons. So all the button I want them to call this event. Then and from the code I could like say, hey, this call is coming from this one, this call is coming from this one, just for me for debugging purpose. So here is it. So now all the button they call same method. So whenever any button you click from the screen, he will go and call this method. For now I don't have any implementation for this method, so let me go to the Java code and try to implement the code for that method. You know, to implement it, you say protect, then you say fun, then the name of the method will get a view. It is part from the view. Now I'm trusting to understand what view mean. Okay, a view mean the button. So see, he give you error because I didn't import. If I just click W, click the control space, click enter, so he will import Android view. So for now, hey, I want to use a view. What the view mean? A view mean the button. So when he sent this button as an object, this button will consider it as a view. So now, if I just say, hey, I want to get this button, so how I get it? Okay, val bu selected. Okay, equal a view. Because I need to cast it, I say as what? As button. Why as button? Because I need to cast this button, or I need to convert from view to button, because now the data type view, I want to change it to button to add it here. So I have to make sure this one is a button. You could write here as button to make sure you don't have error. See, I don't have error, so I no longer need this one. So BU selected. So if you select this button, I will have all the information for this button. One of the important information is the ID. By this one, you have all the information like text. One of the important information is the ID. So what interesting thing that unique for every button has specific ID. So I could recognize the button according to the ID. So going here, I say, hey, you have the button, so let me do a switch. Before of that, let me define cell ID. I mean the ID of the cell that he selected, and its initial value, I give it 0, then give when, do when statement. So when bu selected dot get ID. Why? Or not get ID, dot ID. Why ID? This command will bring me the ID of selected button. So if you select 1, he will give me 1. If you select 2, he will give me 2. If you select 3, he will give me 3. So I say, hey, if the r.id.bu1, if you select bu1, set this one for me, which is cell ID, set it to 1. That means he select 1. Okay, this is good for now. So you continue, say if it's b2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. So if this one, if you select 1, 1. If you select 2, set it to 2. If you select 3, set it to 3. If you select 4, set it to 4. If you select 5, set it to 5. If you select 6, not 6, this 6, select, 5, set it to 5. If you select 6, set it to 6. Select 7, set it to 7. If you select 8, set it to 8. If you select 9, set it to 9. So now I'm getting the button ID. If you select button ID, number 0, what's the error here? It says cell ID equals 0. It doesn't accept it. Yes, because this one is I defined val. Val means this is read only. You cannot update it. I have to define it var, VAR, because I need to update the value here. Sorry for that. See, well, the difference between var and val. So var read right. So now if you select button 1 from here, button 1 will have an ID bu1. He come here. I just convert it to button. I see if it's 1, give me ID 1. So finally this one will have the ID of the selected button. So let's just make sure we did right by just show you a message about the selected button. I say to asked To us is the way to show message. Dot make this. Then I say I give it this. He take 3 parameter. First of them this. Second is the message. I say the ID. Just make sure everything is correct. ID. I sell ID. This is the second parameter, the message that I want to show it. Third parameter will be the for how long I want to show to us. I say to us dot for long time. If I want to short to us dot long, then I select dot show. This is for showing the message. Like this is to us make text, take 3 parameter. This that means this activity, this class. This is the message that I want to show it. This is for how long, then dot show. Now I have when I click the message, when I run it and see, every time he have to give me like whenever I select this, hey, you select this one, or you select this one, or you select this one, or you select this one. So yeah, just tracking. So wait for a second and let's see how he will be able to show me what button I selected. It sound interesting for now, and after that we will continue implement our game. But just first make sure until now we have everything correct. And see, I have error here. I have to go to build a clean project, because as you know, this project, the error is coming from previous code, because the code already we bring it from previous work. So you have to clean it every time when you bring project and you want to use it. It's better to do clean so you avoid any error. So I think for now the game is good to get started. If not, we will try to fix it. We will try to fix the problem. So waiting for seconds and let we see if he was able to get the button for us or not. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, got it. Yes, after 3 he got it for me. So where are you? Yes. So if I select this one, you have to show me message here. ID 1. See, this is the message. If I select this one, you have to show me ID 2. Select this one, you have to show me ID 3. Just make sure from everything correct. 4, 5 should be 6. So I say it long, so it will take time. So this one should give me 7. This one should give me 8. Just make sure everything is correct. It's going to give me 9. Yes, now everything is correct. So let me go to the next step and try to play the game. Hey again, in the previous video we completed design the layout, then we just say we was able to get the ID of selected cell, which is great for now. Now what I want to do, I want the first player play and the second player play, and I save whatever first player selected and I save whatever second player selected, then I find who is the winner. So just let me just save some spaces here. Why he get too much spaces here? So let me just create one method here, a new method, new faction. I will name it faction, and this faction I name it play game. And I suppose this faction take 2 things as input. Take first thing cell ID, which is type of integer, okay, and also this faction get the button selected, bu selected, which is type from the button. And this faction, I don't expect to return anything, but this faction have to be called after the button is selected. So here he select the button, so he will call this faction. He will send the ID of the cell that user selected, and also he send the button. Why? Because I need to disable the button and to don't allow a person to click on this button again. So first of all, you say, okay, the button after if someone click on it, I have to disable it. So you say, okay, bu selected dot disable is enable. Wait, is enable is equal true. Why equal true? Because equal false. So make it false. So make the button disable so no one could enable it. No one could click it on again. So what do you think we need to play the game? First of all, we need to have information about first player. So let's suppose I have variable for player 1, and then this player 1 should be array list of integer, because I have list of the location that he selected. So list of integer. Also same thing I would do it for player 2. I have player 2 list. So here I save whatever player 1 selected, here I save whatever player 2 selected. Also I need to find the active player. So everyone, one player could play the game. So let's suppose at start point I have the active player is player number 1. So here we start, and now I'm checking. I'm saying, hey, if the active player is equal 1, that means the first player play the game, I will go here. First of all, I change the button, the selected dot, the text for that button, I change it to the X. That means the X is playing the game. Second thing, I say button selected, I change the background for that button. So I say set background. When I say set background, I mean the color of the background of the button. So I say color dots green. Okay, because I add X, then I change it to green. Also I add, you see I define a player 1. I don't know why I use capital, it's better to use small. Start variable name, naming convention, as a clean code say, you say name it first character as small. So I say player 1 dot add. Why add? Because I want to add whatever the cell selected to the item. So wait a second. I the X play the game. I set myself to X. I set the background to green. That means X is select this one, and I add this one to the X list. Then after that, what I will do? I change the active player for sure. I have active player. I will change it to 2, because so the second one could play the game. Else, I would do same thing for the second player. So what second player will do? Copy paste it. He will add O, because the O he's playing with O. What I give him? I give him a blue color. Cell ID, I will add it to the second player for now. Then I will change the active player to 1. So when the first player play, I add it to player 1 list. When second player play, I add it to player 2 list. Then they continue playing the game. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, and that is. So if you just run the game for now, we don't have any checking for finding the winner of the game, but we are able for now at least to see or to whenever any player select any cell, change that cell for that option. So let me see if he was able to do that. Here you go, see X selected, he changed it to X. Now the second player, now this X, now the active player is 2, so have to go to else. If the second player play the game, he give it O. See, now X, then O, whatever. See, every time one player play the game. That is great for now. So what I want to do now, I want to stop this one. Then I want to find the winner. So let me define function for find the winner. So I name it check winner. Okay, because I'm doing it from UI. So how I find the winner? You know the rule. Let me first define variable winner is equal. Why I defined capital winner equal -1. That means there is no winner. So if someone selects complete row, he will be the winner, or complete column, he will be the winner. So it is rules, just I apply them. So I say, hey, if for row number 1, I say here, if player 1, okay, dot contains has in his item 1, and player 1 has in his item 2. So if he select number 1 and he select number 2 and he select, I have to say and he select player what? Why? Player 1 and player 1 he's dot contain number 3. So if his list has number 1, number 2, number 3, that means he's the winner. So I say, hey, the winner now is the player 1, or cool 1. That's good. Same thing for the player 2. So if the player 2 selected cell 1 and cell 2 and cell 3, that means he is the winner. Okay, I would do same rule for the second row, third row, and continue. So this is for second row, this is third row. So for the second row, the player one have to have 1, 2, 3 have to have 4, 5, 6, and this one have to have, this is just rule, 4, 5, 6, and this the for the third row, 7, 8, 9, and if this one contains 7, 8, 9, if his list have this item, is be the winner. Now let me go to the, so this one should be row 2, this one should be row 3. Okay, I'll just copy it for column 1, column 2, column 3. So 1, 2, 3. So I name it column here, column 1, this one for column 2, and this one for column 3. So what do you think to be the column 1? For column 1 you have to select cell number 1, cell number 4, cell number 7. Is that right? Yes, 1, 4, 7. So 1, 4, 7. Same thing, if this one select 1 and 4 and 7, he is the winner. So what about this one? It should be 2, 5, 8. I now to increase it. So you just apply the rule. So this one also 2, 5, 8. What about this one? Should be 3, 9, 3, 6, 9. Yes, and this one should be 3, 6, 9. So this is for column. So now I have the information about the winner. So I'm checking here. I'm saying here, if the winner is not equal to -1, that means I have winner for now. So if I have winner, I have to show a message saying, hey, this one is win the game. Okay, so if it's not equal -1, because the initial value is -1, so if there is no -1, that means I have a winner. So let me check. If the winner equal 1, that means the first player win the game. Just show a message. Same this message that we showed before, if you remember. Let me just copy this line of code and go here and say, instead of this one, I just replace the message. I say player 1 win the game. Okay, then for sure I have to say else, because if if it's not player 1, should be player 2 win the game. One of them he have to win the game. So yes, this is basically how the rules check the winner game. I just call this checking after the player play the game. Whenever you play the game, I'm checking if you are the winner or not. So you play the game, check if you win the game or not. So let me just rerun the game and see what is going on. And yes, seconds, and we will be able to find who is the winner by row or by column. Wait for seconds and let we see what is going on. Yes, the game be more fun for now. So, but just I click here, I get X. So now I cannot click again because disable it. If the other player play this one, I played this one. Other player play this one, so I cannot play it. So I will play here. Other player play this game, I will add here. Then he say player 1 win the game. That's great for now. So now I think everything is cool. So let's go to the next video and try to do auto play. Hey again, for now I'm really happy with the game. But do you think 2 players will hold same device and they play the game? I don't think you will do it. So mostly you will play the game with the device. You and the device will play the game. So this is what we will do it in this video. We will make you play the game with the device. So think first, how you play the game with the device. First of all, you select cell, then the device have to select cell. How the device select cell? You have to scan all the cells and see which cells is empty, and he will select one of these cells. And this is the idea. So to get started, I will just here, I say, I define function for auto play. I name it auto play. Okay, this function doesn't return any value. and they get started. First of all, I told you that the device have to find the empty cell. So first of all, he say var empty cell. So empty cells. Okay, will be array list. Array. I told you from the beginning, I love working with array list, and I will use it a lot in my videos. So array list, and I define my array list. Then I have to say, hey, let me find which cell is not selected. You know I have 9 cells, so I have to do for loop. Okay, this for have a cell ID from 1 to 9. So 1 to 9, I have 9 cells. And check which cell is not used to, so make sure use word in. Make sure which cell is not used by player 1 and player 2. So I say if player 1 dot contain like has cell ID, or player 2 dot contain cell ID, let me say, hey, let me check, see if first player or second player select the cell. If anyone of select the cell, I cannot use them, but I have to make sure using this one. If not player 1 or player 2, that means if this cell is not selected by player 1 or a player 2, I could use this cell. Otherwise, I'm not able to use it. But here I got some error here for misspelling things, like this one have to be between, I think between 2 brackets as I know. Yes. Oh, I think everything's correct. What is the problem? What he say? He say it is contain this one or this one contain this one. I don't think I don't see any problem for now in this one, but maybe, yes, maybe I'm missing one bracket here. Yes, for sure. So if this cell is not selected by a player 1 and not selected by a player 2, add it to the empty cell. So I say dot add this cell. So just scan the cell from 1 to 9 and see if this cell is not selected by anyone, add it to my list. So finally, by the end, I have list of the cell. But now I want to select list of the empty cells. Now I want to select randomly. For now I use random select, the device select random cell. So I say var r equal random. Random is the class that already burden in Java. If you see Java utilities, this will allow you to select something random. If you say I have 5 cells, select one of these cells randomly. This will do that. So how I will do that? First of all, I have to select the index. So I say val, what I say rand index. I allow him to first select random index from this cell. So how he would select? I say r dot next integer, and I will ask him to give me, first of all, I give him dot size, the size of my cells, minus which the start value is 0, then all these will be plus 0. So this is the rule how the random dot next work. If you want to select element between 1 to 10, so you give him here, hey, the minimum number is 1 and the max number is 10, and he will select randomly every time random number between 1 to 10. But I want to select random number according the size of my array list. So I say, hey, depend on my array list, the maximum number will be less than my array list size, the minimum number will be 0. So if I have 5 elements in my array, he will select either 0 or 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. He will not select 5. So this one will be not included. This one will be minimum value that be included. So I have the index of selected cell. Now I'm good. Now I could get the item. Just I say, hey, val empty cell ID equal the from this array list dot get. I'm getting index, getting random index. Okay, you could get it in this way, or you could say, hey, no, I don't like this way, I need to do get. Both of them work. Both of them will bring you the item. I mostly like using get because he get replaced with index. Hey again, the game is look fine for now, but I don't think it's professional enough. So what I want to do in this video, I want to add more colors and make the game more professionals. So what I will do, I'll go to the file named values, then colors, and I add more colors. You know how to add color. You added word color, then name, you give it specific name, then value. I already have these color prepared. You could take them later on from the GitHub. So this is different type of color, like blue, this one for blue, this one for purple, whatever, different colors. So I want to use them. So this, I want to use this blue inside the other blue that we have it. So if you see, we was using these colors, which is, whoa, here is it. So we was using set resource. Now I want to get from this file. So to get from this file, I cannot use same method. I have to use another method to do that. So I will say dot set resource set background resource, not set background. So you say set background resource. Then I want to go to this one. So I have to say r mean resource dot color dot value. You say r dot color dot the value. Why I didn't mention that r dot color then the color name? Why I didn't mention the file? Why I didn't mention the values? You know, I have to mention r if I want to access to UI. I say r dot layout dot the file name. But if I access to color, no, it's different. I have to say r dot the color. I don't mention these values folder. Just r dot colors. Then which color I want to access? I want to access to blue. So set it for blue. What about this one? Dark green. Same thing. I want to set this one. So you say dot set background resource r dot color, which is the color that I defined. I defined dark green, which is if I click go it, this one is dark green. So yes, it's somehow now the color for background is good. But what do you see? The UI background, I don't like it. So let me just change the color here. So if you see, this is my UI. Here is it. So I could access to the UI from here. I say, hey, Android background. Which background give it? You say, to access to color from XML file, you say add color, then you give it the color name. What the color I want to give it? Let me give it white. Hey again. In this section, you will learn how to build simple calculator, exactly same as the calculator you have it in Mac machine or Windows on phone. So what we will do, we will take this calculator from the Mac, we take all these colors using specific tools, then we design our calculator, which is this calculator, like whatever you want to do, 7 multiplied by 5.4 and minus and everything you could do, then you see these results. So you will learn a lot in this section. So let's get started step by step to learn how to do calculator, how to use buttons, how to design nice layout and more. Again, let's get started step by step to build all calculator. So the calculator that I wanted to be same as the one that I have in my Mac, which is this one. Look like this one, have this operation and all this stuff. And when you click, you see data here and whatever. I already take a snapshot for this one, so I would use it for the calculator to make it as layout. So to get started, I will go to Kotlin, Udemy, Android, and in my Android I will create a new folder, name it calculator, okay? And in my calculator, I will take copy from the startup project and I will add it inside it because I need it to be my startup point. Now I will open Android Studio, and in my Android Studio I will run this project because that's already configured with Kotlin and everything prepared inside this project. So yes, let me see what is going on. So to get started, open project, desktop, I have it Kotlin, Udemy, Android, the one that name it calculator, and this is my startup. Click open, wait for some time until he will be able to load the calculator for me and I will be able to start doing my project. Configure the project by going here in the build, name it here com.array.calculator this way, and make sure this one goes down. And you know that now I need to go build a clear project. Why? Because I need to clear the project to start working on it, to show you like what I want to do. So I will take this calculator and try to think about how they design this calculator. So let me just take it down a little bit in size so you would be unable to see what I'm doing. Okay, sounds good. So look to this calculator. What you see? You see here you have a calculator. Let me suppose this is a layout for our project. Okay, this is layout, but is this constraint layout? You could, as I told you, you could do everything with constraint layout, but there is other ways, easy and much simpler than constraint layout. Imagine you have all these components, how many constraints you need to add, too many work. But if you see, this rows from here to here, they have same number, every button have same size, and they are divided to equal. So if I just say, hey, this part of that calculator are similar, so I could consider all these as table view, which have number of columns with number of rows, okay, because they have same size. That's good. So this should be my table view, have these components inside it. That's good. So this would be the table one. If you look to this one, you see it is just input field. So it will consider it as single row, which have like input field. But this is totally different from this one. So this part we consider as a table, okay? And this one also different from the table because this use 2 columns. So this one also is different. So if you see, I have 3 components, one under another. This one, then under this one, and under this one. So from the beginning, let me suppose these 3 are considered in the layout, and the layout need to arrange the element one under the other. So if you have a layout like this way, and you want to add 3 elements, one under another, like this one, this element, this element, this element, you would use linear layout. So let me just go here to the code environment, and I would change this layout from the Android constraint to linear layout, okay? And the linear layout, I will select the type of the layout. If you see it here, it's linear layout, but I will select here the orientation. The orientation is really important. If I say this is horizontal, what that mean? That means if I add 3 elements inside them, he will add the element one beside the another. Why? Because this is how the horizontal work. I said, hey, this is horizontal layout. That means arrange the element one beside other. But I don't want to add them one beside other. I need them one under other. So I have to select the linear layout. I change it to vertical. See, he just arranged them one under another. That's good. That's mean, okay, I understand how to arrange my layout. So I could remove these. So what he need, the first element should be the input field. Okay, I go to text. I will select. I would select. Do you need plain text? Whatever text field you need to add it. Add this one, for example. Add the input field, plain text. That's good. I add this one. This is my first row. The second row, you see it should be table view, completely table. So I have to go to layout and I select table because this is the second row. So here you go. I have the first row should be my element. Second row, the table. Third row have 4 buttons. But if you look back here, what you would see 3 buttons in one row. If I want to add 3 buttons in one row, like this one, 3 buttons in one row. 1, 2, 3. Again, I need to use linear layout, but from the tab horizontal to add 3 buttons inside it. So I have to go back here and I select linear layout, but this one, horizontal, and take it, add it inside this one. If you see it, he added not the correct place, just take it down, move it to the end. So yes, I have the linear layout, have to have 3 buttons inside it. So okay, I will let me just start by step. So 1 button, second button, and third button. So 3 buttons inside this linear. But if you see I cannot see the button, why? Because this grid view take the complete screen. This is the table view. So going back here, I say, hey, this table view or table layout, I don't need it much parent. I need it as a wrap content. So yes, because I did not add anything inside it, so wrap content will be better. See, because this layout horizontal, he added 3 buttons one beside another. If I just change it to vertical, he will add the button one under another. But what I'm looking for is horizontal, one beside another. Good, I'm done from this part. Still I'm in the table. If you see in the table, he add 4 rows inside them. Maybe you don't need 4 of them, you just delete them, 4 of them, and now you go back, you say, hey, I need to add. Let's just show you. This is table row. You could add first row, you could add second row, you could add third row. Just adding a row inside your table view. But you see, I just did mistake by adding this one inside another. Just move it up, so both of them, 3 of them same. So now yes, what he said, if you look here, you would see every row have 4 elements, 4 buttons. Okay, that's good. I could go here and I say, hey, this row will have. I go to the first row, 1, 2. Did he add 2 of them? No, just 1. He didn't add the second one. 2, 3, 4. I repeat the process for the rest of the rows, but if you see he have 4 rows, I just remove 1 of them. So this is first row, my first row. I go to the second row, I add the button, 1, 2. You know, you could do 1 row and just you could copy them, but this one just for beginners, you just practice. 3, 4. This is second row. For the third row also 1, 2, 3, 4. That's good. But I don't have only 3 rows. I have 4 rows, I think. So that means I have to go to layout and add 1 more table rows. You just go here, add this row also. If you see it, you just add it to the top. You could move it to the end. If you, by any mistake, you added inside that one, you don't need it to the end, you need it to the end of layout. What? Okay, I need to take these 3 and shift them, move them to the top. Yeah, move the last one to the end. Maybe you need to just do this layout, but still you could add them in any place because you're still adding the button. But maybe you need some way and somehow you need the button to be in the end. So make sure 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe some of you say, hey, why you did not use it a table view for this row also? You cannot use table view also for this row because this row, see this one taking 2 cells. So you have to manage that cell. But also I want you to learn more things than what I do here. So yes, I think this one is done for the layout. So now I could start working on the buttons and manage things. So yes, this is have a text. I don't need to have anything inside it. So let's suppose I just remove everything from this button. Because it's calculator, I have to go to app, this one, linear layout. Let me go to the properties and I select padding or margin. Padding between the content and the outside. Margin means the me and the other component. So padding, if you say, hey, you have padding. If I say all 10 pt, that means he will add padding from all side 10 pt. What that mean? That means this. This layout is still the refer to this layout. So this one, the outside is still referred to this vertical. But all these component lives inside this one. So when I say padding 10, that means any component inside it will take 10 from top, left, right, bottom. So see all the component he leave them for 10, taking 10. So that's what I mean by the padding and other stuff. But if you look for here, you see this layout. No, everything is good. I don't have any problem in my design, and all buttons looks good. Now just I need to manage this layout with some of works and I will be good. But if you see this one taking too much, maybe you are not interested for this one to make all these spaces, you say, okay, I will go back to this view properties and I say, hey, layout should be wrap content, so I don't want to take much more what I want. Now in the next video we'll start to manage this layout. Like if you look back here, I could do it now or I could do it next video. Maybe now will be better for us because I don't want you to spend too many time. So let me just manage this by adding some things just as test demo. So look here, you see this one input field as a text. Let me just add 0, just make it similar. This one should be AC, which is I don't know until now what they mean by AC. This one should be the plus minus, so it should be plus minus. I know plus minus what they mean. So this one should be percent, so you should say text should be percent, and this one text should be okay. I know this time, but I don't know where this one lives, which is hard to find in my keyboard. Yes, okay, this one I don't know where I could find it in my keyboard, to be honest. But let me suppose for now this one should be divide, so it should be in this way. So just selected and say, hey, this one is divide, but divide in this way. So this is divide, and this one 7. So this one 7, this one 8, this one 9, this one I would say multiplying. So multiplying, now this one should be multiply. Maybe some people use X. So this one should be 4, 3, 2, 4, 3, 4, 6 here. Here should be 4, 5. And this one should be the subtraction. So yes, subtraction, I don't have any problem with you. I know where you live. So this one should be 1 and 2 and 3. So 1, 2, and this one should be the 3, and this one should be addition, and this one should take for space of 2 should be 0, and this one should be dots, and this one should be equal. At least I just was able to design the layout. I will work too much on the next video to make this as a calculator. So if you see the content, first of all, right to left, you could change it left to right. Just you say graffiti, I think. So maybe graffiti, he said to the right. Here you go. So design it. So we will work in next video to design this layout to make it similar to this one. So let me go and we meet in next video. Again, let me start in this video to implement for the layout and make it nicer like this one. First of all, let me manage the size of element. If you see this one needs some managing in the size. So if I just close this one, the height of the object is like too much. You need to leave some padding there. So I need to do padding. Padding or margin? No, margin. Margin being one object, another. Padding between me and other object. You could do both for now. So for example, I say in the top, I need you in the top at like 14 pt, which is too much. 14, like you say, hey, 20 pt, this is the space you added. Margin, you know that margin between you and other object, but because I need to effect on my object, I would not use margin, I would use padding. Padding means same object, it is me and my outside boundary. So I say, hey, padding, from the top I want you to leave, like, for example, 13 pt. See how is it? So still I'm holding this object. Now if I change the color, I still the same object. This one I change the size for it, so I would say, hey, this one I would change the size for it to 30 pt, and the width and the height 13. So I will change all object here, I have them to 30 by 30 to make it in this way. So yeah, try to manage the size for all object to make it in the way that I want it. I want this object to appear to be same as a calculator, so every object I have to go through them and I do same changes. As I told you, I do this thing to make you understand everything, but you could do in one row and just copy the content and use it in different rows. So this one did not take the height, take it 13 by 13, but also still adding size the element is not good, because this application may not work on different device size, which is small device size. You need to do different layout for that devices, and we will go later on talking about these things. So yes, this one and this one 13 pt, and this one should be 30 high, 30 width, and this one should be 13 by 13. Hopefully he took the 13, but this one did not took. Okay, wait, 13, wait, hey, why you did not take it? 30 pt, there you go. This one should also take the white 13 by 13. Did this one take 13? Why it look like too bigger than that one? So okay, I don't know why, but maybe the size of the element, when I change all the object, I will have them in the way that I want to be appear. Yes, I think now everything is sound good to me, but why this one? It's looking like to me this one is bigger than this one. Even they are same. This one should be 16 because he have to take the width of two element, not only one. So 113, but I need him to take like this one. He take two object, so it should be 16 because you know every object have 30, so 60 will be better. Or will too much the new design. This both, and this one. Hopefully everything will work now. Yeah, so now everything should work. But if you see now, maybe the object are appear bigger than what we expect. Should be this 16 good, but this one is not appearing in the way that we want. I think this object doesn't appear on the size that we want them to appear. It just appear. This does not look like same as size of this one. Okay, look back to the design. So let me just maximize it to see what's going on. Maybe he just try to reduce the size for me to make it clear, because this is like not normal to show me buttons. I give them same size, but he give me different size for them. So yes, looking back here to the preview to see is everything good. Preview for the device. Okay, I don't like the way that he show me now. He should show me all devices in same size, because all of them have layout with layout height 13 pt. Should be all of these have same. Okay, I will work around on this thing because this one maybe only on design, maybe will not appear on when someone do debugging. But let me just do the color, and if this one continue errors, we will work on it. If you see, this is my colors, so I need my calculator take same this colors. So how I do that? I need to take the color from this device. How to take it? Okay, process really easy. Just go to Google and say hexa, just getting hexa color from image. Look for any page. So maybe this one will work. Getting hexa from image. Yes, here you go. Just select your image. I have it, this one. Show. Yeah, I just select, for example, this color. He give me this is hexa color. Okay, take it, copy, go back. In my application, I go to the project, I go to the colors, I add this color. which is that we suppose color, I name it gray for me, and I will say this color. So to use this color, where I want to use it, I want to use it in this object. So I have to say, hey, my background should take that color, which is the gray one. Okay, here you go, take it. Now what the next? Go here. What I have more? I have this color, some color new for me. I never see it. So this one, name it, copy it, go back to project, go to the color, add this color, which is color. I name it white bag, it's because it look like white bag. I don't know what you have to name it, but I name it white bag. So going back here, just say, hey, this is my button. Let me give it the background color, which is this color, which is the white bag one. This one you have to take it. I could copy it and use it in different places, which is like this one, because all the 9 objects, I think they are taking same color. You will work around all this problem, don't worry. So this one, I just copy same color, same path. You could repeat the process in the way that you would like. I would like to use this one because I see it for me. It's easier to track, to follow. So yes, white bag, everything sounds good for me. Yes, some colors, some nice color on the buttons. I think only these. I have no idea if we do continue for other things or only these images. But we make sure if we just use it for the last row also or not. So yes, he using them to the last row also. So last row both also using this one and this one using same color. That's cool, sounds cool. So yes, so what I have missed, if you just go back, this color, okay, let me just say, hey, I need you, I don't know, it's like not a blue, and I find a new color, name it, it's not a blue, this one, but name it BU operation color. Okay, add this one, and if I just go back, I say, hey, this is my operation, let me just select it from drop down colors. He doesn't show me. If I just search for it, BU operation, hey, I think I didn't copy the right color. I just selected, yeah, you have to take it. He did not take it. So make sure to go back and select this one, not that one. Okay, so they will appear here. Here you go. Yes, here you go. So continue with the process of operation colors. We want to make it a little bit similar than our calculator. So yes, it looks like everything fine now for me. I think I did everything fine for now. All the color look fine. So yes, so yeah, it looks sound everything fine. I don't know why he gave that color to the background, even we did not. But you could give the background also a color just to make it like something familiar. Give it a gray for all the background to make it like something familiar to the calculator. So yes, look like all the buttons, everything look like similar what I want it to be. I think this is jump design layout. Let you just see more what we have. What more we have, this one should be black. The color of this object should be black. For the numbers, all numbers have to be black. Text color, you have them all these are black, but this one have to be white. So I have to go and select the white color that he used. Shouldn't be this one. I think I know the white color, but somehow a white color should be FFF. I don't need to care about that color. I could get it from here by saying color. I know the white color because the white color FFFF. So I say hash FF 6F. Yes, I know that. I know the white color. I use it a lot. So this one has the text color for it should be white. So I say text color. You see it here. Colors white. so it will appear in the way that I want it to appear. Don't worry about this some changing in the layout. This is not real, because it's something like, because this one have to be as background. I don't know why it's going the background, so should this one, the background should be continue blue. Where is going the blue one? Hey, hopefully I did, oops, I think I did by mistake remove it someone. So let me just back space, maybe I just, yes, I removed this one by error. This, then I add my color here. So going back, yes, this is, yeah, I think this similar, only this text color for this one needs to be changed. So I say text size, I think, I believe. If I don't get it, I would go here and say text color, text size, okay, 18. If you see 18 is not good, yeah, should be good now. If you see the padding like taking too much from the screen, you could reduce it in the way that, I think the padding take too much, or the margin too much, margin layouts or padding layout. For this one, 13 is too much. 20 pt. Yes, maybe you needed to reduce it to 10. Yes, I think, is it similar? Yeah, 10. This, because this text size need to be increased. Text size. $14. Yes, sound like. But if you see the text color size, also text color, if you look at here, also should be white. You cannot add black inside. So just look for text color and change it to the white one. Yes. Now the calculators look like similar what I want it to be. If I just divide, select different device, see, this is not a problem in UI. This is just emulator work. It should work fine when he go to the live. So now, yes, I think everything sounds cool. So let's go next and start do some work. Again, before I go to the coding, I need to fix some design issue here. You see here, even I give them all of them same size, all of them have same width 13, but they do not appear in same size in the design. If you get this problem and you all of them have same width, that means you have some problem with the gravity weight. That means the weight of the object in the screen. So to fix this, I would say, hey, I need to go to the weight, which is layout weight. If you just click for it here, you have to go here. Wait a second, this one should appear. Okay, give it 1 directory. So now it is just 1. That means the weight of the object, this object is 1. If I go to the second object, I say, hey, this one also have to be 1, and this one have to be 1, and anyone in this row should be 1. So let me say what he will do when I give all of them 1. That means any object in this column will take same opportunity to get white from the screen. So in this way, he will show them all objects, he will show them in same width. See? All of them get same opportunity to get same size from the screen. So PT, yeah, I think I changed something here. Pixel should be, no, it's PT, 13 PT, 13, the second, PT. Okay, so any object in the screen, I give it 13 PT. So they have same opportunity. If I just go to the coding, you would see what I have here. You see, just add the properties, name it layout weight, like mean how much the weight of the object in the screen. Like this one, if you just select it, you see weight. Now if I try to apply this pattern to the second row, for example this row, I say, hey, let me just take this one back. I would say my layout for this one should be weight 1, this one the weight should be 1, same ways, but you give it 1. I don't know why he used tool. It's better to use Android layout. Maybe he doesn't have this one. Maybe they removed this one from Android layout 1. No, they stole in the Android layout, but I don't know why they use tool. Let me choose Android layout. Maybe they just move it to the tools, this property. So make sure that, see, I have it here, Android layout. So it should be Android layout. So also this one, make sure everything is same, Android layout weight should be Android. Okay, so make sure all of them Android layout. This is just design issue. I don't think it will happen with you because they have to fix this problem soon. They just want to pass this properties to the tools spot from Android. So this one have it, just go to the second row, which is this one, first button, I add the weight for it. Second button already have it. Third button, we need to add it, just yes, we add it to him. So this one also I would add it on all the button that you have it. So the third row, yes, 1 and 1. So you just try to fix this design issues, and I say, hey, this one 1, this one 1, all of them 1. Try to give a different value and see how the size appear and how they took different size from the screen, but I just use ones to show you how they appear. So if you see now, I think now the design should be good, but is it something here? I have some problem here. Let me make sure. Weight, Android layout weight, Android second button layout weight, third button layout weight, fourth button layout weight. There's no problem. The first row. This we suppose go to the second row. Weight. I don't know what's the problem here in the design now. So, but let me track it. Weight and weight. Every button, I think this button doesn't get weight, so just got some issues. Yes, here you go. And also this one weight get, this one get weight, this one get. I think all of them good. So yes, here we are good to go. But here I have problem here on this button. If you see this one button getting the already he add weight for them. I don't know why he add weight. If you just remove the weight from these three buttons that I have them in the third rows, and let you understand what we mean by weight. So see, he just appear them in the real size they have them. Now I want to say, hey, these two buttons, I need to keep them in same size, but this one have to take all the space, all the remaining space, even this space remain. They say, okay, the first button, I will give it weight 1. Okay, and the second two button, see, he by default give them 0. That's mean by default this one will get 0 and this one will get 0. So he take all the remaining space. Okay, this one I give it 1, so he just show you different design. So I say, hey, this button I wanted to take all the remaining space in the screen, but these two buttons I take them give only, when you give them 0, that means they take only the space that restricted for them. If I give 30, you give them 30. No, I won't say no. I want to all the buttons get same opportunity from the screen, so I will give them everyone who could take same opportunity from the screen. Let you think about another way in using weight. So now you understand a little bit weight, how to use it. So let you think about another way. If you look back here, you see this table? You say, okay, I have this table and I have this row. I need this table, take all the remaining screen, and I want this row just go down. You say, okay, this table, say gravity or weight, the weight of the object, you give it 1, okay? And you say, okay, the second one, I will give it 0 by default. Did you see what happened? He just took the source object, he moved it to the end, and all the remaining space taken by this one, this table. See, he take the remaining space, consider it part from him. So this is the idea of using weight. The weight, how much space this object will take. Maybe you want in the old screen, this part will appear in the end, and this one will take all the other space. You say, okay, I need this one will be 1, and these other two will be 0. That means whatever device size will be, like Nexus 4, Nexus 10, Nexus 2, all the devices, this one will take completely the top, and this will be in the end. You know why this does not went directly to the end, because you know that, because they have a padding. The padding that restrict them from goes down. This is 10, because this 10, it will not allow them to go down. But if you just remove this padding, now it should be hey, see how they appear? they just they went very, very bottom. Because why? Because this one we said, hey, this one have a specific padding. But now, okay, let me take this 10 of the padding and change it to the margin. Because padding doesn't make the button look like the way that professionally want it, but margin, you say, okay, maybe margin on the top, if you give it 10 now, yes, it look like this one. Maybe if you need more, give it like, I don't want to add more. I think 10 in the top will be too much in the margin. But even I don't like the margin, I would suppose padding will be better for me because I'm still talking about same object. So padding from the top with 10, I think it is good. And yes, I think I did not remove the margin one because this one is still using the screen. Okay, so hopefully now it's good. So yes, now the calculator sounds good. Did you see how this, whenever device you change it, this button is still, this object is still taking all the screen while this is still on the end. As much as device size changed, still these taking hold completely on the top, and that one take in the end. You could now also change the size if you just don't like the size of this button. You say, okay, this button size is too small, I want to change them. You could change them. You are really free to change them because you just say, hey, text size, and from here you could change it. Like for example, you say, okay, I want 18, maybe nicer 18. You could change all your object to 18. If you want to do it from this way, if you see this one will take too much from you, the easiest way, just go here. Where's the properties? This is 18. Okay, apply it on the all buttons. Like this one, give it 18. I think this is a really easy and straightforward way to copy properties in different places and still you're getting same designing. So yes, this is what I want to do in this video. I will continue do this to the end. You could follow me, or you could go to the next video to start learning how to code these parts. So yeah, you are really free to go now, or wait until I just do these things. And that is all what I want to do in this video. Just applying size, just make it nicer and making sure everything going in the way that I want it to go. So yes, see how the design, how I change it, how I increase. Did you see different design size when I add padding, how it happened, when I add margin, when I remove the margin? All these just helping you to understand details what we are doing. So yes, now we're done. Let me go to the next video and start to do implement again. I think we are good to go now to start doing the coding. So first of all, let me just, when someone click on these numbers, I show him the number on the screen, like the calculator. If you see the calculator, when anyone use the calculator, he see the numbers appear on the screen. See how they appear? So I want to do that. Also, I want to, when he click dot, the dot will be appear, and that is so only numbers and dots. So if you see, just here you go. Well, the name of this object, if you go here, name it BU6, name it BU0 because refer to the 0. And you let me just go to the view some properties. So name it BU0, and it is better to make it call some event. Name it BU numbers because the event. I just define my event, this one BU number events, and I try to implement this one. So if I just go to the code here, I could click here. Maybe they just enable this one. Let me show you. Maybe there's another steps. They're really easy. What was in Android if they just add it now on the development. So when he give you error, he just click on the error. He show you this message. You click on it, and you go to implement it. But still, they did not add it in Kotlin. So now we have just to do the same process, like going here, saying, hey, I need to define method. Just name it function. BU event. I name it view. Should be part from a view. Make sure he appear that when wait until like or click control space until he show you views, like the list of the views. You could import the view. Don't write just view. Just click here in this way, and yes, he imported. This is the method that I wanted to fire when someone click on this button. I would use same event for in the all other buttons. So okay, this dot I name it BU dot in this way because refer to the dot, still calling same event when someone click on the button. and this one. Try to make sure you're doing well. Many students, like, they did not follow this correctly, but really easy. Just name it, give it event name, click enter. Name it, give it event name, click enter. So yes, this one, bu2, continue, and just go to this one, give it that name. Hopefully both of them bu number event, bu number event. This one should be bu3, and he's still calling on event, making sure they're calling. I just did correct for the last 2 rows. Yes, it's so, and I did correct for last 2 rows. So yes, this one should be also calling same one, calling bu4, and this one in this design, I just take some time, bu5, and this one also. Just continue all these one by one. This one bu6 events, then this one should be bu7, and this one is still calling same event, bu8. I know that a lot of designing issue. bu8, and calling same event, I think. So yeah, same event. I don't have any problem with the event now. Making sure all of them using same event. And this one, bu9, calling same event, and should be only click calling. And you know what? Make sure they just calling same. And this one, plus minus, should be calling same event, bu plus minus. Okay, so still calling same event because just adding plus or minus in front of the numbers. Okay, so I just did that part. I just go to the code. I say, hey, as I told you, you need to do variable or val for bu select, whatever the button selected. It is part from the view, and you change it as button. Why? Because I need to know which button is selected. So I don't know why this ID is just taking too much time now, but yeah, button. Then you do when, so as button, and you do, let's we suppose val the number selected. What if you suppose number call as string, because I need just to concatenate a call. I just suppose doesn't add anything. He doesn't add anything. So I do when for the bu, or for the button selected dot id. What's the ID of the button that's selected? And I say, hey, if the ID equal bu1 dot id, so do this, like do string, give it 1, like number, give it 1. It's not good to give it 1 because this is not represent only number. Let me suppose bu click up, or bu click value, because number does not represent this one, because maybe he click number, maybe click plus, minus, whatever. So if he click bu id1, if he click bu 0.id, you could do r.id.object name, or you could do this one is easiest way. Bu click, he click the 0, and you could continue with these, like 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, and dot and the plus. This is all the operation that I wanted. So I say, hey, if he select bu1, if he select bu2, add 2 here. If he select bu3, add 3 here. If he select bu4, add 4 here. If he select bu5, add 5 here. If he select bu6, add 6 here. if he select BU7, add 7 here. If he select BU9, BU8, add 8 here. If he select BU9, add 9 here. Then I have 2 more. If he select dot BU dot, add dot here. BU dot should be written this way, I think. Dot. I don't know how he wrote it. Yeah, here you go. BU dot. If he select BU plus minus, that means he need to add plus or minus operation. But I will tell what I will do. Plus BU button plus minus. I don't know. This is long name. I don't know why he give it this name for the plus minus, which is this one. BU plus minus this way, minus this way. Okay, yes, because I don't believe with the long variables names, so just change it to that one, BU plus minus. Yeah, but I think we need to do something. First of all, what you need to do, you need just taking these values and add them here. So first of all, I need to take the value from this one. So edit show numbers, okay, or edit show operation, whatever. So first of all, I need to get these data from the text. I say, hey, first of all, before you start, please bring the data from the text. So val entry data, which is equal the whatever value you have it in the edit text show. So whatever the value that appear in the edit text show, please bring it added here. That's good. Now if it is BU0, okay, what he's saying here? Make variable mutable. Because this one val should be var, because I have to be able to update it. Okay, I got it. So I need to do what? If it's 1 2 3 4 9 4 5 6 7, all these just adding operation, we don't have any problem with them. That means just if this one just added this one, just added this one. All this process is very normal process. Like this one, you say, hey, you could do entry data, or just wait a second. You say, because I have this entry, this we make it as initial value, taking this data from this input field. Okay, and I say, hey, this one should take the value from that one dot text to string. I mean, hey, bring the value that inputted, the user that input, and bring it as a string and add it to me here. Good. Now I have my value. That means whatever value you have it, add to it this one. Whatever value you have it there, add to it 1. Whatever value you have it there, add it 2 to it. Whatever value you have it, add 3. Whatever value add 4. Whatever value 5, 6, 7. All these we don't have any problem with them. So just add to them and boom, you will be okay. So whatever these value are, just add it to them. But I need the problem dot also just add it. Maybe you need to do for you this add prevent adding more than 1 dot, just to do for you, prevent him for adding more than 1 dot. But for now I just adding dot. Here I have a plus minus. That means, hey, if the process is a plus minus, when he click for it, let's suppose like let's suppose for now just we taking minus operation and we add it to our application. So whatever I have in data, the new data will be equal the minus plus whatever there is in data. For now, just you could fix it. You could say, hey, no, I would suppose by default I have plus, then change it to minus or whatever. But for me, I just say, hey, I have only minus, and that is. It's like when someone wants to change the operation to minus, you click dot, you change it to minus. As I told you, you could do many work here also. So yes, by the end, you will have it here. You will have the numbers of the while loops here. You could just set it back to this one for edit text show. You say, hey, okay, I have the number updated. I say, hey, edit text show number dot text equal this one. Maybe this text read only. He doesn't allow us to update it. Yeah, I think this one is read only. Yes, dot text read only. You need to do dot set text. Set text mean If dot text only, that means this properties is read only. If you say set text, I'm sure they will soon do this, fix this one, because it doesn't make any sense to have set text and text, and this is why Kotlin come to make the process of Java really easy. So why I have to set text and have text and read only or write only. So now I have everything ready. Now here we go, this is the calculator. Now if I just click 1, I have to see 1. I just click 1 2 times, 2 0 3, see how he do. For this I just testing the different number, making sure every number is working fine. 6 7 8 9, if I add dot, okay, good. So now show me good. If I add minus, he add minus in the beginning of the number. So now yes, I did good job. So let's go to the next video and do some operations. Again, let me start do the operation in this application. So you know, first of all, the person have to click some numbers, then he click operations, then he click another numbers, then he click equal. So what I have to do, before I tell you what I have to do, I didn't like the application name startup. Let me just change it to the calculator as the name of the application. That's good, because like every video I say next video I will do this, then I will not. So calculator. So now wait, he have to click numbers, then he click operations, then he click another number. That means I have to save all numbers when he click all the operation. So okay, let me go to this buttons, which is operation, the division first one. So bu div, it should call specific event. Let you say bu op event, okay, bu op event, okay. Okay, let's go next. This one, bu multiplication, so it should call same event, which is bu op event, okay. Make sure you add all the event, don't forget that. This one bu subtraction, for subtraction should call same event, okay. I don't know why IDE do this, but make sure from that. The last one is bu sum event or sum name, he will have to call same event. So 4 of these are calling same event, which is bu op event, which is still not implemented yet. So let's go and implement this event. So I guess say, hey, here I will have a function, and this function name it bu event, and take a view as a view inputs. You know that, and let me do it in this way. Okay. So now you know what you have to do. First of all, bu what the button he select, bu select. You could do the same thing what you have it here. If you don't want to boring yourself, just take this part, copy paste it. People don't like copy paste, but I love copy paste. Save my time a lot. Don't repeat my code, and that's what I want to do. Yes, this is my when statement, and that is. So I say bu select. If he select bu for multiplication, I have to do specific thing for multiplication. So if it's bu mul, if you click this one, so this should be multiplication. I have to have 2 more process, which is bu for division, div. I will fix that part. Then I have 2 more event for the one for the subtraction and one for the addition. So for subtraction I say bu sub event, and for the sum addition I bu sum event, I think, hopefully sum. Yes, so this is all the operation I need them. But if you see, he didn't recognize bu select because I didn't copy the right line. I have to copy this line, not that line. So I say, hey, this is my button. So wait, what I have to do? I have to save this. When he click operation, I have to take the operation and save it. And also, in addition of saving the operation, I need to save the old number, because first he click on specific numbers, then he have to click again. So okay, I have to save first 2 things. First variable I have to save it, the operation. So I say op. This is supposed by default this op have multiplication. Doesn't mean anything default. but by default we do multiplication. So if he select this one, which is mul, that means I'm adding multiplication. I'm doing a multiplication operation. If he select div, I'm doing division operation. If he select this one, which is sub, I will do subtraction operation. If he did the last one, which is sum, I will do addition operation. So I know the operation size. So whatever operation he select, now I know what operation he want to do. Second, I need to save the value of all the process. So value of old numbers. Okay, by default I don't have anything, okay, in the old numbers. So the old numbers, I mean the previous operation, will take the value from the text field. So whatever the operation you select, I don't care, but by the end I need to take the old value that available in the edit text, that whatever he input. So edit text number show dot text dot toString, because I need to change these data to string. So now, okay, I have the operation and I have the old process, whatever he have in the old. I'm sure val I defined, I have to define it var, so he could edit it here. Also other things, the user when he want to go to the second operation, when he want to enter other numbers, the screen have to clean it for him. So I see here I define variable, name it is a new operation equal true. So by default this one will be equal true. Now wait, it is a new operation, I say true. Okay, whenever he click any numbers, this operation have to go to false. And in same way before Hey again, one final thing I want to tell you. If you see this calculator that we have it already, is not appear the same as our calculator, because you see they have little bit spacing between one button and another. So we could do that by adding padding between objects. You say, hey, I have this row, which is this row in the design. I say, okay, I have it, this one. I say, hey, this row I needed to have object padding. I say, not padding, because padding is not good. Margin is better. Because padding, you know that between internally, but say margin button, that means the object under it, say 1 pt, just 1 pt, and just close it, and you add it for the second row also, and close it, add it to the third row also, and close it, add it fourth rows also, and close it, and this one doesn't need. Now I think the columns, if you see these rows, so now that means one button and other. You say, hey, I need to have padding between this button and the second button in percent, like 1% between one another, not too much, like 1 between me and the second one, then 1 between this one and that one. You say, hey, need 1 pt, but not layout margin. I say margin for the right side, so margin for the right side, add 1 please. Okay, then I do it for the second button also, and the third button also. I don't think fourth button need, because fourth button already like been with the second rows, so, or with the end. So this one also, hey, go add 1.
Again, we still have two properties we need to implement them, which percent and AC. AC mean just a cleanup, and percent mean like do it a percent, like if you have 1 by 100 divided, just percentage. So to do implement for that part is not so complex. Just say percent, say bu percent. Okay, define the method. After you define it, just go here and say, hey, I need to implement this method. So going back here, you define your function and you say bu event, and you name it view as an instance of a view in this way, and boom, you're done. What you need to do is just dividing the number by percent. So whatever the number you have in the text, just divide it by percent. So you say, hey, val equal number, and the number will be et show dot text dot whatever. That's input field that have a information about whatever person enter. So dot text dot to string out. I would say to double. It is better for me if they offer it. If they don't, if this function is offered, if not, as I see, just you say to string, because I need to convert these data to string. So I would be
able to read this. So toString, do double. I don't think they offer double. They offer only string, because the input field need to be changed to string. So now this one have string value. Maybe I could then change the string to do double, maybe, or maybe no, I could change it to double. So this one I have to consider it as a double variable. So taking the value, then set it. So I say, hey, what I need to do is this. I have this number, which is ET number, dot set text, because I need to set the text, will be equal the value of number by 100. You could divide it directly from here by 100, and you just say ET the number dot toString, because you know you cannot say the number directly, because you cannot take double number and add it inside the edit text. So if you just say number, you will get error, because this one set function expect to have you send him a data as string, so you just change to string. So yeah, this is on, you done this part. Still etc like delete. Yeah, delete is not something, also a cleanup. So you say, hey, this one should be bu clean. Okay, and make sure just go to the implementation, define the function for bu clean, which is bu clean, which take a view instance of a view. And what he will do, just he do cleanup for this text field. Okay, make a cleanup and display 0 for me inside it. And at the same time, you have to make sure you just this variable you said it is a new operation equal to true. So the people, he would now when someone try to do another operation, directory will consider it as a new operation. Because if you did it as a true, he will not consider the new operation as a new operation, consider it as a previous operation. That means you will get error. So just close this error and just rerun it and see what the output. Here we go. After a while I get this one. So if I just put any numbers here, 88 by percent, this minus plus, just to percent, he give you how much in percent. You say 4, the percent of number 4 again. Hey, why he just repeat them? Why he not a cleanup? What? Because I think the percent, he doesn't have any cleanup after percent, because I didn't say cleanup. So just you need to do this one. So if I do 4, I say percent, say 4, then a cleanup. So just really easy to solve. Just add this line also here, and now he will be able to clean up also the percent. So here we done. Thank you for watching. Hey again. Before we go to the next chapter, I want to tell you one thing. The layout that you designed now and working on Nexus 4, and you see it normally working on emulator, there is no guarantee this layout will work on different devices with same quality. That means if I just change my device here to another device, and let you suppose I want to change it to this one, which is tablet, you see it, see the button size, see everything. They did not appear in the same way that you wanted to appear. Why? Because there is something in Android named support multiple screen. In Android, they have different devices, different device size, and you have to support all these devices. I know it's hard, but this is how Android work. So when you go here, you see something named device sizes. There is different device sizes you have to support: LDPI, MDPI, HDPI, XHDPI, XXHDPI, XXX HDPI. You have to support all these devices when you do any activity. So, for example, if you see this layout now, it's working on the XHDPI normally, because I designed that as a default for XHDPI. Good. If you see X, I have the size here XHDPI. That's good. So let me go more. What the one that he is not working on? You don't have to say in this way. Say, okay, I need to design another layout for MDPI. So okay, just click right. You say new activity, layout resource activity. You name it in this way. Same this name, activity, then /, then main. But here in layout, you give it a slash. You give it the size. If you see how many devices you have all these. Okay, let me start from the smaller one, that is LDPI. You say, hey, I have this one, should be LDPI. Okay, make sure you save it. You say enter. Now if you see, he creates folder for you, have two of them. One is the default that work on all devices, But if the device size come as LDPI, he will use this one. Okay, now you have another one. So for what one? For MDPI, and enter. Here you go. Then you continue. HDPI, we have it already. So I have another one for X HDPI. For you could do HDPI, that's fine, and this one will work on other things. And what we did here until now, we did LDPI, MDPI, HDPI, now XHDPI, XX, XXX. So now try same thing. You say, hey, I have same name for XHD, HDE, X, oh, X MDPI, X HDPI, this way. Is it? Let me make sure if I just don't pass it. So HDPI. Okay. Yes, HDPI. So I just make sure from the name. Then I have more. I have two more, which is for XXHDPI. Same name slash XXHD. What? XXHDPI, because you go higher, and XXXHDPI. So see, for every layout you have to design for different screens. Like this one should be XXXHDPI. Okay, and you save it. So see, this one thing you have to know about it. So now the code that you have it here, you have to move it now for the second generation, which is HDPI. When the device came as HDPI, just replace that code with this code and see how you make sure this device is HDPI. Go and look for device running on HDPI. Like you go here, go for this one, HDPI. See how is it? So you have to make sure you make it working on this one. But he give you a where here. I'm not interested on the wheres. I'm interested on, let me just go to more devices. Hopefully I would see and look for someone work on HDPI. So this LD MD, I would start HDPI. So MD XHD HDPI. I think this one will work for me. Hopefully this one. But again, use where? Why? What? I don't need to use where, mom. HDPI, maybe this one. Yes, HDPI. In HDPI it's good because I think this is or the normal way, which is this one. Now this one you don't need it. You remove it because now you support all devices. This one will work if you have you want to support HDPI and all other people want to use this one. You could use this one and this one. But now if you have HDPI, any device come HDPI, he will load this one automatically. Don't do anything. Now LDPI, let me go to it. You have to copy same code inside here, this one. Okay, but let me go to the screen and make sure the screen also, what is it? You go here in the screen and change the screen to the LDPI. So going here to the devices and look for LDPI. Hopefully I will find one LDPI. I saw one LDPI in seconds ago. I think this one. Yes. So see, this LDPI is not appearing the way that I want it to appear. See, this one is half of it goes, and this one is going to be very, very big. So you say, okay, I understand. Let me manage this button. 30 pixels too much for this button. I make it 20. Hopefully, will work. And you just go to the all buttons and change them to 20. Just managing your layout. This one. Hopefully with the 20 you will get enough space. So what I mean by that, you start after you design your layout, now you start go to all the design different sizes and try to support them, because your application will not appear in the same way that you want it to appear. As you see in second, he doesn't show us the same one that we designed it, and he doesn't show us in the same way that we want it to appear. Okay, this one doesn't take it right away. Okay, 20 by 20. Okay, continue. Support all other devices. So You understand now the idea, you understand the concept now. What you have to do is just going to the other devices and do same thing. How you do that? I will show you in a second after I'm done from this one. So just managing the pixel, managing the design layout. So this one doesn't take it. Okay. You don't have to care about the thing internal. Android will take care about this part. He will load the appropriate layout. So if someone came LDPI, he will directly Android load this one for him. If someone came HDPI, Android will directly load this one for him. So now this one as a high should be 14, not 16, and as a width 14 and the high 20, and these should be this way. And see now I believe I designed it in the way that I want it to appear. So yeah, sounded good. I think this row I didn't take it as a height. Yeah, this one have to be 20 by 20. I don't know why I just did one of them only. Sound I did only the width. So yes, here we go. Now this button. Now I'm sure this one will work fine on other devices. But if you see the font size is not okay, you could manage the font size also. No, you don't have to do only that one. You say, okay, I see the font size is too much, 14, 18. Make it 14, and maybe 14 appear better, or make it as 12. Maybe if you see how as much size that you believe that's okay, and you apply same size on all other buttons to make them appear in the way that you want it to appear. As I told you, this one, because it is name it LDPI, any device come with LDPI, he will load this one. You don't have to care about it. On if they come other size, you will load that one. So yes, you continue apply this pattern on all the buttons, and same thing. You say, okay, still I have this my template. I want to do it same thing, for example, for MDPI. Okay, just copy that code, paste it here. Now you have this layout, but how to make sure MDPI? Just go here and look for device running or MDPI. So you're saying, hey, another maybe you find it. So here, for example, this one MDPI. So now you say, okay, this one MDPI is too small. Added 14 by 13. Maybe I need to increase it to 15 by 15. Okay, because you see the 14 is too small, because this is how this device is running. So I say, hey, 15 by 15, let me just do all the column, make sure I did correct design. Then I go, maybe I need more than 15. So, see it? You apply same thing. I think I didn't did it 15 by 15, so it doesn't appear in the way that I want it to appear. And this one I didn't give it 15 by 15. So maybe you say, hey, 15 is not too enough. I need, in this type of devices, no width, I'm talking about the high. You say, hey, in this type of devices, I needed the high to be 18. So I could, like 16 to match the design. So you want to do it same thing. So you could do all these buttons, all the size. You just go through them one by one to manage it to work on this side. So did you see like what the big problem in Android? The device size. So always make sure you manage this part. So make sure you design different layout that running on different device sizes. So here I think again 16 is not working here with this big screen. Maybe you need to increase it like to maybe I think 17 will be too much enough. So if you say 17, okay, 17 as height, you could continue. So you could 17, hopefully it'll show up with the same way that I want it. So yes, this is how we design the layout. So make sure after you design one layout and you make sure your project working on the main layout, you have to design all other layouts. You know that you have just applied this one here as a high. Maybe the width don't need to change it. See here the width doesn't need to change it because these devices, so this is good. No, it's like these devices still have same width, but the high is different. So I need maybe to change only the high to match the new screen size. So did you see how awesome he is? So yes, this is basically how you do your app. So that is it. Here all what we have to do to match all this new amazing design. So make sure everything is cool. So make sure I just do this one in this way, and yes. So see how I just changed it to support this device. So if any device come to my computer need to load with my phone. The phone use secret MDPI, which is this type of devices. He will directly load him this activity. He doesn't load him that activity what doesn't work. So what you have to do, you have to do same process like what I did. Go here, copy code, go back for example HDPI, paste the code here, change the screen to look for someone running on HDPI device, like going here, which is here, the direction, no, it's this one, the device, and go to XHDPI, there's too many XHDPI, for example next 9 XHDPI, and try to support it. Maybe here is it using horizontal mode, you change it to vertical mode, and you continue. You don't have to support only the vertical, you have to support sometimes the horizontal. Like suppose this application running only on vertical mode, maybe sometimes you come up with device running on horizontal, you need it to work on horizontal also. That's really easy. Like say, okay, this is my activity, I want this activity to run on horizontal also. You just click here, you just go here and create landscape mode. So see how is it, and you could also, this is also another layout, so I see it landscape mode, so you could design it. So by the end, what I want to say in this lecture, when you're done from design your application with single activity and in the other project work fine, now go and support all other device screen size. So here we done. Thank you for watching. Hey and welcome. In this section we will implement complete Pokemon game. The game will be in this way. Your location in the map will represent by Mario, and there's many Pokemons in the map. Every Pokemon have a specific name and have description and have power and have name, description and power. So you move through the map, and whenever you reach any Pokemon you will get the power for that Pokemon. For example, if I just want to reach this Pokemon, okay, I catch this Pokemon. Now if I just move a little bit, he just say, hey, I catch it. So it's really amazing game. So you're just moving and catching Pokemon. So let's get started step by step, learn how to access to the map, how we could add object in the map, then how we could move and show our location in the map, and how we could use runtime permission and catch Pokemons. So let's get started step by step. Hey again, let's get started step by step to build our Pokemon game. For now, for Pokemon, I will not import the previous settings because I have to use different type of a project. So I will start my new complete project. I will name it Pokemon Android. Okay. Then make sure I save it in the path of Pokemon Android. So make sure you go here, so I will not get confused with the other apps. Kotlin, Udemy, Android, and here. I just could just directly open it here and add slash, then add my folder name that I want to save it in. So Android / Pokemon Android. Next, I'll select 17 minimum to keep it default. Here I will select different type of project. I'll select map, Google Maps activity, because I want to work with maps. So again, then finish, waiting for some time until he will complete both the Google map for me. So to work with maps, you have to know one thing. We need to have a map key. So going to this website, developer.google.com/maps. Then first of all go to this website, then select Android. Okay? Then waiting for a second, let me see what's going on until he will open this website for me. Yeah. Then Google Maps Androids until he will give you something like select create marker, whatever, until it just show you the creating sample. So here map and marker, see, it just give you some tutorial. Look for something here, get API and enable access. So Google Map is specific API that provided by Google. API means something like provided by someone and you want to use it. To use that API, you have to have a specific key. So make sure first of all you already log in with your account. So you may already click here sign in. Here we go. I just log in with my accounts. Like make sure you already log in. So after you log in with your account, just go down and click on this one, get key. When he will show you this part, just wait for a second and let me see when he will create a project for us. Here we go. I select here. I don't have any project. I will create my new project. I will name it Pokemon Android. Okay. Then I select a create and enable API. So he will create API key for me. So I could use that key in my application to use Google Map. So he give me this key, copy, go back to my project. I have it ready now. So see my project, he directly opened this page for me and he asked me to add my key here. I just replace your key here with the key. This is my key. But if you look here, you would see in resource values, you would see this one for Google Map API work only on debug mode. Debug mode, that means development time. What if I want to upload this application to the store? It will not work because I didn't add it to the release mode. So make sure to click help build variables, change it to release mode from the beginning so you will not get a problem after upload your application. Then you will see this one again, but you see the word release in front of it, and replace also this code with this code, like your code here, and replace it with this one. So now when you're done, go back to debug, let me start develop. So if you see, because Google Map, he want to use the map for Google. So if you go to Android Memphis, you see something here written, user permission. That
Hey again, let me talk in this video about this marker. So if you click on this marker, I give you a title, marker in Sydney, because I give a title here, marker in Sydney. The location of this marker, see here, in this location in the map. Why? Because here I give it that longitude, latitude. So you know every location in the map have a specific longitude and latitude. So I define that longitude and latitude, and then I add marker in that location. So I said map.add marker, then I add that location, then I move the camera to that location. Because if I don't move the camera to that location, he will not show me the Sydney, he will be in the default location. Now I want to replace this one with image. So to replace this one with image, I have a specific process to do. First of all, I need to create folder. The folder, so I go to the resource, new Android resource directory. This folder already been there, name it drawable. So if you look here, search for drawable, this one. This drawable will hold any addition images or files that I want to use in my project. So make sure to create this folder if it's not already created. When you create it, all you have to do, just go to the or Kotlin Udemy that we have it in the GitHub. You would see you have two folders, Android and Kotlin. Android assets, you would see map app. He give you these 4 images that I want to use them. So I just copy them, Control C, go here, click Control V. He say, hey, we want to add them. I say yes. He will add these 4 images. So from first one to the end one, be less. So I have this image now. This one will represent Mario. So I want to use Mario. Okay, how I do that? Just basically, I have this my map. Then let me see. The location, I will not change it. The here, just let me add in multi-line. I define my new marker. I added as a Sydney, which is this one, Sydney. I give it longitude, latitude. The title for it, I give it this one. So I change it to me. And I could add more, which is that snippet. Some details. Here is my location. Then I need to add more details, like I want to add something about the picture. So I say dot, that for the picture, to define the picture of me, I just say icon, then I give it the icon for which is Mario. So I want to add this one here, Mario here. So how I do that? Just saying bit this way, bitmap factor, bitmap directory factory. I know that's bitmap descriptor directory. Then I say dot from resource. Then I give it the resource that I want to add it, which is r dot, where is located in drawable. So r dot drawable dot Mario, r dot drawable dot Mario. So I give it this image. Also, I could define the location for it, but for now I have it by default. It's going here because as you know, we wanted to go there for now. And also I would change this one. You see, he moved after he defined my object, defined picture, defined everything. He moved the camera to that location. But what I want to do, I want to zoom also, because if you see when he ran for first time, he was showing us too much like far away. So to make it go to that location, when he say map dot move camera to that location, instead new longitude, make it a new log lat with zoom. So I select this one and give it the location and also how much zoom you want to do. I want to do 40f. You could do zoom from 1, wait a second, Sydney, then semicolon, then 40f. You could do it from 1 to 24. Whenever you increase it, he will be more like near to the location. 14, it will be near. If you make it 18, you will make it near. Then every time you increase the value, you make it more near. Yes. So this is basically how you define any marker. To define any marker, just you say it var, name of your marker, loglat, the location of your marker. Then you define a map. That map you have it already here. It's coming with own map ready. Then you add marker to the map. You say new option and you give this option, position, title, snippet, and icon. See, here is it. If I just click on it, you say me, here is my location. Me, the title, snippet, here's my location, and here's my picture. So this is great. I get his picture from here. See how much he like near to it, because I did zoom 14.
If I did zoom like 10, he will go like a little bit far away. When I increase it more, he will go near. So yes, this is very basic thing to how I could add marker to the location. See how much I'm far away now, but I don't care about this. This is too much for me. 14 near to it because I want it to be near my location. So yes, this is very basic example of how to use marker and how to read it. So let's go to the next location, and instead of getting this as hard coding, let me get the real location of Mario.
Hey again. For now, I just was able to add a pointer for me in the map, like with me and picture and everything. Now what I want to do in this video, I want whenever I move in the map, this picture of Mario will move with me. Like whenever I move, he get my location and move with me. So if you think about this scenario, how you solve it? To make this picture move with me, he have to know my location. My location will already be saved and would be getted by the GPS. So GPS always have my location, have my longitude and latitude. So what I will do, I get my location from the GPS, I set it on the map on this man, and I move every time I just set it. So the idea, and just continuous reading location, showing in the map, and it will show whenever you move in the map, look like Mario will move with you. So let me start for solve this problem step by step. First of all, we need to access to the GPS. So when you want to do access to GPS or any permission, look for here for permissions. So Android permissions. I will look for Android dangerous permission. So why? Because for a historical reason, Android divide the permission to two type: dangerous and not dangerous permission. Dangerous permission, this is list of the dangerous permission, like accessing to calendar, camera, contacts, location, microphone, phone, sensor, SMS storage. This will be considered as sensitive data. So to access to this permission, you have to do two steps. First step, that's normal step, you know it. You go to the main face and you define your permission. Because I want to access to location, I say use permission, Android, access find location. Okay, access find location. Why? Because I want to access to location. If it is not dangerous permission, like internet, you just add it here and you're done. This is not dangerous permission, because if you go to this website, internet is not mentioned as a dangerous permission, but location is mentioned as a dangerous permission. So because it's dangerous permission, I have to do two steps. First step, I have to add this line here. Second step, I have to define access to permission from the code. Why? Because for historical, as I told you, Android divide the permission to two types, dangerous and not dangerous. For device who run on operating system 23 and after, he would not be able to get the permission to get dangerous permission if you only ask it for that permission in the main phase. You have to ask it in the code also. So now let me define our method to get the permission. It's really very basic, and you would use same method in every your code. First of all, you define method name check permission. Okay, that's good. So what do you think in the check permission? What I have to do? First of all, I need to check the OS of the device. I say, hey, if the device is running build.version of the device. So this, if I say build, hopefully .version .sdk, and it's greater than or equal to 23. You know why? Because as I told you, for the device Android running 23 and after, they need to write access to permission in the code in addition to add it in the main phase, while before they don't need it. So if I'm in this one, go here. If I'm not here, for example, I call this man, let's suppose this function for name it run or get location, get user location. For now, I don't have any implementation for this method, so I'd say just I show to do message to us dot make text just message. I send it this and user location access on just message. Then I name it to us. This is just message, as I told you, not to do to us dots for whatever short long, then dot show. This is message. I will implement it later. So I would say here I would write the word to do. I say will
implement later. Okay, because I need to implement this code later. So I'm saying here, if the device is running on 23 and after go to specific the process. If not, get location, because as we said, the oldest device they got could access to the location directory. So when the device is started, first of all, he will start an on create. When started, I directly call this method. I'm checking if it's greater than 23, do specific process. If not, get my location. So what I will do if it's greater than 23, first of all, I want to check if the user have this permission or not. So I write activity compact dot check self permission. I want to check the permission if it's granted or not. So I send two parameters. First parameter this, second parameter the permission name. How I write the permission name? I write Android dot permission dot mainface dot permission dot the name of the permission. I want to access file location. So let me just add it in multi-line so it'll be easy to read. I don't need this part. Why I'm showing it? I take my half my screen. So I'm saying here, hey, if this permission is granted, so I say, or is not granted, I say package manager dot permission granted. So if this permission is not granted, go to specific to process, which is, let me just add in multi-line to make it easy to read. Okay. So if this permission is not granted, go specific to process. What I will do, I have to show him pop up ask for the permission. So I say, hey, I request permission. I will see specific parameter. First of all, the array of the permission that I want to ask. As you say, I just have one permission. I just add it. If you have more than one permission, just add first one, semicolon, second one, semicolon, and continue inside this array. But I have only one. That's okay. The second parameter that I have to pass is the code for this permission. Let me define it here. Integer, or why I use integer? I say variable like access location. I just give it in this name, everything capital, equal 1, 2, 3. This is just a code for this request permission, because I request this permission from different places, so I could recognize this one by this code. So yes, if he not, just return. So what I do, I say this, hey, just first of all, go here and check the OS. If it is greater than 23, come here. If he is not granting the permission before, you don't have the permission before, please go ahead and ask for permission and return, don't continue. So he will return, he will not continue, he will not call this method. If he granted, he will go here, he already granted, like if you check the permission and see, he already granted this permission, so he will not do anything, he will go to the next and he start the location, getting location. But I said, hey, request permission, I'm requesting permission, so request permission, there is a specific method I need to implement it, which is I need to do override for function. The function, name it on request permission result. So on request permission result, this method, if you see he just added this, I selected, he added for me. This method will fire up automatically when someone call this method. So if he call it, I send it this code. So now I'm checking on this code. I say, hey, he have code here. I say when the request code equal my code, which is this code, just go here please. So if the request code equal this code, that's my code, go ahead. That's mean the call is coming from here. Maybe as I told you, you have request permission code from other place in the activity, so you could recognize by the code. So you have two options: either the person grant you the permission or he did not. How you know? You know it from a grant result. So you say how many permissions you said in the array. You said only one, so A40. If you said more than one, you say A0, A1, A2. So I'm checking for A0. If it is granted, so if it is equal package manager dot granted, that's mean he grant me the permission, so I could call this method get user location. If not, I show a message. I say, hey, user did not grant you the permission, so it's better to show this message. I say user, I say we cannot access to your location. So we will use this procedure a lot. Please make sure you understand it. Really easy. You just check permission, checking if it's greater than 23, come here. If not, run the permission. If it's greater than 23 and already granted, he will continue and run this one. If he not granted, he ask him, waiting for result. When he select yes, he saw him with the package manager selected yes, he restart the service and he done. So let me just run and make sure the request runtime permission is working fine, so I could do more in next video. I just want to show you in this video just the request permission, so I don't want to make the video too long so it's bothering you. So if he show me the message, if I was able to grant him the permission, that means I'm totally good to go to next step. So waiting for seconds and let me see what is going on. So you have to show me pop-up message now. Ask me, hey, this one need to access to permission. Yes, that's great. If I get allow, he say user location is on. That's mean he was able to call this method. That's mean I'm okay now to go to next step. So let me continue for next video. Hey again. In the previous video, we did implementation for permission request. Now I have the permission ready. I just want to request user location. So how I could request user location whenever he move? There is a class named location listener. I could implement it, which is not a class, which is interface. I could implement it and use it to get user location. So here I just define, so get user location. So it helped me. So I will define a class. I will define it as an inner class, so I could access to the he could access to the other properties inside my class. So I name it inner, then I give name it a class. I name it my location listener. Okay, and this one will implement location listener. Location listener is the interface. Okay, for that reason I asked you to learn interface. So interface, if I just click here on it, you say, hey, you missed something. You need to implement specific method. Okay, first one, last one, shift to last one, add. He will add all the methods. This is 4 methods I would use them. One of them on location change. This will be fired every time user location change. So I would use it this one. So you will get something named location. Location have information about user location. So I would define variable here. I will name it location. Okay, should be instance of the location class. And this one I give it initial value null. That's good. And also this variable will get setted from here. So I say, hey, this dot location will be equal this one p0. It's not good to define it p0. You could use the p0, and that is. That's whenever location updated, it will be set here. What is this one? This one will be called whenever status change. That means whenever the GPS change it to on off. I'm not interested in this one. This one will call whenever the GPS change it to off. When someone change his phone GPS to off. This one will call when someone change the GPS in his phone to enable it. So I'm not interested in this one. I just want to do the constructor here to my class to initialize the location. So I say, hey, I have this location. Location has specific information. First of all, you need to initialize it with a class named location, and I give it name. Let me give it name start. So give to the point as a start. Location dot, I give it latitude and longitude. So I'll give it longitude, the location, the latitude 0.0, and the location and the longitude, I also give it equal 0.0. I don't know why he give me this error. He say smart class property is mutable because location is a mutable property that could be changed at this time. So I don't think this is error. So I think we could continue for. So what I say, yeah, he say you need to add this one. Okay, add this one. So now I have my class ready. Now I just want to run the request for location. So how I could run the request for location? You remember we already did request permission, and we have this method will be get fired when someone accept the permission. Now just location. So how to run location? I have to have location manager and location. First of all, I have a class. I have an instance from my location, which is my location. I just get instance equal instance from my location listener. This is my class. You know it. Then I have to have instance from location manager. So location manager, okay, to manage the location. So location manager will be from system service. So I say get system service context. So select last one, click enter, so he could import it. Then I click system or location service. So what that mean? In system there is many services like location, calendar, and too many. I want to access the specific service work with location. So I could listen to the user location. So I want, hey, I want to access this permission, but because this permission, I don't know the data type of it, so this variable will not initialize right away. So I will say, hey, I say as location manager, so he could understand this variable will be set to location manager. So I have location manager, I have a location, I just started. I say, hey, location manager dots request, I'm requesting update in user location. I give it specific parameter. First of all, what I need to use, I need to use location manager dot GPS proven. For how long? For every 3 minutes. For how much distance? For 3 meters. Sorry for that voice. So then I give it this class, which is location listener, which is this one, my location. So this one just you access to specific service in the system, and this service in the system you ask it to get user location whenever you move every 3 millisecond and every 3 meters. So whenever you move 3 meter in a 3 millisecond, he will call this method. He will call on location update, and location update will get location added in this variable, and you could access to it. So yes, this is a very, very, very basic way to do instance from the location instance. If you see I give you error, but this is not error, I say this car require permission check on self permission. I already request check on self permission before calling this method. So this is not error. So yes, now if you run the application, you have to work. You have to have always the updates in user location. Then that updates will be saved inside this variable. But wait a minute, this variable is defined inside this class, and I want to access to it from other class inside this class. So just take it and move it up. So now because the app, you could to access it from this class, and this class is done. Now let you define the other class. What is other class? This one always will get your location updated, and he will always save it in this variable. What I want to do, get location from this variable and pass this location to the UI. So I need a thread that's working all the time. Also I define inner class, I name it my thread. This is my thread will be equal a new instance of thread. Okay, and the thread thread both of them need initialization. I would say define the constructor will be good solution for me for both of them. So I say super for it, also calling the super class, so I will not have any problem. So I have the constructor, I would use it later on, and also I have used method the override for the method run. So override the function for the run. This one will get called when someone run the thread. So what I want to do in this function, I want to get this location and show it in the map. Okay, really easy process. I would use while loop true. Why? Because I want to always get the user location. Inside this while loop true, I will use try catch. Okay, why try catch? Because maybe I will fail. So avoiding fail, hey, I say X, which is exception. Okay, that's good. Now I want to get this location and pass it to UI. Okay, really easy. You cannot do this thing. You cannot get this code, which is for getting location, and you add it here. You say, okay, this is get location, have two parameter, longitude and latitude. So you say, okay, I have this location that have longitude and latitude, pass it to this one, which is dot, first of all latitude, and the second one longitude. Okay, you think you could do this, but this one will not work. Why? Because this is connect with UI. That means something UI, and you are inside the thread. The thread cannot communicate with UI, never. So if you run this code, will crash because thread cannot communicate with UI. So to avoid this problem, just you say, hey, run on UI thread. Okay, and you say open a bracket and you close your bracket here. What I did here, I said here, hey, this code, I need this code to be run on UI thread. So he will understand I am calling UI inside this thread. So whenever you have a thread, want to communicate with UI, write this code, add your code between this one. Always make sure your map is cleaned before showing the location. So map.clean. So because there's many location will show on the map, so every time you have to clean it. So yes, that's good. My thread is ready. I just could start my thread. So from where I have to start it, after he grant me location, I could start my thread. I say variable my thread a call instance of the thread class. Then I say my thread dot start. So now thread is started, location is started. Whenever the location updated, will be saved. Whenever location is updated, will be saved in this variable. See, he wasn't able to which will not be this. I want to access something outside, so it should be location directory. It's not in myself. So see how this one was able to it. So location directory. So this one he always will update the location, and this one there is a thread always working getting that location. But if you see, this one will work too much, but because there's 3, so it's better to add some delay between one call and another. So just write thread dot sleep 1 millisecond, so just avoid too many frames in the screen. So now just run it and let me see if I change my GPS location, will he be able to change the GPS? If he will, that will be great, and we did a great work for now. If not, I mean, we did not get the great work for now. Hey, he gave me some errors here. Yeah, because it's properties, you need to add this one because it's outside my scope. So I think, yes, I think everything now is correct beside that one. Hopefully this time will run. Yeah, if that only the bugs, that's good. So see how the procedure. First of all, we request access permission. Then we define the class that we will use it to access to the permission. Then we access system service to run that class. Then we get the location updated. Then we use the thread to read that location and show it in the map. So now if he show me, that will be great. So he show me, hey, access to location. That's great. See, he showed me the location. Now let me suppose I'm moving. So if I just click here, he moved me to this location, which is great. So now if I change my location, like whatever, he have to move me to that location. See, so think about, now I'm using this one, I'm changing the value GPS from this one, but think about, you are holding your phone and you are moving through the street. You will see the Mario will move with you whenever you go. So that's great for now, and we have Mario now on the map. So let's go to the next step. Hey again, in this video we will show the Pokemons on the map. So the player could see them and move to them and try to catch them. So to get started, we have to think about the Pokemon as an object. Pokemon is an object, have name, have description, have power, have location that located in, and have if it's catched or not. So to get started, I will just get my new class. I will name it Kotlin class for now because we move it to Kotlin. I will name it Pokemons, okay? Or Pokemon. Well, I say well, not Pokemons because single object. So I have Pokemons. I define my class here. I say, hey, I have a class, name it Pokemon, and this Pokemon, I just create constructor for my Pokemon, and this constructor will have number of properties should be passed to it. So what's the properties? First of all, I have the name. So variable for name, I suppose should be string. Okay, and for now I don't have anything, so a call now. I have 6 more properties, I think. So I have name, I have description, I have the image for my variable, I have the power, I have longitude, I have latitude. So name, des should be also string. Image, I think the image should be integer. Why integer? Because I want to access to the image from the resource here. So the resource. So image integer. Also I have I have something about power. The power of this Pokemon. So power, I suppose it should be double. And also I have the latitude. Where is the latitude for it? So it should be double. Always the double latitude. And longitude for the Pokemon, it should be also double. So this is all the information I have it. I have to have all this information passed through the constructor. So think about, I'm passing first of all, I'm passing the image. Then I would pass the name for the object, whatever, how order you want to pass it. Then you pass the description for that object. Then you pass, should be the power for that object. Then you pass the lat and longitude. So here the power, then lats, then longitude. So this is just creating. See how I treat the object, how the object-oriented program is so important. So everything is treated as an object. So now I have all this. I just set hey, this dot, I have everything, this dot name equal the incoming name, this dot des description equal des, this dot image will be equal image, and also continue this dot power equal the power, and also this dot lat equal latitude, and this dot log equal longitude. Make sure one more properties we needed, which is catched. I need to make sure if the Pokemon is catched or not. So variable, I name it is catch. So I will keep this one boolean to know if this variable, if this Pokemon is catched or not. So by default should be false. So by default I set it false, or you could set it here. This dot is catch also, hopefully like this one, whole this dot is catch equal false. So whenever you create any Pokemon, by default is not catched. This Pokemon is still in you on my area. So yes, I have Pokemon. I want just to go here in main activity and create list of Pokemons. So this was my last method. So let me just close it so I will not get confused with others, because I'm done my work here. So now I just need to have a list of Pokemon. So I would say variable list of list, it's better to do it list Pokemons. This one should be array list, have list of the Pokemons. Array list of what? Array list of Pokemon. Why? Because I need to have a list of that Pokemons and I save them. So what I have to have some function for loading the Pokemon. I name it load. I name it load Pokemon. Okay. This function will load this list with the Pokemon. So just I say this list dots, I'm adding, so add, I will add Pokemon. So Pokemon should do a new object of Pokemon class. I have Pokemon class. Pokemon class take number of parameters. First of them the image. So you see I have too many information. One of them like this one, bottles. So let's suppose the chargeables, this one. Okay. I say hey r dot drawable dot the char one, and I give it the any name like you would like. I was supposed to give it this name. So then you continue, give it description. I have the description for it and the power and the information for him and for the all, but I want to give it just example. So I'll give description here from Japan. Then you could do it in multi-line to make it easy. Then the other properties for the power 55.0, the other properties for the location and the map. Let me suppose I added this location, and the other one is 122, the latitude. So this one information for one object only, adding one object only in the map. So to make sure I have a name, Pokemon name, description, what you say, minus 122.0, because should be double. Because I have 3 Pokemons, I want to save my time. I already add them in specific location, so I will remove this line. I replace it with this code. So this code for list of Pokemon. So this one, this one, this one. So what this one do, he will create list of Pokemons for me and he will add them in the map. So I just do it in this way, just a 3 element, the information for everyone. This one and this one and this one. I have these images in the drawable, drawable, charable, this one, and I have it in the map, and the third one also I have it in the map. So just I add them according name, image, and all the details. So I have a list. Now when the application started, only when the application started, I will load that list. So he will load them. Now this array list will have list of the Pokemons. Now I want to show these Pokemons on the map. So how I would show them the map? Really easy process. If you see, I have here something, name it map, and here I'm showing myself only on the map. So let me here show the Pokemon. Here we say here show me. I said here show Pokemons. Okay. So how to show Pokemons? Okay, I do for loop for I in Pokemon list dot size, because I won't use size to access to, and maybe I want to update the elements. So I in the list of Pokemon dot size, I don't know what is it working. What dot? Maybe say what he give you this error. Change size. Why? Why? Maybe they did update it. What's location dot Pokemons dot size? I should be able to access to it. Yes, you should be able to access to it, but maybe for range must be have iterator methods. Okay, I will try to fix it later on. So now I want to get the Pokemon. I say variable a new Pokemon. I get the information of that Pokemon from the list. I say, hey, list for the I. So he will give me that Pokemon. I getting that Pokemon. Okay, let me start to play with this Pokemon. First of all, I need to make sure this Pokemon is not catched before I add the map. So I say, this new Pokemon should not be catched. So I say, is catched equal false. So if it's not catched, please add this Pokemon on the map. So how I would add the Pokemon on the map? In the same way that I added myself. This Sydney was adding myself. This one for adding the Pokemon. So I say Pokemon location, and I replace it with this one. So what is the information I need? I need from the Pokemon, a new Pokemon. I need to get dot location. I think dot latitude. Yes, I think Pokemon dot location dot latitude. Yes, and from this one I need dot longitude. I think this is because of properties. He need these two things. Hopefully. So what's the error here? He's saying nullable. Yeah. Yes, in the end, not in the beginning. Sorry, sometime. Okay. Make them these two properties. Also, what about the title? Should be the information about this Pokemon. Pokemon name should be dot name. Okay. And also this one should be the description of the Pokemon. So I say, hey, no Pokemon dot des. And this one should be the image of the Pokemon. So it should be Pokemon dot image. And yes, this is everything. I don't need to move it to the Pokemon location. I do it only this one. So now, hey, whenever any Pokemon is not catched until now, just show it in the map. And that is now he will show you a list of the Pokemons in the map. Okay, now everything is cool. But wait, here this is list. In what? In the list, I think the for loop was not correct. Between 0 and the size. So I'm selecting from 0 to the size of the object. I think should not be size -1. So I would not include the last element. I think, I'm not sure 100%. So now, yes, everything sounds cool. So let me just run it and make sure the Pokemons will show on the map. I will have small problems, small bugs, and I will fix it in seconds for updating the location. But let me see, because now this one runs every second, so I could not move myself on the map. But yes, let me see. He will show me in the map, but I don't think I will be able to see the Pokemons because I'm in the white, far away from them. So it's better for me to move myself to the same location of the Pokemon to see them. So let me go to this longitude and latitude. So I would move to this longitude and this latitude. So make sure if I see the Pokemon in the map or not. Wait. Taking this one, moving back, up. Maybe he was able. -122.41. Hey. Not -12, -122. Okay. Always there is back. 122. He was able to get me to that location. So okay, simple bags. So let's think about this one, how to fix it. First of all, it's easily. I just see, no, it will not. So now, okay, I think for now we are good to go with this information about this one. this Pokemon. But the Pokemon, if you see, if you just, I have no ability for me to show you where is the location, but let me just show the zoom out so you would see it. So let me suppose the zoom out 7, so it's far away. You will see all the Pokemons on the map, at least for now, just avoiding this bag. So I will show you why I'm not able to move the Pokemon, then I will try to fix that problems in a second. So let me wait and see what is the problem. Okay, yes, so now I should be like far away from the maps. Again, he doesn't take me to the right location. Oops. I have to go to 122. I don't know 122. He wasn't able to read that value always. Okay, so now I'm not able to move through the map. See, whenever I move, he will return me back, because even the location is not updated. I'm still on the same GPS. This is because this method will fire it every 1 millisecond, 1 second, even if the location is not updated. So it's better to don't call this method unless the location is updated. So I would define variable. I name it var. I name it old location, which have the information about the old location. So if you see, this one should be type of location, and this one should be initialize it to null, and that is, I don't have anything more to show here. So now, yes, if you see how to initialize this method, I will initialize my variable in the same way. In the constructor, I will initialize this one in the same way. So old location, I just give it initial value for this properties, give it initial value 0, 0, and make sure. Now I'm coming here. Before you show me the UI, let me check from one thing. Let me check if the old location dot distance from the new location, which is the location, okay, equal 0. If that means they are in the same location, the location is not changed, I say continue. What that mean, I will tell you in a second. Continue. Okay, that means, hey, if the location, it's properties reading, you see I have old location, so whenever the first startup point for this 0, so I'm checking if the new one same last one. If it not, like show the map. If it yes, if it, that means the location is not changed, it's still in the same location. I have to call all this code. I say continue, so he will go back here, and he will continue going back here. But if he yes, I have to update the old location with the new location, so I could get the update always. So he will continue, and so he will never be in this code. He will never go to this code unless the location is updated. He always come here, see the location is not updated, he go back. Location is not updated, go back. Location is not updated, go back. So now if the location is not updated, I could go back. So you could like smoothly, if you stop in the map smoothly, you could change your location. Maybe it's a little bit complex, but just think about it. It should not be too much complex. So yes, here is it. So now if you see, hopefully I will be able to change my location in the map, see, without any problems. I have to see that the Pokemons, but I don't know why he wasn't able to show me even 122. I don't know why he wasn't able to show me the location of the maybe bags in the emulator. I'm sure there's a bag in the emulator. He have to be able to show me the location. So yes, for now, I think hopefully okay. The best solution for me to make sure I did right, change it to 2. This one, run it again. Make sure if I see. I just want to make sure I see the Pokemon on the map, because I just have bug in the emulator. If I stop it, I will not be able to record, so I just will close it and reopen it after the video. But I want to make sure I have everything ready on the map, so we'll go to the next step and try to catch the Pokemons. So yes, hopefully now the map is clear. So if I go, I'm sure I know where I add them. So yes, first of all, let me just add my location. Hey, where is it? So here is the Pokemon. See, yes, that's right. He was able to add all the Pokemons. I know I added the Pokemons in California. So yes, here they are. Yeah, that's great. So I think everything's good. So thank you for watching. See you next. Yeah, here we go. Now I have myself here on the map. If you click me, this is the Pokemon description. I have to see the power also near the description. This is 3 of them. So let me just show the power. I just forget to show the power of the Pokemon. So beside the description, I said here I'm showing the description, then say the plus power, then I show the power of it. So you could know how much the power for the new Pokemon. So you could go to catch it or not. So you say power. So now if you just rerun it, just seeing the power, I see it's being more professional. So when you catch the Pokemon or you want to go to any Pokemon, you decide if you catch it or not according to the power of that Pokemon. So yes, while he is loading, let me think about the problem that we want to solve. He doesn't seem he want us to think about it. He just show as a result directory. So yes, here is it. Nothing. Just click. So it will take us to that location. If I click on this Pokemon, I see how much the power for it. Power 19, power, what is it, 33, power whatever. So I want to catch them. How I could catch them? I just move it through the map. Whenever I be in 2 meters from any one of them, I consider it as I catch it. So from where I find my location, this should be my location. So, and this is the Pokemon location. Here is it in the new Pokemon. So if I go back here in my code, you see I don't have any location. So it's better. It's to be more professional. Take here and I define something named variable location. Okay, which is the location, and this location will be instance of the from location. Okay, and should be initial value for it equal null, and after I define initial value null, I just initialize it from here, so I don't need to have log lat here. So initialize my location here. I say equal the location for the name of the Pokemon, whatever name is coming. Then I say latitude equal the lat. So be more professional as an object. Dot longitude equal log. So be more professional as an object as a CC. Yes, I don't need these 2 things. So I could represent it on one object. Yes, because it is object. So we have to say this and this and this. So yes, good for now. I think it's good for now. For now it is good. I don't think there is any problem. Location. Why he show me error here? So he say this location latitude. He show me error. So what's the error here? He say nullable every time. Yes, set it here. Expect to have a null here. So yes, setting location. Now if I go back here, something changes. So now to get the location, I say I cannot do it in this way. I have to say dot location dot latitude, whatever latitude I have said. And also this one I have to say dot location dot longitude. Okay, longitude, because I changed the type of object. This one have to add 2 and this one have 2 because the properties I want to read them. Now yes, I want to check for the location. What I will do, I say hey, if my location, which is I already have it, dot distance from the Pokemon location, which is Pokemon or a new Pokemon dot location, if is my location, distance from the Pokemon location less than 2 meters, that means I'm in the domain of the Pokemon. Make sure this is null, that means I catch it. So how I catch it? First of all, I have this Pokemon. Make sure to change to is catch it to the true, because I catch this Pokemon. This is first thing. Second thing, I want to update this list. If you see it, I have this list. I just update it with the value of the Pokemon, new Pokemon, because new Pokemon now is updated with the false, so he will have the new update. Third thing, I just show a message. Before showing a message, I add my power. So if you see now here, I don't have anything about power. So let me suppose define a player power. Okay, my player power, first of all, starting 0. I don't have anything. So now when I get the Pokemon, I have to take the power of the Pokemon. So I say new Pokemon dot power, but dot power. because I want to read it, so make sure it should be in this way. And this is should be plus because I'm adding to my power the Pokemon power. What's the wrong here? I don't think there is anything wrong here, but maybe this double doesn't define it yet. Should be defined 0.0, so you will understand it as a double, so you'll not have a problem. Also, show a message. I say, hey, to ask. I just hate that message. Dot make text. Dot I send it this, and also I send it. This will not work, I think. So you have use get application context, and also send it the message. You catch a new Pokemon. Your new power is, I give him the new power, my player power, and yes, this is player power. Then I said to us dot long term to us dot long, then I say dot show, which is I like it. So for now everything sounds cool for me, the messaging and everything. So now when he catch the Pokemon, when he builds domain, change it to catch it, update the value on the list, then increase my power, show message. So if I just rerun it again and I try to move to the same location of any of these Pokemon, so I would just change my location to the same location of any one of these. So it is supposed to change it to this location, 122 and 73. So you will show how he would able to change my location. So first of all, let me run it and see the map. So now the map should be nothing. If you just click here, you have to take me to that location. Let me go to the I think I'm just moving, so I'm moving to that one, 121 with this latitude, with this longitude, and click OK. You have to say you catch it, but he did not say that. Why? You have to say you catch it. Let me make sure from the location. I'm really near the object. So 122. Yes, now is it? See, you catch it. See, the Pokemon is not moving from the map because this is just I'm not using a real GPS, because that for loop would work waiting to update GPS while I'm not updating the GPS. So let's just try to do for again. Here you see it moving, he is going out. So what I want to say here, because here I'm using by hand, if you go to the real GPS, whenever you be in the place of the Pokemon, he will catch it and he will take it off the map. And yes, congratulations, that's great, we built our first game. Thanks for watching and see you in another game.
Hey and welcome. In this section we will build zoo app that show you list of the animals that available in the zoo and the name of the animal, some description about it. When you click on the animal, he give you details about that animal. So you will learn a lot in this section. You will learn how to use list view, then how to load different tickets inside that list view, then how to go from one activity to other activity and moving data, and many things about list view. So let's get started step by step. Hey and welcome. Let's get started step by step to build our application. So to get started, first of all, I will get a new folder. I will name it zoo app. Okay, and what I will do is just going to the startup, copy it and paste it here. You know why? We need a project already have a setting to use Kotlin, so just empty project doesn't have anything. So opening Android Studio, and I will go to open exist project, then desktop, then from desktop I will go to Android Kotlin, Android, then I have to see something like zoo app, and here I am. Click open. It will take some time until he will open the project for me. Here you go. You may see this message. Just click update, because they update always a new version. New version will be added. So just click update, so he will update the bundle and everything to use the new version of the tools that use it by Android Studio. So waiting for some time, he say, hey, this is maybe need fixed. Okay, fix it, and boom,
Otherwise, you may get these error messages when you create a new project. Just try whenever you see like this messages, click on them, so he will fix that message for you and he'll not keep anything else. So yes, I think everything now is fine. So what I will do is this, just go here, change the application name to com.robay.zoo app. Then when you're done, just go to the bulb, then clean a project, so I will clean everything for you, nothing else. Then you click rebuild again or whatever. If you was able to load, you are good. If not, you say hey, you say fix Gradle wrapper and re-import the project setting. So if you just click on it again, what I would see, otherwise you would may see these messages. So as I told you, when you see these messages, just click on them. He will try to figure out what's the problem and he will fix it for you. Okay, now everything sounds fine. I think I'm good to go. So what I will do is just this. Go here and resource and drawable and try to add images. If you don't see drawable folder here, what you have to do, just click right here and if you click new Android directory, then look for something like drawable. So where is it? Here is it. Then click add. If you see it, you'll okay. If you don't see this folder, just add it. So what I will do is this. I will go here to the GitHub. So you will see this. I have Android at Kotlin, Android. You have folder name at assets, and asset you have a folder name is zoo app. So this images, just copy them, Control C, come here, then click Control V, add all images. So this is the images that I will use them in my app. So yes, this is first step. The second step, I want to display all the animals as a list. So how I do that? The process is really straightforward. So then this video we are mostly will focus on how to use list view. So how to display element as a list. You know that you will have an animal picture, name, some description about it. Then you will see next animal picture, name, and some description about it. And you continue next animal, name, description about it. If you see, you have a list of things, and these things are repeated row by row. So this row, then this row, and continue. So how you fix this problem? Because these are same, you say, okay, I will design a specific XML that handle this part. I will add this XML here. Then I will add list view, and every time I will import that XML for every animal. Okay, we'll go through it step by step. First of all, let me just drop a list view. So if I just go to the look here for list view, here is it. Then just drag it, drop it. Okay, so you see it full screen. You could pin it from all the places, from this side, all the places. If you don't like the way of pin, I like to do this thing because the pin is not something I'm interested in on here. So wait a second. What I will do, just remove the list view. This is a constraint layout. Change it to linear layout. So I will change it to linear. You know what you mean by linear. So the element will be linear inside it. So then this one, whatever type of linear you would decide, that's totally fine. Vertical, horizontal, because I have only one element. Then what I will do, I will add the list view inside it. What he will do, he will show up the list view full the screen. That is good. This is first part for me. The second part, we said we need to display a ticket inside this list view, and this ticket should be repeated every time. So what I will do, just design a ticket. So okay, I will just go here and click new XML source directory, and I could name it animal underscore ticket. Okay, because I could use linear layout, whatever, that's totally fine. And bam, I'm done. So this is my linear layout. So what I want to do, I want to supply a picture for the animal. So you will have to look for image view, okay, to show the image for the picture for the animal. That is good. So just add it here. Bam, he asking about which picture. Let me by default select the Babon one. Yes, he show me as in this way. And what I want to show also, I need to show some text field. I could just remove this part. Label about this label about the name and the other label about some description. So let's suppose that this label should have a value just as an example ticket. Name it just remove x b bag. Oh, just x bag. Then name this one bon. Okay, whatever you want to give a description. Bon is lives in whatever zoo with different kinds of animals, whatever, just specific description about this animal. So what you see is this. You see 3 objects. This one I needed to change something about the text of it. So going back here to the text size, would you prefer to change it to 24 if you like it? Yes, 24 I would say it's good. If you want to change the bold, I would prefer to have it as a bold. This one will be normal. So how he show these 3 under another? He show us first this one picture, then this one the name, then some description. This happened because we add them in the specific linear layout type of vertical. Vertical mean one under another. He will add the object one under another. Vertical first, second, third. If I say no, I want this element, just go back, to be displayed as horizontal. What he will do, he will show us one beside another, but he wasn't able to show us everything because this one was holding all the screen. If I change the width to only wrap content, you will see the second one here. Okay, if I change also this one to the wrap content, you will see the third one here. If you see, because the layout is horizontal, he display first, second, third, one beside another. Okay, what I want to do is this one I want to show it in this place. That's totally fine. But these two, I want to show the name here and the description under it. So how I do that? Okay, this one will be keeping this place, but these both should be go inside another type of layout. So I will go here, layout, and I will select these. Okay, and add it here, which is vertical, and I just move these both to the vertical, and let me see what is going on. Okay, cool. What I did here, I said okay, I have layout, which is this layout. Okay, we'll take all the screen. It should be considered as horizontal. That means that this layout will have 2 elements, this image and this image, this one. If you see this let me change both to the wrap content width and height. Match parent I don't like it because you will match all the screen. Wrap content mean equal the image size. So make it wrap content for width and height just for now. And this one also change it to the wrap content. So I don't want him to take much more the real one as a height. So he will show me the ticket in this size. That's cool until now. What he did, because I told him horizontal, that means any object going inside this one will be horizontal. So he will add this one beside another. So he showed me this first object, which is this image, and this the second object, which is what? Which is this linear layout. But this linear layout is considered as a vertical, so it have 2 elements inside them. Because 2 elements vertical, so he will add one, then the second. That means this one, if we talk about only this one, and he considered as a vertical, so the first element will go first line and second element second line. So how we design, see it. So this one, I want to play a little bit with it. I don't want him to take over screen as a height. I want it to be wrap content, like equal to the content of the object. Okay, and that is. So let me just play with this. I would say, okay, the image I want it to be 100 pt. If you see it 100, let me check it 50 pt. Okay, by 50 pt, just stable size. I don't want to change the size, just 50 by 50. If you see this one, I just see the very near to the UI. I just look for something in the properties for. I will look for padding. Padding mean how much the object will be far away from its content. So if I select this one, I give it 10 pixel padding. So all this content will get 10 from all the sides. I will tell you what. If I say, hey, I want him to get, for example, 5 pt. Okay, pt is like measure unit. So if you see he took off 5 from here, 5 from here, 5 from here, 5 from here, because I said from all the sides. I didn't define specific place. I say all the sides I want him to take 5 pt, so he left 5 pt from all the places, which is amazing. So see, okay, let me go just play with this one by design specific UI for us in a drawable and try to use that UI. So going back here to the drawable, I will select background name for this one and bam, created. So I will select item, and this item, whatever, have a ship, this ship that we supposed to have salt color. Yeah, okay, so salt color, I give it color with let me just give it this one for now. I will add more colors in seconds. Okay, this color was he added, but if I just go to that file, which colors file, I will add 2 more colors. So the first color I will add it, which should be white one. You know the white should be hash f f f f f, I think f, hopefully. Okay, and I add a new color, which is a gray. This color should be D5, D4, D4. Hopefully that one. Yes, D5, D4, D4. I think again D4. Hopefully yes. This was the color that I wanted. So I have white and gray. So okay. Going back to the background, I say okay, I need the background should be white. That is cool. And I want to take some corner. Okay, the radius, let me give it 10 pt. So sound nice to me, this background. That's cool. So now I go back to this ticket. I say hey, this ticket, I want him, if you see this ticket, I want him as a linear layer, take background, I want him to take from drawable, I want him to take the background. So drawable slash background. Okay, you didn't see anything because all the objects you give it the design for this one, which doesn't make any sense. So this is horizontal. What I will do is this: go here, and if you see here, I have something horizontal. Take it and add it inside this one as a child, and move all this content to be a child for it. So wait, just Control Z. I did a mistake. I have this child and this child. These both, I want them to go and add a child for this one. That is good. So this one need to be app, first one, then that one, second one. That is good. We will go step by step to fix this part. Now, what I will do is this. Go here. What I have, this one, which the main part, he take background. I will take this background and move it to this layout, okay? And this one, I will give it background from the color. I say, hey, add color.gray. I give it a gray background. See how is it? Look at, that's good. So now you understand what I did now. I just said, hey, this should be the main part, would have a gray, and this is the ticket. I give it this one. And if you see, he just have 2. He have this image and he have this part. You know what the problem now? The problem for sure in the sizing. So because this one taking width as a match parent, so you have to just change it to the wrap content, and I think you will be okay. So going here, I don't know why this part is doing it this way, but wrap content will always give space for the second one. So this one should be 50 pt. Okay, if you just increase it, this one to 100 and this one to 100, you should, I just want to show you how we design. It's too much. 50 I think will be better for us to manage this one. Okay, wait a second. Okay, 50 sound good, but here this one take a width as a wrap content, high I don't care, match parent, whatever. This one have 2 kits, this one and this one, which is cool. And this MGV, you see the corner is too much, taking from the corner as a 10 pt, make it as 3 pt, which is like little bit maybe accepted. People could take it over. Yes, 3PT sound for me a little bit better than, yes, so it's sound for me it is better. It just show you better in the animals. If you see, this is all these as trying to match the ends, so it's better to go here and try to add some padding. You say, okay, I need to add paddings from other place. Top, I need a 3, whatever, right, give it a 3. Just try to make a left 3, try to left space or bottom, give it a 3. The idea of using this one, I try to avoid making the object touch the ends, so now the object doesn't touch the ends. So yes, I think I'm okay now. Yes, everything sounds for me okay. If you want to say, hey, this one 15 is too less, make it like 17 by 17, you are totally fine. You could do whatever thing you see it is okay. If you say no, 17 is too much, I want it 15 by 15, keep it 15 by 15. There is no problem. You just design a UI. So yes, for now I think everything for the design for the ticket I designed it right. I have this one, I just give it also the background for this one. I say, hey, background should be in this one. You say, hey, Android background, give it the gray one, so color gray, and they give the color gray also for this list view, so I will not have any problem. Let me just give IDs for these, so when I go to the next video I have everything. So this one should be text view list in a mall, okay, and this ID for this one, let me just give IDs for this object. This one I give it mgview name, and sorry, mgview name, yes, this one text view name, sorry, this one should be text view name, one should be text view name, sorry, text view name, and this one should be text view des description. This one should be mgview normal image, whatever you could name it. Just know how to access to this object. So now I have the ticket. Okay, this is my ticket should be. Now what I will do the next video, just try to fold this ticket inside this list view. Just call it continue. But the steps is really clear. When you want to use list view, first of all, add your list view. Second, design the ticket. Then create a class, match these tickets. So that's mean you have to go here in the classes and you create a new class and you name this class, not Java, sorry, you have to go back and select Kotlin and name this class animal in this way. Okay, and this is because animal class, you say, hey, I have a class and this class should be named animal, and this class have constructor. We'll take 3 parameters. First of all, the name of the animal should be string, okay, to take the description should be also string, and also take the image, you're supposed to be integer because the ID for the image. So these 3 parameters have to be defined already here, so you have to have already variable for the name supposed to be a string, okay, and expect to have a null value and you give it null as initial, hopefully, yes. Then you do same thing for both, null for des, and for the image, and this one should be integer, okay, and just initialize this object. This dot name will be equal to name, okay. You say then boom, this dot des equal des, this dot image equal image, and boom, you all set. So the steps is really clear. First of all, whenever you want to use list view, you will design the list view, just add the list view. Second thing, you design the ticket that you want to supply this ticket in the list view. Then whatever object you have here, I have 3 objects, I will create a class for these 3 objects. name, description, image, and get constructor for them. We'll go to the next video and try to fill this element with value. So here we done. See you next. Hey again. In the previous video, we did design for the list view, we just added, then we designed the ticket that we want to show it, and also we create the class for the animal. What I will do in this video, I just show the animals in the list view. So to show the animals on the list view, first of all, you have to have a list of the animals. So what I will do, just go to the main class here and try to define my list of the animals. I say, hey, I have variable list of any animals. Okay, this one should be in a animals. Hopefully the spelling was right. So a variable list of animals, I should suppose this one should be array list. Okay, array list of what? Array list of animals, because I have animal class, so I have array list of animal. Okay, and bam, I will start add elements. So first step, what I will do here I will load animals. Okay, animals, whatever, animals, whatever, should be animals right in this way. I wrote it in the wrong way. Okay, sorry for that. Spelling, misspelling. I'm sure this one is wrong. So load list of animals. First, how to load it? Okay, it's list view. So just say, hey, dot add. I want to add animal inside it, and the animal, he asks for three things for every animal. First of all, the name of animal. Let me suppose first animal that I will add should be the baboon. So I say, hey, the first animal, the name is baboon in this way, and what the description, whatever you want to tell about this baboon. Like for example, baboon lives in whatever. Say, hey, baboon lives in whatever place that you would like. The third thing, the image. So what the image for the baboon? If you see this one, baboon, so I say should be r dot drawable dot baboon, because I want to read it from the drawable, from this one, for the r dot drawable dot baboon. If you don't like it in multi-line, in one line, do it multi-line. So this is for baboon, r dot drawable dot baboon. He will take the id and he will save it here as an id of the object. I will continue and do for all the other animals that I have them, which should be 6, I think. So second, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the second one, let's suppose the second one I have here, this one, whatever, bulldog. So bulldog, whatever, just I will say, hey, this one, bulldog, just change first character to capital. You could do whatever you would like. So the third one should be panda. This one, panda. So panda, just copy this name, first character capital, and bam, lives in whatever. Other one is Sulim bird. This type of the bird. You say Sulim birds, S capital, lives in whatever you would like to show. Next should be white tiger. So whatever, just name it tiger here. Then you just make sure everything capitalizes. So the last one should be zebra. So I say, hey, zebra. Okay, the zebra in this way. And make sure first one is boom, zebra. So first of all, what we did is just loading the list of animals. We just load them. Second thing, what I will do, I will design the class or the adapter for my data. So how I would design adapter? The adapter already bolted in. You just create an instance from that adapter and you will be all set. So what I will do is I say, hey, I have a class, and this class I will name it animals adapter. Should be instance of base adapter. Base adapter is the adapter that is the adapter for the list view. So whenever you want to design something for list view, you want to add data inside list view, you have to inherit the class which is base adapter. If you see he give you error when you click on it, say, hey, what you need? Okay, I don't want this one, just click on this one. He may also will give you error. He say, hey, you need to implement some methods. Click on them, click first one, shift, last one. Okay, he will add all these methods. So what I'm interested in is this method and this method. Get count, like how many elements you want to display in this list anymore. So to do that, I say, hey, first of all, let me define my constructor, and I will suppose in the constructor I will get type of a list animals, like array list of animals. So how I do that? Okay, the procedure really easy. Say, okay, I will get list of animals, which instance of array list of animals, and bam, you will be all set. Don't forget this one. You need to do also, this is base adapter. You need to call the super also for the constructor for the main class. So just make sure to mention that one. So this one should be instance of that class. Boom, you should be all set. Now you have to define list of animals as instance here for you, like here in your class you have to define it. So just make sure you define it in this way, and make sure give it as a variable. Okay, and this one should be instance, not this way, should be equal, and you say, hey, this list animal, say this dot this one will be equal to this. So whatever people send to me, whatever people want to get an instance for me, I just get it here. That is mean. If someone here came and he say, hey, I have variable, name it adapter, which is instance adapter, which is instance of this class. Okay, for beginning it doesn't have anything null, just instance from that class. Then just wait a second, I just defined as a null, so make sure add this one after it. So when he come here after he define it, he say, hey, this instance that I defined as a null, I want to get instance for it, which is this one, adapter, sorry. The adapter should be instance of animal adapter. So here he will ask me about what you want to send me. I say, hey, send him this list. Okay, what I did at the beginning, I just define adapter, which is instance of animal adapter. Then I just initialize it here. When I initialized, I send him the list of the element I want to display them, which is this array. This is, so when he get this array, he will set it to his local array. Now when he come here to this method, just remove to do from it. No, this method, sorry. This method. We'll go back to that method. So this method should return for us what? Return the size of the size of the list view. What that mean? That mean how many elements I have in the list view. If I have in the list view 2 elements, this one will return for me 2. That is mean this method will get called 2 times. If this one have 5, this method will get called 5 times. Okay, so these 2 methods I'm not interested in, like get element by ID. You just give him ID and he give you that element. We are not interested to work with these 2 methods. So for get element by ID, I could say, hey, return whatever the name of the instance here. If it name it p0, give it okay, p0 dot too long. Okay, because I'm not interested in this method else, never. Whatever the name of this instance, you have it here. Also this method, he just asked me about getting the item. Also we will never use it, but okay, if he send you index 0, you will return the item that lives in the index 0. You just say, hey, whatever you have array list in p0. As I told you, maybe here later on they will change it to index, so make sure change this one to index. But for now it is in demo, they use p0, so keep it p0. As I told you, we will never use these 2 methods, but you have to pass them, otherwise you will have a problem. We are interested only in this method, that when I say, hey, I have 10 elements, so if this one return to me 10, that means this method will be called 10 times. This is important part for me. So when this called 10 times, I have to start thinking about what I have to do when this one gets called for 10 times. Okay, let's just start. How many elements I have here? 6. Is that right? That means this one will return for me 6. That means this method will get called 6 times. First time he will be called with specific index, which is, for example, this one, p0. Index 0, you have to get the first element that lives here, which is this element, and you just get this ticket. You add that element in this ticket, then you add this element inside this list view. This is the process you have to follow. So how we do that? Okay, I will do it in this way. First of all, let me bring the element. I say, hey, variable, or you say val, name it animal. Okay, This animal will be whatever the people, the item I have it. So whatever in the list view. Okay, list of animals, whatever you have in P0. As I told you, don't care about P0. Later on, maybe change it to index, whatever the name here. If it's P0, make sure you call it as a P0. If it's index, call it here as index. If it is raw possession, maybe I'm sure they will change it later on to possession. If it's possession, just make sure you display call here possession. Okay, whatever the name you have it there. I have P0, call it P0. So now I'm getting the element. So that's mean. This one will, if it's 6, first time this one will have index 0, then index 1, index 2, 3, 4, 5. Let us start for the first one. If you give me index 0, what I have to do? Okay, now I have the object. That's mean I have the name of the animal, the description, and the drawable. What I want to do is just display it in this ticket. Well, the name of ticket, animal ticket. Okay, I will do this. First of all, I will do variable, name it my view, will be equal instance from what? From the layout inflator. So you say, hey, layout inflator, well, layout inflator dot inflate. Then you say r dot layout dot the name of the activity. What the name of the activity? Name it animal ticket. Then the second parameter you send to him now. Okay, what this code do for you? What this code do for you is, hey, say, hey, I have this ticket, which is this one, animal ticket. I want to work with this animal ticket in my code. So what you did, you say it in this way. Say, okay, layout inflator dot inflate. The way how this code work is just go and try to get this ticket and convert it to the code so you could use it, or convert to the object you could use it. So now this my view will be able to access to any element that lives inside this one. So for example, you say my view dot whatever the name of the object. What the name of the object that inside it? It is text view name. Do you remember you give it text view name dot text? Is that right? Yes, because if you see here we have object name it name, which is text view name dot text. Text view name. This is text view description. This mgview animal image. So by having this view, you say, okay, text. What the text you want to shout? Okay, whatever this animal dot name. Okay, whatever the name of this animal. Okay, well, the second thing, my view dot text view dot description. What you want to give it? Dot text. You say, okay, I want to give it whatever the animal have dot description. Cool. The last cool part is the image. So you say, okay, dot mgview animal image dot image. Mgview dot image. Oh, mgview animal dot, I want to set resource image, or say set, hopefully it will work, dot, I want to set the image for this object. Okay, there is many way, but say there is a basic one. You say dot set image from resource. I don't know if they just update this one or not. You say, hey, dot set image view from resource, and you give it the resource that you want to set him. What the resource will be whatever you have it, animal dot image. Okay, I just say, hey, I have 3 object. I have, okay, object, which is my view. I have name, and I have description, and I have image. Okay, bring the name, whatever you have in this object, add it here in the text, whatever you have it in description, whatever you have it in the list. You done. His one expect to return a view for him. Okay, just say, hey, return my view, and boom, you done. So now what will happen if this one return for you 6? Okay, if return 6, this one will get called 6 times. When this one P0, he will bring the object for P0, he will call that ticket, he will fill that ticket with the data, he will return it or display it inside list view. Then when this one call 1, this one will be 1, he will bring the ticket, fill it with the data, display it for 1. He will continue 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and he done. So now I think everything is done. Just one last part. I want to connect this object with adapter that I have already with what? With this list view. So then I will be all set. The list view, name it what? List view ticket. Okay, the process is really easy. Just go here and say, hey, list view dot adapter will be equal to this adapter. See how much the process easy? It is straightforward. First of all, you define array. Second, you full array with the data. Third, you define instance from a base adapter. Then you define these methods. The important part for us, this one, you just return the number of objects. Then for every object, you call the ticket, follow the data, return it. When you're done, just assign a get instance from the adapter, pass the data, assign it, and boom, you will be all set. So now if I just run it, hopefully it will work. And now you see this error. You say, hey, why this error? This is the ID error. This is not normal error. Problem happen because he need to do some work. So first of all, I have to pass the context here. So I say, hey, I have context. Here should be instance of context. Okay. And this one, I also have to have this instance here defined. So I have variable instance of context should be null. Okay. This context, when be called here, should be this dot context equal context. And now I could work with this one. First of all, I have to pass something here like this as a first instance. So when the this come, this will be as a context. So now I could use the context here. So to work with the context, first of all, you say, hey, I have to define inflator. Okay, inflator will be equal to, they change a lot. Like you say context dot get layout, whatever. This one get system service. Say get system service, and you give it name context dot layout inflator service, and bam, that inflator say inflator dot inflate should be, and this one should be casted to the as layout inflator should be layout inflator. Okay, then I think I have to read, make sure all these values readable, so in this way. So yes, now I think if you run it again, you should be okay. Here we go. After a while, yes, he load and everything is fine. I see everything in the way that I expect, like all animals picture, name, and all the things that I expected. So don't care about this one. This is just simple problem that we said. It has to be accept layout inflator only, and you will be okay. But because the beta version, so I have to define inflator. It is type from system service to get access to the layout inflator. Then I say layout inflator dot inflate. It has to be before you just say, hey, layout inflator in this way dot inflate, and you'll be all set. But now, boom, then just layout inflator in a small letter. Yeah, it happened. This problem happened a lot. So in the future, you don't need to add that things. Just layout inflator and you'll be okay. So yes, here we done. Thank you for watching, and see you next. Hey again. Maybe you want to show the list of animal in different way. You want to show the animal who is the color animal as the red box around it, while the normal animal you show it as a normal animal. It's not danger. So first of all, to do this, you have to go here and define new properties. Name it what? Name it is color. So is the animal color or not? And this one should be boolean, okay? And by default should be false. So this is not color. So what we would say, you would say, okay, is color would be coming as input as a boolean, and this dot is color equal to is color, whatever coming. Maybe you don't like it by default false. You could give it null. That is totally fine. You just give it, hey, by default I want it to be null. I don't know what's the type of this animal. That's fine. Now when we go to the implementation part, which is this part, when I create list of the animal, first of all, is the baboon color? It's no, say false. Is the blue dog color? False. Is the panda color? We would say false. Bird color? No, false. Is the tiger color? True, yes, it's color. Is the zebra color? It is false. You could say panda also, it's color. Just just to show more on the list. So 2 colors, 2 normal. So I have the list ready. Now, did you see this is the ticket that I showed for the animals? I want to get a new ticket from this one. So just let me get a new ticket. Okay. And I name it animal not or animal color ticket. Okay, in this way. Yes. What I will do, I will just go here to the node color, Control A, Control C, and copy all the code here in the new ticket. But this one I want the round box will be not red, I want it to be white and red. So if you see here in the drawable, I have this background. I want to get a new one. Okay. So I say background for color. You could do it background underscore color small because you don't accept the capital letter. Go to the normal background and copy all the code, add it here, and you could say here you could define anything like, I think we could say the stroke you give it a color, you could give it this color, and you could specify with, like for example 5 pt if you would like. If you see it's 5 too much, make it 2 pt, and just a round box. See just what I did around it. Just stroke mean whatever you want to on the around. So if you just go to this one, which is color ticket, so if you see here I'm loading background, no, here I'm loading background color, which is a little bit different than the normal from the normal background, which is fine. Now what I want to do is this. Here in the loading part, I want to load ticket if the animal is color different from the one is not color. So if you see here animal, I say, hey, if the animal dot is color, which equal true, that means this is animal's color, I will load specific ticket. Otherwise, I will load this ticket. Okay? So I say if, let me just add this between two brackets. That means is the animal is color, do this, or not do this. So the normal way I'm calling this one. But in the if statement, if it's the color, I would call different ticket, which is animal color ticket. Okay? That is. You say, hey, if the animal is color, load that ticket. If the animal is not color, load this ticket. So you could manage it in this way. So when he come and see in the list the animal is color, he will load the not doesn't have red one. If he check when he load, he see it's the color, he load the other one. So what I want to tell you in this point, you could load tickets as much as you want, as any type you want. You could add 1,000 of tickets with different design. I could load them. If you see here, I'm loading 2 different tickets, one for the color and one for the not color, and should work fine without any problem. So just loading. So you could load whatever. I say, hey, load the animal color. Here we'll load the normal animal, and he will be able to do that really easy. If you see when it's a normal animal, he loaded. When the animal will be color, he load in this way ticket. So try to design different ticket and try to display them in the UI and see how they appear. So here we done. Thank you for watching. See you next. Hey again. What I want to do in this video, I want to do this. I want when someone click on the animal, he will go to the next activity and will show me details about this animal in different way. So what I will do is this: going here in the layout and create a new layout. So and then I go new, then I say empty activity, okay, and I name it details, whatever you could name it like animal. You could name it animal info about the animal. Then say next, then boom, he create this activity for you without any problem. So the second activity, you see the second activity lives in different place. You know why? Because I need to move it here, the naming, because I give it different name for the animal. So you see for the package name, so I had this problem. So yes, now what I want to do is this: when someone click on the first activity, any animal in the first activity, go to the next activity and select the details. So where's the next activity? Should be animal info. So on the animal info, what I want to show here, I want to show picture for the animal. So look for MGView, okay. Just I will show you how to pass the information for the indicator and other. So just add it. You could select the bob on here, okay. You could increase the size for it if you would like. Boom. Yes. And here and here and there. So a little bit. Okay. you display the name for the animal. So text field, the name here, and you may want to connect for both sides, and we will talk about the sizing things. I will do it seconds after I add the third one, and the third one should be the details plan text for the, not this one, this one. Okay, this one for show the details also. Connect this part. I don't care about how much in this way, but I care about this one to be here connected. Sorry, this one should be connected in this one. Bum. Go back to the layout design. Let me see what we could do here. This one have to be, let me just go back and see what the text size. Let me say 25p, which is fine, but I think the size wasn't okay, so I just play with the size. Let me change it to the wrap content. Wrap content mean whatever I have it as a wrap content, so it's fine. So let me just go and name it this one. I name it Babon in this way. Just texting, nothing important. Here are the details. I would prefer to go to the complete part. Here is it, and say, hey, this one should use this way, not fix it this way, so it be full the screen. So you will see name, some details, and this is what you have to see. So name, you can name it, hey, mgview animal image, and it should be loaded. Yes, this be text view name for the animal. Yes, and this one should be text view description, text view des. Yes, so just second activity. Okay, now what I want to do is this. Someone have app, he click on the animal, he go to the second page, see the details about the animal. That means I have two pages. First page is with this one. When someone click on the animal, I go to the second page and display details about that animal. So what I will do this, if you see, I have image. I want to when someone click on the image, this image. Let me talk about this part, then we will do the second part. So going back here, what I have here, mgview. Okay, mgview have events. Okay, I could say mgview dot set listen for the event, set on a click listener, listen or the whatever people click. So set on a click listener. Okay, the interprocess communication in Android for the activities and services and broadcast receive use something named intent. So what you will do is say, hey, I want to go to this activity. You lead your intent with the information, then you go to the second activity. So you say val intent will be equal instance of intent. The intent take two parameters. The first parameter, this activity. For here I have it as a context. The second thing, which activity I want to go. I want to go to the second activity, which is animal info. You say, hey, animal info, this one. You add colon, then you say class Java. That's me, hey, I want to go from this activity to the second activity, which is animal. Okay, now I decide to go. What I have to add inside it? You say, hey, put extra. The information that you want to put it. What do you need to put? The name of the animal? Okay, you could pass it whatever you have as an animal dot name. What more? You could pass all the information. I need to pass more information, which is intent dot put extra. I want to pass the des, the description should be animal dot des. Is that right? Yes. Well, the third one, and the intent that you want to pass it, you say, hey, intent dot put extra. I need to pass the image. So you say image, okay, and the image should be animal in this way, animal dot image. So three information you want to pass them. Then you say, hey, start activity. In this way, why he do it in this line? Do it in this line. You say, hey, you are here. You say start, then activity in this way. Okay, start act. Pop in this way. Start activity. Then you give it the activity intent. Bam, you're done. So this is the way how you communicate between the activities. You have this activity and you want to go to this activity. What you will do, first of all, say, hey, I want to go from this activity to that activity. I want to pass this information, which is name, description, image. Then I say, hey, start activity. He will directly understand. He will go to second activity. Same thing, you will do it for this one also. Just copy it and paste it here. So he will understand too. He will go to that one. Make sure these have to be readed. So in all the places, here and here and here. So here you cannot write start activity alone. You need to mention the word context before it. So make sure you say, hey, context dot start activity. Here context dot start activity, because start activity is part from the form activity. Make sure also these two signs after them. So because you cannot do it inside this class. So yes, I'm going to that activity, passing this information. Now that activity is really easy to be able to read this information to do whatever I want him to do with that information. So how we will be able to read these data? Okay, totally fine. Go here. When this one receives the information, what he will receive? Okay, you have here, he will receive the information as a bundle. So you say, hey, a val b will be instance of the bundle. So it will be equal to instance of bundle, which is get intent dot extra. Okay, that's mean, hey, someone send me data from this activity to this activity. I will get all the data that I have and I pass it in the variable, name it bundle. You could name it in this way, bundle. Now this bundle will have all the data. Which one of the data he will have is the ID of the image, all the information. So let's suppose you need to get the name of the image. You say, okay, get me from the bundle, get string. Okay, get string and give it the key name. So what the key name? String in this way. What the key name? The key name is whatever you passed here. What I passed here for the name, I just passed as a name. So just get it here. Now the name will have the information about the name. Let me define another variable for DES, description. You say, okay, whatever it passed in the bundle dot get string. Okay, string. Whatever you have in description, DES. So what does mean is this one. That is good. So here, description. The last part is the image. So I say, hey, in the image, I want you to give me whatever you have in bundle dot get integer. Why get integer here? Because the image will be passed as an integer number. So I say, okay, get integer. He will get the integer. So what's the name of the image? Name it image. So here you go, getting image, and bam, he will have the information. See, this is how the way that interprocess is communicated. You just define your intent, you pass the data inside that intent, start the activity. Second activity will read whatever you have data, get everything. If it's string, if it's integer, and bam, he done. Now he just want to show, okay, what he have. He have mgview animal image dot set resource image, I think. Set image from resource, whatever, set image resource. He will require the image, whatever the image you have it. Well, the second one, text view name dot text, equal whatever you have in the name, and text view name, and you have text view des dot text will be equal to des, and bam, he done. It should be everything fine. So now when I run it, hopefully I will not have any problem. I will be able to go from one activity to another, passing information, and the second activity who will read that information and pass it to the UI of the second activity, because second activity also have a UI. So this is the way how we communicate between activity and another, and this is the way how to access to any object in the list view. When I say, hey, this is list view item, think about it, just any item in the UI, just access to the event of that item or whatever. So hopefully now I could go to the Bob one, see here's the Bob one name, image details, click back, see I click this one name, image details, see it, this is the color one, he name, image details. So see how he passed the information. So that's what I want to teach you in this video. So I want you to understand how to work with this part, how to pass information. So any object here, it have event and have method, and you could access to any event and any method for that object. So one final thing before I go, the name of the application, I want to change it. I don't like it named startup. To change the name of the application, you have to go to the string file and the values and change it this one. Name it Zoo App. So should show up now here as a Zoo App. So yes, here we done. Thank you for watching and see you next.
Hey and welcome. In this video I want to talk about delete and add in the list view. So let me start with delete. I want when you click on anyone you delete it. I don't want to go to the second activity. It's just practice, it's not part of from the app. So because the practice, so what I want to do, I want just change this code for when someone click on the image to I don't want this code to run, and also this code I don't want it to run. So because this is, I need them later on. So wait a second. I want need when someone click on the image, I want to delete the object. Okay, you have the index for the object, but you cannot delete it from this one because this one just part from the adapter. The real one you have to delete it from this one. So I to define a function here. Okay, name it delete, when small delete. Okay, and this one receive the index is supposed to be integer. So you give it the index and he will delete it. From where you have deleted? You have deleted from this list. So you say, okay, this list dot delete, okay, or remove at. So he will remove the object with the specific index that you wanted. When you want to delete, when you delete it, how the list view, now you delete this element and remove it. The list view cannot know from only this line. You have to say it for the adapter, you have it here. You have to say adapter dot notify dataset change. This is really important. Don't do this part. Don't take these two lines and add them here, because you are reload all the data again, which is, if you have too many data, you will have a problem. So the better thing is just say, hey, adapter, make sure these two colon dot notify dataset change, and bam, you're done. I'm using these two column because here I defined it as a null. You could just do whatever you would like. Just say this is null and then what in the way that you would like. So when I say notify dataset change, what will happen? He will go and check which element is removed in the adapter. He will take it off from the adapter and he will tell the list view, hey, that element you have to remove it. The list view will remove that element instead of reloading all the data. So now what I will do, just I have delete method. What I will do, just call this method from here. Say, hey, delete, then send it the element that you want to delete it. What element? The P0, is that right? Because P0 will have index. But this one cannot access to the event outside of it, because this class is not inner class. So to access something outside it, you have to be inner, so he would be able to call delete. P0, as I told you, should be position later on, but P0, and that is. Do same process for this one. And let me run and see, will he be able to delete it? Yes, for sure he will be able, because when you click on the image, he will take the index and he go here. This one will get the index, remove it from the list. Then he will notify the dataset, hey, this element need to be removed, and bam, he will remove it from the dataset and you will be all set. So as I told you, this is just a practice. It's not part from the app, just helping you to understand how to do delete and add. So later on when you go to Twitter app, you will understand how we did it. Read. So when I have to delete, you have to remove it. See how he remove it? So you click this one, he remove it. Whatever element you click on it, he will remove it directly without any problem. So this is delete things. What about add? Same process. Let me suppose I have something named add. I don't have picture for the animal to add. So what I will do is this. Whatever animal you click on it, I will duplicate it. So to duplicate the element, I have to have the index for that animal. Okay, should be integer. Okay, and what I will do is this. Okay, I want to add in the list view element. So list of animals dot add. What I will add whatever the list of animals for the index. So whatever the index you send me, I will add it. Just repeat the animal. Send me 0, I will take 0 and add it in the list view. Also make sure call notify dataset change after add, so he will notify the dataset. So now instead delete here, change it to add, and change this one to add, and let you see when you click on anyone, will he be able to
add the element, for sure he'll be able. Why? Because when you click on the element, he call add, what he will do is just get the real element you have in the screen, add it in the list view, notify dataset, dataset say, hey, there is element is added, okay, add that element in that position, and boom, he will be all set. So let me see how it's going. So now if I click on this one, you have to duplicate it. He duplicated, but you have to see it, you have to go to the end because he added in the end. I didn't add it in specific position. So now see, the end of the list is nothing. If I click on this one, you have to add that one in the end. Click again on this one, he repeated. So which one you want to repeat? This one? Click on it, go to the end, you have to see it. Now you say, okay, I don't like it to be in the end, I want to add it in specific position. Okay, you still have add, you could give it index that you want to show it. I want to add it in this index, and bump, you should be all set. So now when I click run, he should add it not in the end, in whatever the place of the animal you have it, so you will see directly the update. So yes, this what I want to show you in this video. Hopefully everything was clear for you and you enjoyed with the application. Now if I click on this one, see he repeated, click this one, he repeated. Which one you click, repeated. And yes, this is all the code that I want to share with you. As I told you, this is not part of from the app, this is just a practice. So what I will do, just remove it and return to my app. So here we done, thank you for watching, see you next.
Hey and welcome. When you develop application for Android, it will work fine on your emulator, but when you push it on the store, you'll see it work on some devices and will not work on other. Which is totally normal, because if you have image with size 200 by 200 and you try to push this image on device with an x5, it will work fine because the memory size is big enough to hold all the information in the cache when you load this image. But when you see it in the store, you'll see maybe other devices will not be able to load that images. So you'll see your application will working fine on some devices and it will fail on other devices. Because if you go to other devices from Samsung, they will not be able to load big images because their memory size. For that reason, Android, if you go to the Android developer website, which is this website, support multi-screens, you will see, he asks you here to have different size from every image. So every image you have in your project, you have to have different size for that image. How to do that? Really easy. If you go here to GitHub, this is a good tool to use. Name it Final Android Resizer. Just click on download, and it is just keep it. It is just JR file. So this is one Final Android Resizer. Bam, he asked me about something about developer. It's happened only on Mac machine. So on Mac machine, you go to the settings, you go to the security, privacy and security, and try to open anyway. Open. He will ask you for the password maybe if you are first time. If you not, it will be okay. So yes, this is tools. Open it, and here I am. So what I want to do? Okay, going back to this folder, I have in Android, I have assets. I have list of the zoo images. I want to get different size from these images. What I will do, I will get folder, I name it support different size. Okay, different size. And what I will do, just drag all these images, drop them here. Okay, then he asked me to add destination first. Okay, first select the destination. My destination should be in desktop, Kotlin, Android, assets, then zoo app, then this folder, choose it. Now what I will do, okay, now which folder you have to go. If you see here, he asks, he will do different size, LDPI, MDPI, what happened here, LDPI, MDPI, HDPI, XX, all these sizes. So you will see it, here is it, the output will be XX HDPI folder. So whatever, so what I would select, what he selected here, select what folder I want to do. This is for midmap and this is for drawable. I'm mostly working with the drawable, so let me select the drawable one. So I could work fine with them. So just I select drawable. I have different sizes that he told me. I don't want to support TV. I want to support LD, MD, HD, XHD, XXXXX, all these sizes, which they are mentioned here. Okay, and I want them in the folder drawable. Okay, fine. Just copy these images. Bump, drag them. It will take some time processing. Game process done. If you just go back here, you see here you have different size for the images. So now you get different size for drawable, HDPI,
drawable, LDPI, MDPI, and all these sizes. If you just open any one of these, you will see, oh, I opened all these images, all these folders one times. So now if you see, if you just go drawable HDPI, this images will be sized to HDPI. So if you open the preview, you would see the size of this image. With like adjust size, you will see the size like 50-50. If you just go to the other one, you will see the size is different because he tried to give you different size for every image size. Like going here, it's really easy to see it here, the size of images like 120, 100 pixel, 160, 240, and he take care of all these parts for you. So now you have the images, just drag and drop them in the application and boom, you will be fine. So what I will do, just go to Android Studio. The best solution is go to Android Studio, remove what you have previously from these images. Okay, hopefully I did not did any bug here because he's still using clear your project because he maybe have problem with these. See, he still have problem because he believe the image is there. So just uncopy these images that you have. There's a different way to copy these images. The easiest way, just go to the image that you have it, which is, name it Kotlin, Android. Where is it? Assets. I have Zoo app. Okay. And I have these images. Just, this is the resource drawable. Just copy all these. Okay. And go back to the project. Well, the project name is food app, I think. Bum. Hopefully the project is Zoo app. Startup, build app, resource, main, resources. This one. If you see, he just have different sizes for whatever drawable. He don't have different sizes. He just have only this one. You could just copy these and boom, you will be okay. And now you have different sizes of a drawable, and this is the main drawable one that you don't care about. So now what I will do is just try to do synchronous. Hopefully he will be able to do it all the folders for me. So now if you just go to drawable, see, he just was able to do it all the folders. Now you see I have different size of images. I have images for Babon, for HD, LD, MD, XHD, all these sizes. I have for this one different sizes. So in every screen, like if it is small devices, you will see it in this size. If it is very big, you will see it in this size. So he tried to show different devices with different size, which is amazing feature. So yes, this is what I want to show you here. So hopefully everything was clear, and we are okay and we are good to go. And make sure always when you add images in your project, make sure to support different devices to avoid any problem issues. So yeah, are we done? And thank you for watching.
Hey and welcome. In this section we will build food app that show you a list of the food with the food name and picture in a grid. Then when you click on any of these food, you will see the details about picture, name, details, picture, name, details. So in this section we will learn a lot. We will learn how to use a grid view to display the elements in the grid. We will learn how to follow the data, how to pass, how to design nice layout, and much more. So let's get started step by step. Hey again, let's get started step by step to build our application. So to get started, I will go to the Android folder, then I will get a new folder, name it food app. Okay, then what I will do, you know that I have to take the copy from startup, move it to food app, and open Android Studio. Why we do this process? Again and 4,000 times. This project already have a setting with Kotlin. Maybe in the future the new project will have that setting, but because we are recording in demo, we do that. So in desktop, Kotlin Udemy, Android, then where is the food app? So looking for food app, and here I am. So click and wait for a second. So while he's loading, I will do specific process. You know I have images, so if you go to assets, you would see I have a number of images related to the food app, which is these images. What I want to do, I want to generate different size for these images. Why? Because I want to support different device size. So I will get a new folder, I name it image or different image size, okay. Then while
this one, what I will do, just, you know, the tool that I used before, which is this tool, name it final Android resizer. If you don't know about it, you could see it in here in GitHub, which is this one, final Android resizer. Just to just generate different size. I just discussed this topic in the previous section, so I don't need to discuss it again here. So going back, okay, this is my project, this is my images. I want to generate different sizes of images. First of all, I have to browse from the desktop, then iOS or Kotlin, Udemy, Android, then assets, then food app, hopefully, or food images, then different size images. Select. I will select this type of drawable because my images will live in the drawable. This is the different size images that I want to support. I should be all set. Select all images, bam, wait for seconds, and he will be done. So hopefully he done. He have now these image with different device size. So yes, this is the images. He just generate all the images with all the sizes that I want. So from small size to big size, and now I should be all set for the support different size images. What I will do, just copy these images, then go to the desktop, Kotlin, Android. Where is the food app? This is the food app, startup, and app, then an app, resource, main, resource, then, you know, these files I don't have anything about drawable right now, so just copy these files and I should be all set, hopefully. So okay, my project is open. He just asked me to do some updates. Okay, do the update please for me. You know that the first process I have to do to just go here and in this one, just something related to fix. When you see these problems, just make sure to fix them so you don't have this problem again. So wait for a second. You know that the application should be changed here to food app, the app name, and just do clean for the project, and you should be all set for the next step. So wait for a second and see. Okay, again I see this problem. You fix the grader wrapper. Maybe just need to click it. Whenever you see this problem, just click on them and he will fix it too. The IDE will fix it automatically for you, so you don't have to think a lot about this part. So yes, wait a second, and dun, while he's loading, I would wait for some time. Here we go. After a while, everything should done and be okay. So what I will do, just go to the layout and start working. So what I want to do, I want to display a list of the food, and these foods I want to show them as a grid. So what I mean by grid, I mean I should have, let me just use the drawable tool to show you what I want to do by final. I want to have a UI this way, and this UI, okay, this one is loaded. So this UI should show, in this UI I should see the food picture and name, food picture and name, food picture and name, and continue showing them in different rows. So if you see, the object is repeated, the object for food picture and name is just repeated, but in number of rows. So what I will do, just design a ticket, add the ticket here. This ticket should have only image and have only label for it, and also add here, I will add here a grid view to show the data in the grid, and I will call this one get the ticket, follow the data, show it here, get ticket, follow the data, show it here, get ticket, follow the data, show it here, and continue. So there's a certain process you have to do whenever you do grid view. So let me get started step by step and show you how we could do that. So first of all, let me just go and look for here in the search, look for a grid view. Okay, a grid view. Where is it? A grid view. So show the data as a grid. Bam, drag and drop it. But you know that I don't like this type of UI with a grid view. You could keep it as a constraint layout, but I want it to be full screen. I don't want to do any paste. For easy way, just remove this one and change it to the linear layout, because linear is better when you want to use a grid view. So go see, now the grid view show up at the full of the screen. Maybe you have padding here. So what I will do is this: grid view selected, and change it to the whatever. Just select the mode, horizontal, vertical, doesn't make any problem for me. This my one just have some width and height. Make it just match parent, and the height match parent, so he will be the full screen. So now this grid is full screen. What I will do, I will just add 2 more colors here in value. I add colors here, so I would add 2 more colors. So the first color I would add it, the white one. You know the white should be hash FF, I think 6F. And I would add another color for gray. It will help me. Okay, the gray should be again, should take this color, hash D3, D4, D4, I think, D4. Yeah, I think, yes, D3, D4, D4. This one should be the gray. Hopefully this was the gray color. So now I have the gray, I have the white one. The white one should be 3 and 3, 6. Yeah, this is white color, and 6 should be 6 only. 6 element the gray. So this is just 2 color. I just have them. I want to use them. I want to use the gray as a background for my activity here. So I will change it here. This one, background color. I name it add color gray. Should be fine for me. And also, if you see, I just almost did design this one. Just the app name. I want to change it. So you know that the app name should live here. Name it. They change the name food app. Okay. In this way. So going back to the main activity, the app name should be changed to food app. Now I think I almost done with this part for the grid view. If the color was in the way that, I don't know why I believe this one is not the gray. Even he used the gray, but maybe, no, I don't think there is any problem. He just inherit everything and now we are okay. So we said okay, we said the first step to start working, I will add a grid view. Okay, that's what I did. I just Hey again. I think we are almost set up to get start writing the code. We have the grid view here, we have the ticket, and we have the object for that ticket. So let's get started and write the code. So first step you have to have a list of the food that we save all the information about the foods. So it should be list of foods. Okay. Okay. So list of foods in this way. This one should be array list. Okay. Array list of string. So I say array list in this way. Array list of what? Of food object. Okay, because this is that object that we have it as array list. So this array list should be full. So load here we have to load the foods. Okay, so how to load it? Like for short should add, then in the add I would just open a bracket and say, hey, I need to add food. You know that now when you open food they say, hey, food should take 3 parameters from you: name, description, and the image for the food. So the name, let me start with these one by one. So first of all, what the first for the coffee? I say, okay, the name is coffee. Okay, what the description for it? Whatever you want to describe the coffee, just give it long description, whatever. Just for her eating the drink, whatever as I told you would like to use for that, you could use it. That's totally fine. So I have already some string like for the food. So for the coffee, sorry, which you see it in the details, which is this string, long string, describe the food. And the third parameter should be the what? The image for the food. Is that right? So have it here. Name it r dot drawable dot the coffee name. What's the name? It name is coffee post, which is for the coffee. And we do same process for all the other elements. So let me just take this part, okay, and add it in this way, so it should be clear for the people to get understand. So this second food, how many I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is the second one. 3, 4, 5, 6. So I just fill these with the data. So what the second food should be is per. So and the description for it, whatever you have that is per. So I have already added a string for that. So we'll add the description here, and we'll use the third parameter, hopefully up. I don't know why this one he do this, but do it in this way. And the third parameter should be r dot drawable dot espresso, whatever you have it, and bam, he should be all set for this one also. And what the third one? The third food, I would suppose the third one should be French fries. Okay, so the description, whatever you have it, and the image should be drawable in this way, r dot drawable dot French fries. And the French fries, I have that description for it. I just paste the description here and I should be okay. So maybe what's the error here? I don't think I have any error, just fixing bugs or fixing the code errors. So there is no error here. So the third food should be, I just continue following other thing, the honey, and the honey have specific description, and the image for the honey should be r dot drawable dot honey. And the description for the honey, I already have it, so just copy and paste it. So I just copied it from other string. I'm sure it's not real honey things, but just texting it will help us to get understand what is going on. Bam bam. You just give me some error because multi lines. Just move it to the one line and we should be okay. And this one should be moved to that line. Just long text. Yes. Then bam, we should be okay now. We should be good to go. So the other one is the, I don't know what the name of this one. Strawberry. STRAWBERR. And the description, whatever description have it, and the image should be r dot drawable dot what dot strawberry Okay, ice cream. And the description, as I told you, I have the text already for that one. So even maybe the text doesn't mean the real one, but at least have it. So last one should be sugar cubes, and this one should be whatever description have, and the image should be r dot drawable, whatever in this way, r dot drawable dot sugar cubes, and the description I have it already saved, so we'll copy it and paste it from that place. So boom, I should be all set. So now I have all the data here loaded. Now I have all the list of the foods loaded. What the next step? The next step, you know it really clear. When I want to load data in the grid view, I have to have a base adapter. So you say, okay, let me go down and start define our base adapter. You say, okay, I have a class here, and this class, name it food adapter, should inherit the class, name it base adapter. Okay, and this class, because it's inherited, you just need to define some methods. So if I just click here on the name of my class, you say, hey, you need to implement members. I say, okay, click first one, shift, last one, boom, add. He will add all these methods for me. So first of all, let me just define our things. First of all, I have list of the food. I say list of food should be array list of strings. So array list of food, sorry, not string, and this food should be boom, nothing. So this is my first instance. The second instance, I need to define the context, because maybe I need it and maybe I don't need it. So it should be an instance of the class, name it context. So make sure to say context, see it, click enter, so he will import the library also for you. Initial value, I give it null, okay, as a context, and boom, I should be all set for that part. You know that the method that I'm interested in, I just need to define the constructor, so I get it from that error, and I call here the super constructor also, so I will not have any error here, just avoid that error. And yes, in this constructor he have to get the list of the food as an input, should be instance of what? Of array list of the food, okay, and should be get also the context, should be an instance of context. This is two input parameter have to be coming to my class. So okay, this dot context, so call the context, and should be the second one, list of the food. This dot list of food will be equal to list of food. Hopefully now everything is fine. Bam, I should be all set. So now when someone want to get a list adapter here, say okay, I have variable, name it adapter, should be instance of what? Of food adapter, as initial value for it null, okay, and this adapter should be set up here. I set that adapter here, like after I'm done, just bump, sorry, before I'm closing, after I loading the food, here I say, hey, my adapter should be instance of what? Of food adapter, and this one take two parameters. First of all, I pass the context. Second parameter, I pass list of the foods. So what he will take, the adapter will pass this and list of the food. This will be passed to the constructor. This should be the context. List of the food should pass it to this parameter. So now I have four methods in this class. You know that the one I'm interested in is this one, which is get count. Should return what? The list of food dot what dot size. So if the list of the food size 6, what will happen if this one give you 6? This method will be called 6 times, same as the list view. So I don't need this method, so I should return whatever he expect, b0 dot too long, okay, in this way, too long. And also this one I'm not interested in this method get item, but he could return okay list of food, for whatever he asks you. So why I said p0? Because this input p0. If different name, use that name. This one p0, I use it p0. If different name, use that name. So same thing here. Now this is the important part for implementation. So how to do implementation? Okay, to do implementation, first of all we have to have inflator. So You have to say, okay, have variable, name it what? Inflator, and this inflator should be instance from layout inflator. Okay. Hey again. Now I think everything is set up, and I just want to, when someone click on the image, I want to see the details about name, picture, and details about the image for the every food. But before I go, if you see, I see the picture here and the name here. They're just really easy to fix. If you see here in the ticket, just go here and in the layout, in the same way, if you see here, I define the gravity center. Just in my layout, I just define the gravity center, and now he should be showing me everything in the center. This is not a big deal, but it is good to have it, to have your design nice. So yes, here you go. So now what I want to do, someone click here, see that he will see the details. So the process, you need to have a new layout. So I say, hey, let me have a new activity, which should be empty activity, and this should name it food details in this way, and boom, finish. I don't know why always I do this a problem. So this class have to go under startup. You know that because I changed the package name. So I got onto that problem. I deal with this story every video. I don't know why. But yeah, here is it. And we should be all set now. Now to get started, just design things. So this should be our new food activity food details, which is this one. And let we design it in such a way that we could work around. So okay, the design of it in this way, I would use image view. So look for here for image view, add it here. He asked me to add image. Okay, you could see, you could use this one. We will make it bigger in seconds. I don't like this way, so he just showed me very small image. Yes, this one will be better. Text field. Okay, just remove this one. Go to the text. This text should be appear here. The name of the food, and we should add one more text for the details. So just add the text here. Should be for details. Okay. To start. Okay, this one should be pinned from this side and this side. This side. Just try to pin it in good shape. Same thing, this one should start and end in same place. Food name should be this one, have a food name information, and this one something about details. So I would suppose that it should take the complete row this way, and bam, yes, this one should be named mgview food image, and this one should be text view name, and this one should be text view details. So name it text view details. Okay, and okay, I think I forget to connect these, so this one should be connected to that one on the top, and this one should be connected to this one, so you to avoid any issues. So yes, now everything is fine. One thing to do here, the text size, font text size, let me change it to 20, 24, whatever, 24 SP. Yes, and you could change the color, text color, if you would like. There's many colors. Okay, should be fine for me now. So yes, picture, image, and I think everything now is good to go for the next step. So I have these ready. What I want to do, just pass the information from here. So when someone click on the food image, I will take him to the second activity and pass the information with me. So okay, food view dot mgview food image dot set on click listener, like set when someone click on it. So it's this one, which lambda one. So the process, just say, hey val, I have intent, and the intent should be instance of intent intent and then take make always click enter, so he will import the library for you. You have the context also passed, and the second parameter, which activity that you want to go. You want to go to food details, is that right? Food details, and this one should be the Java class Java, whatever. This one should be context. That means, hey, I want to go from this activity to the second activity, which is food details. I want to pass some extra information. So intent.put extra. I have to pass the name whatever I have in the food.name, and also I want to intent.put extra. Put extra. I will add the DES, the description. So whatever you have food.des and the intent.put extra. I will add the image. Sure, whatever you have in food.image. Okay, there's 3 parameters. And say hey, context dot start activity. Okay, start activity will take the intent. And I don't know why always I do forget to add these 2 lines after the variable name. So now, yes, have the information ready. Pass this, but we will pass this information to the second Is the context correct? Maybe I just misspelled it. Okay. Okay, this one should take 2 lines after it, so it will work. So now, taking name, image, and description and pass it to the second activity. In second activity, just read this information and he will be fine. So here, he will define the bundle. Say, hey, val should be bundle, should be coming from intent dot get extra or get extra. Okay, whatever you have it in the bundle. So bundle will have all the information. So the spelling was wrong, bundle in this way, but doesn't make any problem. So what you need to do, you say, okay, I have the mg view dot food image dot set what set resource. It's coming from bundle dot get. What I pass it, I passed integer inside it because it was an integer. So the image, whatever the image you have is there. Now what you have, text view for the name dot text. Please bring whatever you have it in the bundle dot get string, because then the name is passed as a string. So whatever you have in the name. For the third one, text view dot des, text view des description details dot text. Did I do something wrong? Wait, I think I did something wrong. If I just go back to the food details, what's the name of this one? I just go back. The name of this one is just text view details, and boom, that is. So just go here, say in the food details, say hey, text view details dot text will be equal whatever have in bundle dot get string whatever you have in DES, and we should be all set without any problem. But I think here we had some issues with the import things. I just importing food ticket. He just imported the second one by mistake. I think we don't need the ticket, but because they are same name, I just define same name here and same name there, so he had some problem. So just remove that line. I think we should be okay. He just like say, hey, you have here something named text details, and you have something here named text details. I don't know what you mean, which one you want to show. So you cause problem for me. So just remove it. Just this is a Kotlin problem. It's not real world problem. So name details DES. Hopefully now everything okay. So let's rerun it, and while I was running it, make sure I just pass the correct information. I have the name DES image. When I got it here, I got it as a name DES image. Hopefully now everything fine. Just run it and see if it is work fine or not. Here we go. This is the start of food. If I just click on this one, I have to see name, picture, name, details. Okay, whatever, anyone, you should be in details. So that's what I want to share with you in this video. Hopefully everything was clear, and thank you for watching, and see you next.